Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna continue the series What If Deku Unlocked the Sharingan Part 2. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
It felt strange to have a 4-day weekend immediately following their first week of classes, but considering the circumstances surrounding the break, no one could really complain. Nearly every student in Class 1A was demanding time off to recuperate physically and mentally after fending off a horde of villains. Izuku was fortunate to be stranded listening to the only two people in the entire world who would be upset about the cancellation of school. Iida moaned from the other end of the line, to think that classes would already be cancelled so early in the year. The life of a hero is truly fraught with disappointment. To think I was so excited for tomorrow's practical training, too. Yaoyorozu's nods were almost audible over the phone. But, I suppose UA wants to do its best to up security after USJ. Speaking of which, Midoriya, how are your ribs and arm? When the other two started their tirade, Izuku quickly picked up the phone, which she had long since put on speaker, and said, "Oh, I'm good. Recovery girl managed to fix me up yesterday at the hospital, so I'm all healed up." "Oh, did she manage to straighten out your hand? It looked pretty bad." After hearing the other two on the group call take a deep breath, he quickly reassured them, laughing sheepishly, Nah, that's permanent. I sorta overdid it with my quirk. It doesn't get in the way or anything. It just feels and looks a little funny. No biggie. In addition, she seems to like it." The hand in question was being held by Eri, his recently adopted sister, who was eating a Granny Smith apple. "I see. But if you went to the hospital, did you get to see 13 or Aizawa-sensei?" replied Yaoyorozu. "Yeah, I saw Aizawa-sensei. He was pretty bandaged up, but he was conscious and everything." "Excellent news. But speaking of Aizawa-sensei, the reason I called the both of you is that as class representative and deputy representatives, we must elect our cabinet. Where and when shall we meet?" Iida grunted clearly as he nodded, and the speaker could hear it. Izuku went pale. "Whoa, I told Eri that I would take her shopping today. See, could we do it tomorrow? We have 2 more days off anyways." She gasped, "Midoriya, you yourself told Aizawa-sensei that we'd have this assignment completed by the weekend's end. We should not abuse his trust like that." It's not that. I promised. Why are you unable to appear a little less sincere?" "Midoriya, is there some sort of reason you can't do it today?" "Well. Sorta. How'd I explain taking on a sibling on my own initiative?" On the other end, Yaoyorozu sighed and said, "You really ought to work on your stuttering." "I can't resist. Kinda promised to take my sister shopping today. She kinda doesn't have any clothes." Iida let out a gasp. "Midoriya, I had no idea of your familial responsibilities and problems. I apologize for judging you or your financial status. We're not impoverished, but it feels like he just bowed through the floor. It's not that. She's new." "New? Like she's a newborn? I didn't even know you had a sister. Is that why?" It'd be a lot easier to say this in person. I can probably just go shopping afterwards. Is it okay if I bring her then?" "Of course. Oh, we should do it at my house. I can ask Mother to bring out our golden tips tea. Oh, the both of you would love it, and then I can get the cookies from." She got so bubbly when Eri asked as the older boy escorted her down the street, "Izuku ni, where are we going?" Izuku would undoubtedly miss seeing the little kid in his all-might shirts, but it was probably best that she got something else to wear. "I told you. My friend's house to do some work for school. And then after, I'm taking you shopping, just like I said." She was right when she said, "I meant that. They're all so big." Because every single house on the street resembled a castle more than a house. There was a lot of forest by the road now, at least the ones behind the two. Given that she was admitted through recommendations, it makes sense to say, well. I think my friend's family is well off." After that, he located the house number he was seeking. Oh, everything no longer makes sense. The forest turned out to be merely a portion of the land. The property of Yaoyorozu, due to her wealth. Damn it. Holy. Present company. Shit. Fortunately, the young child failed to notice her brother's foul mouth because she was too enthralled with the enormous gate that appeared to lead to some distant land rather than a high school student's living quarters. "It's big," was all she said. Izuku laughed and pressed the call button by the gate, leaping back at the instant response. "Oh, I've been waiting for you. Iida's just arrived, so please, come in." The gate opened as the bouncy voice of Yaoyorozu filled the air, bringing a little brightness to the world. Unfortunately, the walk to the house was an absolute nightmare. This is too much. Izuku moaned as he walked slowly down the path, the child he was walking with almost dragging on the ground. Izuku finally met his classmates in person after arriving at the opulent home and being led to the Great Hall by a solemn butler, whose disapproval of his t-shirt, shirt and Ares dress was all too evident. Did Odysseus experience this solace? With an unexpectedly happy grin, Yaoyorozu jumped up right away and exclaimed, "Midoriya, welcome to my home. Please, have some tea and cookies." Her gaze then shifted to the child who was hiding behind his leg, and she exclaimed, "Oh my." One of 4 UA freshmen who were recommended to the hero course, the female teen was bouncing up and down in front of a small child in a matter of seconds. She was likely the most intelligent and mature student in the class. "Oh my gosh, you're so cute. My name's Momo Yaoyorozu, but you can call me absolutely anything. Did I mention you're so cute?" The newest and greatest addition to Aries' repertoire of facial expressions was a shy smile that said, "Thank you, Miss Yaoyorozu." "Hello, young child. My name is Tenya Iida, hero in training and representative for Class 1A at UA. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Iida then cleared his throat and bowed deeply and powerfully, making it a thing if it wasn't already. The child appeared a little more uncomfortable at this greeting, but she bowed and said, Hello. I'm Eri." She looked up at Izuku as though she was requesting permission, and she got a smile and a comforting nod, "Midoriya." Iida rubbed his chin after looking at the adorable cinnamon roll and saying, "Midoriya, you say she's your sister, but I see very little resemblance. Although her eye color is the same as yours when you use your quirk, everything else is quite different." At the awful explanation, Izuku rubbed his head and said, "Oh. You see, Aries, adopted, kinda." "What do you mean?" jolted Yaoyorozu out of her coma of cuteness. He therefore gave as thorough an explanation as he could, omitting only the information regarding Aries' potential abuse, primarily the scars on her arms, and Aizawa learning that Izuku was aware of All Might's actual form. "To think I ever judged you for prioritizing your beloved younger sister. Forgive me," Iida said, breaking the lull that followed the rather somber story. He bowed directly into the table, making a painful-sounding thunk that seemed to have no bearing on his guilt. Frantically waving his arms, Izuku said, "And no, it's fine. Really. Such a tragic background. You're so good to take her in, Midoriya. It appears I misjudged you again." Yaoyorozu sniffed and wiped her eyes. She bowed as well, albeit not as violently as Iida, thankfully. "I feel like these two don't think well of me most of the time. Why is that?" Before Izuku could reply, Yaoyorozu rushed away, saying, "But after hearing this, there's absolutely no way I can let you leave here without a full wardrobe and supplies. I'll get my butler." At the antics of her brother's friends, Eri grinned and said, "They seem to like you." Iida nodded resolutely, and Izuku blushed slightly. "Your brother, dear sweet Eri, is one of the finest students in our class," Iida said. Iida. I'm not good with attention. Ga. I apologize for exacerbating your social awkwardness. Please accept my apologies." Are the words he's saying audible to him? Fortunately, a still lively Yaoyorozu saved Izuku's bacon, saying, "Okay. I arranged for all the necessary items to be delivered to your home, Midoriya. They'll be there shortly." "How did you do that so fast? Wait, how did you get my address?" After 2 days it was never enjoyable to get ready for school. Izuku had to rise early enough to go for a morning run, to start with. After that, he had to quickly get ready for his shower and pack his backpack. Then he had to struggle for a good 30 minutes to tie his tie, the most sinister of accessories. Before leaving to catch his long-ass train ride to UA, he had just enough time to finish a small breakfast feast. However, he and his mother hadn't quite decided what to do with Eri, so today was a little more difficult than usual. Inko smiled at her new daughter and said, "My office has a daycare center. Eri, would you like to play there?" "Okay," Eri said, nodding. "Great, just let go of Izuku and we can head out in a bit." "Okay. Mom, she's not letting go." Inko sighed in frustration at this turn of events. It couldn't have come at a worse time, even though she thought it was adorable that Eri was so attached to Izuku, especially now that she had some adorable royal dresses from the wealthy girl she was now determined to make her daughter-in-law. "Eri, you know Izuku has to go to school, right? He isn't coming with me." The young girl turned to Izuku and asked, "So am I going to school?" After giving her adopted mother a questioning glance but nodding, "Okay." At this, the elder Midoriya's moaned. Maybe you should just saw off my hand and give it to her. That might work. Izuku was deadpanned. I wonder if Shigaraki experienced the same thing. Hello? His phone rang. Young Midoriya. All Might? Izuku stumbled, taken aback by the unexpected call at such an early hour. WW what? All Might. Inko said, pale. Apologies for disturbing you, but are you still at home? Izuku listened as he waved his mother away. You yeah. Why? Do you need something? Ha ha, indeed I do. If you could bring young Eri to Ua with you, that would be splendid. Recovery Girl would like to do an in-depth analysis of her quirk factor, if possible. A remedy. Why yeah, that'd be great, thank you. Not entirely sure why you're thanking me for this, but you're welcome. Looks like you can come to school with me. Izuku smiled at Eri as he tucked his phone in his pocket. Yay, bye Miss Inko, she exclaimed as her face brightened and she gripped Izuku's hand more tightly. Bye Mom. I'll buy Eri lunch from the cafeteria. The Midoriya matriarch didn't seem to notice, but the door closed as the two children departed. All Might. Calling my son, she said. An hour later, due in large part to everyone's renewed energy following the long break, Class 1A was a bustling place on Wednesday morning. Kaminari leaned back in his chair and remarked, Man, I can't believe how many reporters are outside right now. Kirishima replied, I know, I thought there were a lot the other day, but this is crazy. As promised, the Ua perimeter was positively teeming with reporters scrambling for the slightest tidbit of rumor while frantically clawing the walls. Fortunately, the intimidation of Hound Dog kept the gate open. And the little pool of slobber that was forming under his maw. Ribbit. It makes sense, though. Ua hasn't been invaded by villains in decades and never on this scale. Yo, does that mean we're like, famous? Cuz that's Aga? Kaminari's face brightened. Jiro reprimanded Kaminari, pulling her earjack away from her eye, saying, I don't know why you're so happy. Aizawa and 13 nearly died. Also, Midoriya was in bad shape, Shoji continued. Bakugo snarled, PSH. That nerd passed out like a bitch. He needs to toughen up. He's the only one who actually hurt the Nomu. Your attack didn't even phase it, Ribbit. It did something, you fucking amphibian. I had to get escorted home before you woke up. I wonder if he's alright? Uraraka furrowed her brow as she glanced at her lap. Everyone was startled to attention by the sound of the classroom door opening, and this is my classroom. The voice said softly, the door's big. Uraraka cheerfully added, Deku. You're okay. Ribbit. Glad to see you awake, Midoriya. Bakugo narrowed his eyes and asked, why'd you bring the kid? When Midoriya and an odd-looking child entered the classroom hand in hand, a wave of confusion swept through the room. Oh, this is Eri. Izuku laughed uneasily as the girl waved timidly from behind his leg. She's, Uraraka said, her face turning white. So. Mina's face turned white. Hagakuri's face most likely turned white as he exclaimed, cute. The child was surrounded by the three girls, who couldn't stop laughing at how adorable she was. Even the taciturn Jiro was blushing a little, feeling compelled to pinch those cheeks out of instinct. Asui smiled and said, look at her little shoes. Horn. She has a horn. Exclaimed Ashido, who was practically hyperventilating, as she lifted Eri and held her out to the class. Kiri. We have a new horn buddy. Kirishima yelled, hell yeah. But a book was hurled at his head. Ow. What was that for? He said, glaring at Bakugo, who simply scowled. Oh, sorry about that Kirishima. Kachan doesn't like swearing in front of Eri. Izuku laughed sheepishly, despite the fact that violence seems acceptable. Even more shocking to the class than the child's arrival was this. At that realization, even the stoic Todoroki arched an eyebrow. With wide open eyes, Mina approached Izuku and said, Bakugo. Won't swear. In front of her. She emphasized by holding up the bewildered Eri. Then Izuku nodded and said, yeah, it was kinda surprising. Heh. Heh. Haha. The class burst out laughing, with Kaminari, Kirishima, and Mina leading the charge. Jiro had to cover her mouth with her hand to keep herself from laughing. I will subtly and very violently end all of your lives. Everyone was quickly silenced by the sheer hate in those words, but even Mina, who was not afraid, continued to laugh. Wait, does that mean Bakugo already met Eri? For that matter, what is she to you, Midoriya? Ribbit. I just got dragged to his house when my mom helped them sign the adoption papers, it's nothing. What? The students shouted once more. Drooling at the prospect of 2-class cinnamon rolls, Toru questioned, So she's like your sister? What else is new about Uraraka getting too close to Izuku's face? She begged, Deku, you need to bring her every day. Izuku laughed, sure thing. He attempted to turn to face his desk, but was restrained by an unexpectedly firm grip. Uraraka's vivacious demeanor abruptly changed to one of fear. Deku, she said, I mean what I say, every day. With a nervous nod, he swallowed and said, why yes, ma'am. Great, thanks, Deku. When it comes to mood swings, man, she would rival Yaoyorozu. Izuku sat down and grinned as he watched his sister get embraced by Kirishima and all the other girls before, of all people, landing in Bakugo's lap. She blinked several times as she glanced up at him before turning to face the blank blackboard. Did she just unwind like that? Even as the majority of them took pictures of the red-faced Bakugo and his twisted face, everyone thought at once. With a chuckle, Izuku said, here, I'll take her, Kachan. My turn. Yaoyorozu rushed forward, seized the child before anyone could notice, and returned to her desk. How on earth did she arrive here? She grinned at the young girl sitting on her lap and said, hi, Eri. Remember me? After blinking several times, Eri nodded and smiled shyly, saying, yes, you gave me these clothes, right? Thank you, Miss Yaomomo. Please don't ever call me anything else ever again. Yaoyorozu hugged the older girl tightly, alternating between laughing and sobbing uncontrollably. The older girl was silent for a moment before a huge smile appeared on her face and happy tears started to flow. The deputy representative's celebration was cut short when the main door swung open. Everyone, please take your seats. Iida slid in and exclaimed, holding out his hands as though delivering a speech of importance. Tokoyami deadpanned, Iida, you're the only one not in your seat. After complaining, the class representative sat down and said, how humiliating, truly, I must strive to be a cooler hero in person. Uraraka gave him a supportive back pat and said, don't mind. Oh, it's Mr. Iida. His face brightened as he turned, the shame from earlier gone. Miss Eri, it's wonderful to see you in good health, he said. When Iida reached out to shake her hand, Todoroki remarked sardonically, you're out of your seat again. Man, Midoriya. It's so unfair. Yaomomo and Iida got to see this bundle of sunshine and happiness, too. What about us? Mina protested as Iida festered. When a mummy entered the room, everyone fell silent. What about class? She asked. Seriously, you guys always take so long to shut up. Izuku stumbled, Aizawa-sensei, and recognized the man from his Saturday hospital visit. What? Expecting someone else? The entire class yelled, you're covered in bandages, and received nothing but a shrug in return. You'll never be a good hero if you're going to let a few broken bones get in the way of your job, sighed the homeroom teacher who had been a pro hero. Very inspiring, sir, Iida said, nodding. That and my insurance company wanted to raise my premium. Iida replied, financial advice as first years. Truly, UA is a premier academic facility. Aizawa broke out in a sweat. Is he that sincere, or is he a kiss-ass? Anyways, no time to reflect on what happened Friday. We lost Monday and Tuesday. That means there's a lot of catching up to do. Come on, sensei. Can't we ease into things? Moaned Kaminari, the endearing idiot that he is. Everyone in the class nodded, the teacher's eyes narrowing behind the white cloth. You've all heard of the sports festival, right? She asked. Good, because, in case you forgot, in 3 weeks, you'll all be in it. What? The majority of the class had not, for some reason, realized that they would be participating in the UA Sports Festival by attending UA. It would be an understatement to describe their response as chaotic given the sheer magnitude of the disaster. Settle down. The catastrophe was replaced by apprehension about the mummified hero, who said, this festival is going to be your chance to get some agencies interested. It's the perfect way to show what you're made of against your peers. If you aren't going to buck up and grab this opportunity by the shoulders, you should probably just leave now instead of face national ridicule. The class fell into a thick blanket of silence as none of the pupils knew how to react to the responsibility that Aizawa had just placed on them. Specifically, Izuku was perspiring. The sports festival is like the Olympics in Japan. Millions of people are watching us and me, and I'm not prepared. Fortunately, Izuku was startled out of his reverie by a gentle tap on his leg. Deku ni, what's the sports festival? Deku ni? There was a roar of laughter as the heavy blanket was lifted. Uraraka was laughing uncontrollably at the child's cute pet name for her adopted brother, while Bakugo couldn't help but snicker at the brat's disparaging nickname. Hell, Izuku was laughing too. Aizawa's eyes narrowed so severely that it seemed as though the world had lost its light. I didn't know she was your sister, Midoriya. Your file didn't mention any siblings. Izuku was perspiring profusely. God, he must have a ton of questions, and the fact that All Might was in his slender form in front of me has already made him suspicious. Whatever. Cute kid, don't keep her waiting.
So relaxed. Let's see. The sports festival is like a contest between all of the students at UA to see who's the best. At least, athletically.
So you're gonna be in it? Eri asked, nodding. Izuku rubbed his head sheepishly and nodded, saying, yeah, I just hope I don't embarrass myself. Eri, you're gonna cheer for your Deku ni, right? Uraraka added. After giving it some thought, the younger girl nodded with great enthusiasm. She then held her arms up to Deku and silently requested to be picked up, which he did despite his heart thumping like it had never done before. Ah, Kirishima and the other girls cooed. Dang it, Midoriya. You need to let me borrow your sister sometime, chicks love kids, Mineta screamed from behind. I don't know if that's a good idea. Come on, at least let me see her in 10 years then. The grappist experienced a wave of murderous intent and a firm hand on his shoulder. He turned slowly and saw a scowling Yaoyorozu. Touch her and I'll turn you into a thermonuclear warhead, he said. With a solemn nod, the short boy started writing the kanji for person on his hand and swallowing it, which only made him more terrified that the majority of the class was visualizing a target on his back. On that note, class rep, did you fill the rest of the positions?
Yes, sir. For the role of secretary, we nom, Iida said as she stood up with the list of names.
I don't care who as long as it's done. Curses, foiled again. Later on in the day, balling his fists to keep his excitement in check, Kirishima cried out, man, I'm so freaking pumped for the festival. Tokoyami replied, although I'm not much for daytime, I admit I'm excited at the prospect of competing like this. Everyone disregarded the statement, I just hope I do not completely outshine all of you on the stage. The air was filled with a growling sound. Deku, Iida.
Uraraka, the two in question asked as they turned to face their brunette friend, the violent aura from earlier now even more pronounced.
She pumped her fist and said, let's do our best, to a largely frightened but hesitant response. Man, Mina said, rubbing her chin, Uraraka's got mood swings for days. PM, Mineta was about to finish when Tsuyu mercifully slapped him.
Would he enroll in a women's studies course, I wonder? As the lunch bell rang, Izuku scratched his chin and said, say, Uraraka, why do you want to be a hero? She rubbed her head and laughed sheepishly as she, Iida, and Izuku went down the stairs to the cafeteria with Eri. Oh, it's kinda embarrassing. Iida shook his head, impossible. For one such as you, there can be no negative reason you could possibly say for why you wish to be a hero. I want money, foiled, again. She laughed. It's JSUT that my parents work so hard for me and they're still only barely scraping by. I feel like once I become a hero, I can finally take care of them and give them an easy life. Bravo. Iida clapped loudly and enthusiastically, since I wasn't foiled. Izuku smiled and nodded. That's definitely nothing to be embarrassed about. That's as great a reason for becoming a hero that I've ever heard. The teenager's eyes were on the verge of tears. You guys. Miss Uraraka, that sounds nice. Uraraka glomped the young child for her sweetness and exclaimed, Eri-chan, in a sweet voice. Ha ha ha. Iida turned away from his friends and went to a nearby hall, asking, what's that sound? From the corridor, All Might yelled, young Midoriya is here, and gestured to Izuku on the right. With confusion, Izuku questioned, All Might. Eri thought, All Might. I thought he was Ski, before Izuku covered her mouth with his hand while he anxiously glanced at Iida and Uraraka. Lunch. Wanna eat with me? The big man said, holding up a wrapped bento. Uraraka guffawed, he's like a maiden. Izuku nodded and took Eri's hand, keeping her mouth shut with the other, before joining his mentor. The three of them strolled to the teacher's lounge, where Recovery Girl unexpectedly greeted them. Hello, Eri, do you remember me? The elderly woman said with a kind smile as she addressed the two children. Yes. Hello again, Miss Recovery Girl, nodded the smallest. I'm glad to see you again. I was actually hoping to speak with you in private. Do you think that would be okay? After seeing Izuku give a comforting nod, Eri reluctantly agreed. She released the 2-1 for all users and followed Recovery Girl to the nearby nurse's office. With a literal and symbolic deflate, All Might motioned for Izuku to take a seat across from him and said, I brought Katsudon. I remember you saying it was your favorite. As they both began eating, Izuku nodded politely and said, Oh, thanks, With an eyebrow raise, All Might asked, What is it? Is it cold? Oh, and no, it's awesome. It's just that. Did you ask me to come here for any reason besides lunch or giving Eri to Recovery Girl? Izuku said, waving his hands frantically. The pro-hero put down his food and leaned forward, saying, As I'm sure Aizawa told you, the sports festival is coming up soon. All Might looked surprised, but he laughed softly. Hey, you got me. Izuku gave a nod. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what I should do to prep for it, if I'm being honest. That's alright. But the reason I asked Recovery Girl to take Eri alone is because I want to ask a favor. Huh? The mighty nodded. My time is RNNING out. Every day, I get slightly weaker and the time I can spend in my hero form decreases. At this point, I'm only good for around 2 hours. When Izuku realized that his hero was losing strength at an exponential rate, he went pale and said, That's it, sorry about that. Stop apologizing for things that aren't your fault. All Might gently chopped off his apprentice's head. Sorry. Goddamn. Look, how's your progress going with One for All? Huh, oh, well I can control it a little better, but it still takes a while to get it down. Although, it actually didn't take that long when I was fighting those villains at USJ. What was different then? I think. I was just scared of doing a lot of damage to the villains, so it was. I don't know. Easier to focus, I guess. Izuku recalled 13's remarks regarding the perils of his quirk and Eri's own acknowledgement that her quirk caused harm to others. Your subconscious mind seems to help you pump the brakes against human opponents, All Might said, rubbing his chin. That's good because you won't have much time to regulate One for All in a real fight. The thing is, those villains at USJ were all told something by their boss. That I'm getting weaker. How did they find out? No matter where they come from, it's reasonable to assume that some members of the public are aware if a few minor villains are. As my successor, I therefore need you to attend the sports festival and leave your mark. Let them know you're here. For a brief moment, All Might changed and made a huge gesture with his hands extended. After a moment without moving or saying anything, Izuku nodded and said, I won't disappoint you. The symbol of peace smiled and deflated once more, saying, I like to hear that. Having said that, do you know where you should begin making preparations? Well, I suppose that drawing out more One for All would be the best course of action. A power boost might be helpful because I'm still at the lower end of the spectrum in the class. You might be able to get yourself up to 5% instead of 3% in 3 weeks, All Might said, nodding. Given where you are right now, that would be a pretty big boost. How about the Sharingan? You said that the other day you found a new power. Oh, yes. Based on my observations and the notes I made, I believe I have the ability to hypnotize people. Hypnosis? All Might arched an eyebrow. Yes, Izuku said, nodding. I can think of no other explanation. Based on my battle with Nomu, I believe it's a good last resort if nothing else, but it requires a lot of focus and eye contact. All right, a new power. Recovery Girl may find that useful in analyzing your quirk as well. What about your other skills, though? In fact, at USJ, I imitated some of Aizawa-sensei's scarf tricks and Yaoyorozu's bow staff maneuvers. I therefore thought that I might learn martial arts or something and use my copying skills. Hey, that's not a bad idea, All Might grinned. Perhaps you ought to speak with young Ojiro. Many of your classmates might also be able to offer you some useful guidance. Additionally, you could assist them with your quirk analysis abilities. The lounge door opened once more, revealing Eri and Recovery Girl. Eri was licking a green lollipop, most likely apple-flavored, with joy. Deku ni. She joyfully ran to her brother's side and motioned for him to pick her up, which he dutifully did. Deku ni. Every Might whispered. Hi, Eri. Did you enjoy yourself? She smiled contentedly as she nodded. She was a model patient, said Recovery Girl, laughing at the sight. She even came to lunch with me. Really? Have you discovered anything regarding her quirk factor? The older heroine nodded and held up her clipboard, saying, I discovered that her quirk factor is highly mutagenic based on her blood test. Actually, Midoriya,
it's not that different from yours. Hey, looks like we match again. Izuku grinned and turned to face the girl he was holding. Although hers actually affects her forehead instead of her eyes, like it is for you. Her forehead? It appears that her horn is the main feature of her quirk, Recovery Girl said, nodding. Additionally, she informed me that whenever she used her quirk, it glowed. Oh, I see. So what is he? Izuku halted when he felt Eri tremble practically in his lap. Eri. Recovery Girl said, you should probably return to class soon, as she glanced at the quiet Eri in his lap. It's almost time for lunch. Thanks for lunch, All Might, Izuku exclaimed as he realized the time and hurried out of the room with Eri following. Before the door closed behind him, he hardly had time to finish speaking. All Might laughed at his proto-copyright ga copyright-s antics, but he couldn't understand what had happened. Recovery Girl sighed and took a seat. She struggled to explain how her quirk worked. She could only tell me that it caused harm to people in some way. To be honest, I tried to identify her psychological scars more often than her physical ones during our time together. Psychological wounds? With a heavy pit in his chest, All Might asked. With a solemn nod, the elder said, I know we suspected abuse, but those scars on her arms look like they were from lab-grown tissues. The ones intended for harvest. You're implying that young Eri was harvested? Was it for her quirk? All Might asked, her already horrifying face growing even more solemn. She sighed, I can't be sure, but based on how she trembles whenever someone tries to pry into what exactly her quirk does, I won't rule out the possibility. Geez, All Might exhaled deeply, I've heard of kidnapping children with strong quirks, but this is new. Why would they act in that way? What use might it have? Who knows? To be honest, I'd prefer not to find out. The most important thing is that we assist the girl in getting better. Izuku will likely be left to handle that more than anyone else, but it's crucial that we stand by him. As well as her. The man nodded, but his appetite had long since vanished, and then he looked at the hardly touched bento across from him. We were so engrossed in our conversation that, with the lunchbox in hand, he changed and hurried out of the teacher's lounge, saying, Young Midoriya, you neglected to eat. Lunch is a must-have for any day. He's got the support Midoriya, part down, Recovery Girl said, grinning at the smoke trail the inexperienced teacher left behind. As long as he doesn't put too much pressure on the boy, that is. Huh, you want us to help you with strength exercises? Shoji inquired, bewildered by the sudden approach from a stranger. Izuku gave a nod, yay. You two are the strongest in the class by far, and since my quirk also boosts my strength, I figured you guys would have some really good advice for me. Sato touched his chin, I mean, I'm naturally muscular, so I'm not entirely sure how someone like you would go about bulking. Regards. But I'd recommend supination bicep curls. Those really help me out. With a nod, Shoji said, also, make sure to really squeeze during your reps. Squeeze? Izuku asked, looking up from his frantic scrawling. The teenager with tentacles elaborated, if it helps, flex as hard as you can with the weight, then inhale sharply and try to push further. It's weird to say, but you'll know the feeling the second you feel it for the first time. Izuku concluded those notes by saying, got it, anything else? Maybe drink a protein shake after your workout. I usually go for the really sweet ones, but normal people probably should stick to low sugar if possible. Sato was scratching his head. Besides that, I guess just sleep as much as you can. Izuku laughed so hard that he almost passed out. I got literally the least amount of sleep possible as part of All Might's plan. I'd recommend creatine as a supplement, however, it may not do too much good in the time before the festival. Shoji continued. The greenhead gave a nod. Thanks guys. This is really helpful. I actually made some notes on your quirks if you want to hear them. I don't know, but maybe it'll help. Curious about the extent of Midoriya's quirk analysis abilities, they both nodded. Turning to the right page of his notebook, he explained, for Sato, I was considering the effects of various sweeteners, such as honey, brown sugar, or even artificial sweeteners. However, I am aware that excessive use of your quirk can affect your cognitive function, so perhaps you could consume a more complex sugar, such as starch. Because it's more difficult to digest, its effects would be more prolonged and milder than if you simply chugged sugar, but I predict that you would likely have less strength and that it would take longer to activate. Sato rubbed his head, feeling his memory wane from the barrage of information, and said, got it. Regarding Shoji, I'm not knowledgeable enough about your quirk to be of much assistance, but I was curious if you've ever considered using intimidation as a tactic. What do you mean? The masked teenager cocked his head. Well,
Because heroes like Gang Orca have such a frightening appearance, many villains are prone to become uneasy and lose their game. Therefore, you could give yourself a significant advantage with little effort if you could use your tentacles in a body horror fashion. I've always known that my appearance was intimidating, but weaponizing could yield some interesting results, especially against some more animated villains, Shoji said, rubbing his chin with one of his dupli arms. I'm grateful, Midoriya. This is really beneficial. Oh, it's nothing really, Izuku said, waving his hands in front of him. You deserve my gratitude for all of your guidance. I really just enjoy doing this. 2 down, 16 to go, he said. Izuku had encountered many challenges in his life, such as attending school when he believed he was quirkless, completing the American Dream Plan prior to the entrance exam, or even confronting the anti-symbol of peace at USJ. But training with Hagakure was undoubtedly near the top of that list. Not true. Really, are you even attempting, Midoriya? Toru agreed to teach Izuku in stealth in exchange for advice about her hero costume. Izuku suggested adding detachable mirrors to the glove to increase the intensity of the light she could reflect as well as its range, and the right to hold Eri. Izuku moaned, easing his position as the invisible girl reprimanded him for the umpteenth time. She had a cheerful, kind personality, which he assumed would make this easy, but in reality, her crazy lack of patience made training even more difficult. I really am trying. All I need is a little more practice. Even though the sports festival events are randomized every year, I'm not sure if stealth will be helpful. So, give it your best shot. What is not to be obtained? Simply make a silent movement. Like this. Izuku waited for a moment, but nothing seemed to change. Then he heard a whisper in his ear, see? Surprised, he leapt back. Gah, you see? She's aware that she's naked, don't you? That's incredible. How did you accomplish that? What have I been attempting to teach you, in your opinion? Remember, just shift your body weight with the leading foot and walk using the outside of your foot, she yelled. You got it. He nodded. Izuku had hardly moved when she yelled at him once more. Wrong. Your weight is being shifted away from your leading foot. Take the lead, it reduces noise. With a sigh, he said, yes, ma'am. He tried again, carefully leaning into each step, and to his astonishment and his teacher's delight it actually sounded a little quieter on the squeaky rubber flooring of the gym. Hey, it wasn't that bad. Izuku didn't even need to see her to know that Hagakure was bouncing up and down like an excited schoolgirl, which she technically was. Now do it again, but faster. Thus, the cycle went on. Toru would praise Izuku and then increase the difficulty after he had been yelled at until he had perfected the maneuver. Before learning how to make hand gestures, come on, just swing your arms like this. However, I'm unable to see what you're doing. You're not required to observe my actions. Simply stop what you're doing. I'm really confused, Hagakure. I thought your quirk let you see people or something. Why hadn't I considered that? Izuku activated the Sharingan and grinned. Okay. It's time to master this stealth technique. I can't believe the idea never occurred to me. I could even mimic Hagakure's moves to expedite this. Unfortunately, Izuku understood right away why the Sharingan was the worst quirk to use against the invisible and extremely immodest girl the moment he actually looked at Toru. Look what I did there, huh? You're doing it now, Midoriya. I guess he must have overexerted himself, she said, turning to face her student, who was lying down with his hands tightly clamped over his nose and muttering something incomprehensible. Well, Eri while he's down. Coming for you is Toru-ne. As she skipped off to the child's seat, Izuku whispered, so. BB bouncy. Izuku said nervously, I don't know too much about this, Kirishima. The redhead was standing on a rubber mat across from him. Nonsense. He waved the comment away. You must learn to take hits like a man if you want to be one. I guess so, but I'm beginning to question whether it was wise to ask Kirishima. Stop talking. Let's get this done. Kirishima slammed his arm down on Izuku's head like a hammer fist. Izuku squeaked, but he remained motionless, keeping his hands firmly at his sides and his legs shoulder-width apart. Ow. That's what I like to see, Kirishima said with a toothy smile. Act like a rock. He persisted in attacking Deku, eliciting pained grunts and the odd squeal, only stopping when the latter eventually passed out. Hey, it was fantastic, Midoriya, manly stuff. Everything hurts. Get moving. At the festival, you told me you wanted to leave your mark. Imagine how fierce you'll appear simply by thwarting everyone's attacks. Why yeah. You are not audible to me. Yes. Izuku got up shakily and balled his fists. That's the spirit, Kirishima laughed.
Let me hear you roar now." In protest, he let out a howl. "Oh no." Midoriya gave a weak roar. "Dude, that was awful. Hurrah." "Oh, roar," I exclaimed. "Ah. That's it. Oh, ah, ah. 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 Quit the fuck up." From the opposite end of the UA gym, Bakugo screamed. Sadly for him, Kaminari did not hear the redhead and greenhead go completely silent. "Dude, you know Eri's here, right?" He gestured to the floating child who was looking curiously at the ash blonde and waiting for Uraraka to play with her. Going pale, Bakugo said, Dude," Kirishima said with a laugh, "you broke Bakubro." "What does that word mean, Miss Uraraka?" Eri asked, turning to face the brunette who was keeping her afloat. "Oh, that word is a bad one. Therefore, you should never say it. You got it exactly right." Uraraka gave herself a mental pat on the back. "However, what does it actually mean?" "Why, Eri." Uraraka's face turned red and began to perspire heavily. "You Deku, want to take over?" I'm not able to. I'm Kirishima, I guess." He gave his training partner a beseeching glance. The redhead had a quick thought. "Well, the break is over. I must therefore strike you once more." "All right. I'm sorry, Uraraka, but I have faith in you." With narrowed eyes, Uraraka said, "I believe Eri can wait for you to finish." "I don't want to interrupt Dekuni's training," the young girl said, nodding. "When he's finished, I'll just ask him." Uraraka grinned triumphantly and turned to face the now perspiring pair. With wide eyes, Kirishima said, "Dude, they're in it for the long haul." Deku looked confused. "I can either explain what that word means, or—" His sentence was completed by Kirishima. "Get beaten into unconsciousness." "A man would face his problems head-on, right?" Izuku asked his friend. Ajiro gave a nod. Izuku inhaled deeply and gritted his teeth before saying, "Then I only have one choice." Izuku wore a full body cast for the remainder of the day because of this. "I still can't believe you let Kirishima wail on you like that," Uraraka said with a laugh. Izuku, recalling the stroke his mother almost suffered when the youngest, Midoriya, proposed with a mouthful of pie, said, "I can't believe Eri asked my mom what it meant at dinner." On a hot Saturday morning, the two of them were jogging along Dagoba Beach to take in the refreshing sea breeze. "How does that feel? That's a new family member all of a sudden." After a brief pause, Uraraka inquired. Izuku thought about the question and said, I guess it's nice. My mom and I have been together for a long time, so it's definitely strange, but everything seems, I don't know, brighter with Eri around." Other than that, he wasn't sure how to express the warmth he experienced with his new sister. Uraraka said in an unusually quiet voice, that sounds really nice." "Hey, are you okay? What was that?" Izuku inquired anxiously. "What? Yes, I'm fine." She forced the broadest smile she could muster onto her face. Regretfully, it also appeared to be the most phony. "Are you certain? Did I say something incorrectly? I apologize for that." She abruptly slowed to a halt, and Izuku followed suit, his face displaying concern. "Damn it, I said something. Fool." Her voice broke as she said, "I think I just miss my family I saw." Izuku scratched the back of his head, searching his mind for consoling words. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to put this on you, but you don't have to apologize," she said with a laugh. She kept her eyes on the ground and rubbed them. "I guess I was just feeling lonely or something. Ya know. It's weird to live by yourself," she said. I know I can't really relate to your situation, and I get that it's probably tough to move here by yourself, but it's not like you're alone." "Huh?" she asked, her eyes a little red. He looked away and stammered, "Well, I mean, you have me." His voice broke on the final word. They both remained silent for a moment. After that, they were giggling uncontrollably. With the laughter so painful, Uraraka clutched her stomach and said, Deku, you're really dorky, no?" After attempting and failing to control his laughter, Izuku said, sorry," and concluded his previous thought. "I mean, you have your friends here. So like Iida and Ashido and Asu. Suyu and Yaoyorozu and Kirishima and—" I got it. Izuku continued, "And if you're ever feeling lonely at your place, just come visit me. Eri would love it and my mom would probably fawn over you like crazy. She could also be crying." She gave him a bright smile and said, "Thanks, no. You're a really good friend." After giving his words some thought, His face flushed. Oh, it's nothing really. I just like it when you smile. Wait, I didn't mean it like that. I mean. I did, but. Not like that, you know, he said. Uraraka, who was blushing and stuttering wildly, wasn't doing much better. She even clamped her hands over her cheeks, which made her begin to float and caused the flusterfest to end abruptly. Let's keep running. Yeah, that sounds good. I didn't know "ya" had an accent. Shut up. As the lunch bell rang, Izuku approached Bakugo, and Eri, who loved everything adorable, left hand in hand with Koda. Hey, Kachan. Wanna do some training later? Izuku asked. Fuck off. Got it. Good talk. The following day at lunch, Izuku said, Hey, Tokoyami. Do you want to train with me later? He rubbed his jaw. Beak, the Birdman said. He pointed to the girl who was now hiding behind Izuku's leg, staring at the feathered student with wide eyes and a deep mixture of fear and curiosity. The proposition is interesting, but I'm not sure if your sister would take kindly. Huh? Eri, what's wrong? I assumed she would be aware of quirk-based mutations, even though I knew she was sheltered. With a look of embarrassment on her face, she gasped and turned away, saying, sorry. The typically grim face of Fumikage softened as he said, It's fine. It happens more than you'd think. Still, she doesn't act like this around Shoji and he's way more intimidating. I'll try to take that as a compliment. Izuku put a comforting hand over Eri's horn, which appeared to have shrunk a bit in recent weeks, and gazed back at her. Sorry, she said softly. You sure you're okay? You can tell me. They had masks. She muttered. They? Izuku went white. She's referring to her captors. Did they wear bird masks? Tokoyami tilted his head. I take it to mean she means a mask that resembles my face? Perhaps a plague mask from the olden days in Europe. Olden days? Hey, I do remember those beak-adorned masks. Wow, Tokoyami. How do you think about that? I often find myself drawn to imagery from that time. So, macabre. Izuku said, You really like that dark stuff, huh? With a nervous laugh. To his host's dismay, Dark Shadow burst out with vigor, saying, You should see him when he reads Edgar Allan Poe. He smiles like it's the Black Friggin' Plague. Fumikage snarled and pushed his sentient quirk back into his body, saying, Get inside. Regretfully, Eri, who was already tense, was unprepared for a jump scare and immediately fled the classroom while screaming. Eri, I'll have to get her. Sorry, Tokoyami. Izuku exclaimed as he hurried out of the classroom, but not before saying, He's grinning at the Black Plague. Iida exhaled deeply. I'm ever so glad you asked me to run with you, Midoriya. It truly makes me feel as if the bond between us is growing stronger and more robust. Izuku responded with a wheeze, his energy depleted by the frantic run he had to make to prevent Iida from disappearing. Since they were at the Ua jogging track, he wasn't even sure how that was possible, but apparently anything was possible with the overly quick, overly sincere class representative. Ha. I see you've already started to push yourself. I'd expect nothing less from someone of your caliber. You continue to inspire me. Either in humility at the compliment or in pain from the burning pain in his lungs, legs, and entire body, Izuku wheezed once more and managed to wave a hand. I see. This must be some new form of breathing to increase lung capacity. Iida's glasses were reflecting the light as he stood. I knew you were seeking advice from our classmates, but to think you're already bettering yourself by implementing them into your everyday workout. Izuku let out a wheeze. Are you doing this every day? Give him one for all, please. Hell, he probably deserves it if he does this every day. Such devotion to your respiratory training. You are clearly superior to me, but I will not give in so easily. Why you? Really? Have the wrong opinion of me. I'm just tired. Iida giggled happily. Such modesty. One day soon, I'll show the world that I can stand amongst you and Bakugo and Todoroki. Todoroki? He received recommendations and placed second in the fitness test, but I haven't really spoken to him. However, his hero costume is a little odd. He replied, Of course. The three of you are probably the most powerful in the class at the moment. Although, you're admittedly more of a glass cannon, but you compensate for that with your intelligence. But why Todoroki? I haven't really seen much of him. How strong is he? Izuku finally got to his feet, his lungs fire fading. Oh, I forgot that you were being healed during his match. During the battle trial, Todoroki instantly froze the entire building and defeated Ojiro and Hagakure. It was quite the spectacle. I instantly, He did that in one move? Izuku asked, his face turning white. Iida replied, it was truly inspiring. But also intimidating. But such feelings can only push me further. Come, Midoriya, the warm-up is over. Warm-up? Squeaked Izuku. After bringing his tail down hard on Midoriya's face and knocking the greenhead to the ground, Ojiro said, oh, was that too fast for you? Sorry. Even though I can keep up with his movements, he moves too quickly for me to react. Izuku spit out whatever blood or saliva was spilled during the attack and shook his head, grinning, saying, nah, that was awesome. And I'm learning a lot from just watching you. To give Izuku time to heal, Ojiro drank some water. You said your quirk lets you mimic movements, right? How does that work? Ojiro asked. He was rubbing his head. It's kinda weird to explain. It's sorta like I just remember some moves really clearly and then when I try to replicate the move, my body sorta clicks into place. Ojiro didn't say anything. I don't really get it, but I guess it'd be like if I tried to tell you what having a tail felt like. Still, I could teach you some basic blocks and grabs if you want something to actually copy. Really? That'd be awesome. Izuku jumped up. But I guess you'd have to watch, so I need someone to perform the moves on. Midoriya, I need your magic eyes. I found a peephole to the girls' locker room and you might be able to see through it. Ojiro raised an eyebrow and grinned slightly as he glanced at Mineta and then at Izuku. With wide eyes, Izuku said, I don't know. Remember what he said to Eri the other day? Quote. Hey, Mineta, can you help us with something? Mina clapped her hands together in rhythm, and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 stop. Midori, she sighed exasperatedly. With an apologetic smile, Izuku stopped the two-step inside, saying, sorry, Ashido. It's embarrassing. What's embarrassing about dancing? Besides, you said you wanted to learn some flips and stuff. So you gotta learn the basics first. But I can just watch you do it once and then it's done. You really don't need to waste your time on me. Oh, so you're going to watch me closely, huh? Gonna pay real close attention to how my body moves. Mina said, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Her voice shifted between sly and sultry with frightening ease. Izuku turned away from his temporary teacher as his face flushed. Well, that's not how IIIW would put it, but, he said. And after you already paid such close attention to me during Aizawa-sensei's exam. Mina approached Izuku slowly, swinging slightly with each step. Izuku's cheeks turned a deeper shade of red than she had previously believed was possible. She dragged a finger down Izuku's cheek and said, oh, that's right, I noticed. And it made me very interested. The greenette's whole body screamed in a deep mingling of cortisol, epinephrine, and a host of other hormones and neurotransmitters telling him to either run or run while screaming. What? He gave a start. Fortunately, her boisterous laughter prevented him from going insane. Man, Midori, you're too much fun. He said. She is aware that there is an extra syllable, I've probably told her this 50 times. But where's the fun in just copying my moves? Nah, I want you to work for them. Besides, it's kinda fun. Looking down, Izuku said, you're right. Of course I am. Now come on and get this two-step. Ashido laughed. Yes, ma'am. Ojiro was the student Izuku most wanted assistance from in class 1A. Next, Sato, then Ashido, then, and so forth. On that list, Aoyama was at the bottom, only due to Mineta's deliberate exclusion. Therefore, it was unexpected when the titular pseudo-Frenchman abruptly dragged him and Kaminari away during free training. Scratching his head nervously, Izuku said, what's going on? Kaminari eyed the isolated corner the three were standing in, oddly out of sight from the rest of the class, and asked, not to be rude but, are you gonna kill us? Je suis da copyright so la copyright but I wanted to bring us three together for a surprise. Said Aoyama with a smug laugh. Kaminari prepared his quirk in case he was correct about Aoyama's motivations. But why? Because we are all the same. We're like les trois mousquetaires. Aoyama, I think that Kaminari and I are still a little lost. Aoyama didn't say anything. Without my dazzling support belt, naval laser would constantly leak out and hurt my stomach. My doctors tell me that my body just isn't suited for my quirk. You two hurt yourselves with your own quirks, too, right? He asked, casting a knowing glance at the other two. Kaminari and Izuku were stunned. Is this the same Aoyama who bought a diamond-infused cape with half the money allocated for the class costume? Do you not like the surprise? Embarrassed by his previous charges, Kaminari rubbed his hair and said, and no, it's great. Just surprising, is all. Aoyama turned to Izuku and said, Verse 3, there's no reason to struggle alone. Otherwise, how could we ever shine? His expression changed to one that was unusually serious. It's because I saw you training so much and becoming impatient. I was afraid of him, but he's genuinely attempting to assist. With a grateful smile, Izuku said, Thank you, Aoyama. This is an awesome surprise. Bien entendu, but the surprise isn't over. We're gonna commemorate the first meeting of Les Trois Casa copyright tears by sharing our feelings. Kaminari, what are you doing to help you sparkle? Well first, I know my French is bad, but I'm pretty sure you made that word up. Debatable but continue. Well, I guess I'm just trying to work on cycling a small amount of electricity through my body so I don't fry my brain or my nerves. Wait a minute, you're spreading your power out, Izuku exclaimed as she suddenly brightened. Surprised, Kaminari continued, well, yay. If I try to focus my electricity in just one body part, I could damage my nerve endings and you saw what happens if I just let loose at full power. Izuku was in full-on rambling mode, but that didn't stop Aoyama from saying. I see. Merci, Kaminari. I find it difficult to control naval lasers' intensity so instead, I prefer to control the duration it's active. Izuku interrupted his digression and asked, does that work? He replied, Evidement. If I only use it for a brief moment, it only hurts the slightest bit. With a maniacal smile, Izuku exclaimed, Whoa, thanks, you guys, I know what I need to do. But we all shared. What a boo, protested Kaminari. Brilliant tears streamed from Aoyama's sparkling eyes as he said, let him go. He's going to sparkle. Seriously, you guys, thanks. Izuku grinned and nodded before he hurried away, leaving the others behind. In that case, let's make friendship bracelets. Why not? As she twirled her bow, Izuku called out to his fellow deputy representative, Hey, Yaoyorozu. What is it, Midoriya? I have a really good idea for my quirk, but I need some help with the logistics of it. Can you help me? Izuku said, gazing at her with unusually excited eyes. She tilted her head. Maybe you should ask Smentos or Ectoplasm. I'm sure they'd be able to help you much better than I could. You're probably the only person who can help me, Izuku said, shaking his head. Momo's face lit up, with gratitude, but she controlled herself before she went, all out. Okay, how about you spar with me and we'll talk it about in the meantime? She said. Deal. Izuku smiled confidently and nodded. 2 days prior to the festival. We're ready. Uraraka, Izuku, and Iida yelled as they took their positions. 13 turned to the rescuers and said, Bakugo, Yaoyorozu, Tokoyami, and Todoroki, you 4 need to save those 3 with the provided materials in a timely manner. Your time starts now. 13 nodded from above the cliff at the USJ landslide zone, saying, Got it. We'll start now. 13 watched the fictitious rescue alongside the other students in a heavily bandaged Aizawa. Let's just blow up the cliff, snarled Bakugo. Wah, are you crazy? Reprimanded Yaoyorozu. Sighing, Tokoyami said, this is about what I expected from you. Fuck off bird brain. Todoroki bent over the rope and stretcher. Yaoyorozu, make a series of pulleys to pull them up. Tokoyami, you go down and use dark shadow to push them up as far as you can. Bakugo, Yaoyorozu and I will pull them up the rest of the way. Tokoyami nodded and expressed gratitude for the hybrid quirk user's decisiveness. Got it. Wait, why am I stuck doing this boring shit? And why the fuck should I listen to you? Protested Bakugo right away. Todoroki looked at him. I don't want to waste any more time than I have to on this exercise. Either help out or get out of the way. Both of you, be quiet. If you can't take this seriously and work together, then why are you even here? We need to cooperate to succeed, in school and in the real world. And besides, first, we need to reassure the victims, said Yaoyorozu before the argument could go any further. As Yaoyorozu called down to the injured students, Todoroki remained silent and the explosive teenager growled but made no further move. Izuku and Uraraka were trying hard not to laugh at Iida's overpowering solemnity from below. Please save us. Uraraka is dying. Help. Tokoyami deadpanned, a little put off by the class rep. Yes, yes, we hear you, Iida. Uraraka's unconscious, yes, Tokoyami said. Izuku raised his eyebrows, but Iida and I are injured so we can't really help you put her on the stretcher. Doesn't matter, I always have help, Tokoyami shrugged. Dark Shadow suddenly appeared, growling and assuming an intimidating stance over the 4 pupils. Does he appear larger? I thought he was about Tokoyami's size. Izuku watched in wonder as the sentient quirk, despite strong opposition, carried the stretcher loaded with Uraraka up the cliffside, pausing roughly 2/3 of the way up, just by the edge of the shadow that cast a dark shadow over the rocky bottom. To Iida's immense relief, the other 2 quickly returned to the cliff. Thank you, heroes, she exclaimed. Uraraka and Izuku couldn't contain their laughter any longer, and they both started laughing at that. Even the solemn Yaoyorozu and stoic Tokoyami grinned at the sight. Now, can someone tell me who the MVP was for this round? Asked 13 as he stood in front of the class once more. To the annoyance of the space hero, no one raised their hand to respond, even though Yaoyorozu was among the participants. It was Bakugo. At least judging by everyone's, reactions, that was unexpected. Bakugo's quirk is ill-suited to an operation like this. The fact that he stayed back and kept out the way by not using his quirk to pull everyone up is proof that he thought about the best way he could help and executed it well. Izuku grinned in response. He may be a bit of an ass, but he's undoubtedly one of the class's smartest individuals. And to think that he would set aside his pretty perhaps Kachan is truly evolving. An hour later, or perhaps not, Bakugo raged at having to cooperate with others for the citywide rescue effort at the ruins zone, while Izuku perspired. The former 2, Uraraka and Mineta, had just been given the role of heroes by 13, while the other 16 students were to hide in the cityscape and act as though they were hurt. It was basically a grade-based version of hide and seek. And fantastic, Uraraka placated, laughing nervously as he stepped in front of Izuku, just in case, saying, Bakugo, let's just try to get along and do our best, huh? Who are you? What? We literally fought each other in the battle trial. We've talked before, she exclaimed, her pride erupting from her poise. I don't think so. Hey, if we have to rescue all the other girls, then we can touch their butts and chests, right? When we carry them, Mineta asked, looking around excitedly as they argued. You're not allowed to carry anyone, Mineta. Izuku shivered, could you even physically carry someone? After giving everyone 5 minutes to hide, 13 gave the order for the hero team to begin the rescue effort. Okay, I can look for everyone with my Sharingan. Once I find someone, we can. Bakugo left his 3 partners behind and blasted off to God knows where, saying, fuck off, I'll do it myself. To be fair, he stuck around a lot longer than I thought he would. He deadpanned, anyways, I was actually gonna suggest we split up once I locate the others. Izuku said, Sharingan, okay, I can see Ojiro in the building right there. Kyoka hiding under that red car. Oh, Todoroki's in the building next door. That's everyone I can see from here, so I guess we just go from there. Uraraka and Mineta nodded in agreement, so Izuku continued his search. They decided to part ways, with Uraraka saving Jiro, Mineta saving Todoroki, how ironic, and Midoriya saving Ojiro. As Uraraka let go of her quirk on the car she lifted off the former, Jiro laughed and said, man, I don't know how you found me. Well, Deku found you with his quirk. I'm actually supposed to look for the others now. Iida yelled, run, and rushed in the direction of the 2 girls. Iida, I found you. Grinned Uraraka, why is he running like that? Run, there's a villain. Iida sprinted after Kyoka and Uraraka, barely escaping the flying rock. The 2 girls went pale as they looked up. The sight of a huge, muscular man wearing a black shirt, camouflage combat pants, and a full-face mask slowly stalking towards them while casually carrying someone's limp form in one hand made Jiro's blood run cold. No freaking way. Todoroki. Uraraka's heart fell as she narrowed her eyes at the unconscious body in the man's grasp. The strongest person in our class. His voice was muffled by the mask, but it was still menacing. Hello children. He raised his free hand and waved it, sending a shockwave that sent the 3 students reeling back. Let's make this as painless as possible. Izuku yelled, guys, what's going on? As he ran to the scene of the commotion and almost passed out when he saw 3 of his classmates battling a monstrously large antagonist. A villain, again, Mineta exclaimed violently.
Sensei, we're under attack, again. Ojiro yelled as he ran to Aizawa and 13. As expected, Aizawa said, sure. Senpai, hissed 13, this is serious. Aizawa sighed and said, oh no. What a mystery this is. And we're completely incapacitated, in a tone that seemed even duller than before. With great enthusiasm, 13 gestured toward the exit, saying, get everyone to escape. You're on your own, unfortunately. As he fled from the teachers, Ojiro said, everyone, head for the exit. Quote. I feel like I'm missing something. As if I'd let you. The villain merely laughed, stomping once and causing the ground to tremble. A huge portion of the ruins zone had been leveled when the dust settled, so, now there's nowhere to hide. Bakugo roared, who's hiding, dipshit? And blasted the villain in the face. But it didn't even cause him to wince. Bakugo blasted out of the way and launched a counterattack when the villain attempted to grab him, saying, hey. You'll have to do better than that. Bakugo snarled, I'll kill this asshole, you hear me? So you extras just get out of my way. In response to the absence of obvious damage, Izuku's expression changed to one of realization. Is he attempting to buy us some time to get away? He has truly changed. Iida yelled at the students gathered, everyone, we can't let Bakugo do this himself while we run. We're all class 1A, right? If we cooperate, we can definitely win, said Yaoyorozu, nodding. The encouragement made everyone smile, and they all braced themselves for combat. Izuku prepared his quirks and rolled his shoulders before saying, Sharingan. The villain is faster than I can keep up with, but he seems familiar. Actually, this energy signature is something I've seen before. As he led 17 students into combat, Iida yelled, let's go. With the authority of a general, the villain smirked at the united front that was on display and turned away from Bakugo. He prepared for yet another powerful stomp. Unfortunately for him, Izuku said, All Might. Which was the last thing he wanted to hear right now. Ignorant of the sweaty, anxious mess in front of them, the students all paused and gazed at the greenette as if he were insane. Asui said, Midoriya, what are you talking about? Ribbit. With my quirk, he looks the same as All Might, Izuku said, pointing to the villain. The villain retaliated by stepping back when Class 1A glared at him and took a few threatening steps in his direction. Bakugo suddenly blasted up and tore off the mask, exposing a blonde face that was both familiar and chiseled. Quote. I am here, All Might said humbly, a little ashamed of being discovered too soon. Looks like the plan didn't work. Todoroki sighed and abruptly moved, releasing himself from All Might's hold and picking himself up. The mighty said, sorry for the deception, but I thought it important that you all have some more experience dealing with villains. Too many of you felt that what happened a few weeks ago was just a freak accident. But spontaneous and unexpected villain attacks are all too standard for a hero. My only hope is that you all learned that. When the hero saw that almost all of the students were giving him hateful looks, he stopped speaking. I'm sorry, he asked. All Might was regarded as everyone's verbal punching bag for the next 5 minutes, until he was reduced to a blithering, broken mess. With a simple sigh, Aizawa said, I knew it. With a sigh of relief, Izuku said, I'm just glad it was a drill and not a real attack. The other pupils paused and grinned a little at this. Yaoyorozu remarked, Midoriya's right. That's something to be happy about. Iida replied, and at least this kept us on our toes before the festival. With a joyful smile, All Might said, Midoriya, my boy. Suddenly, all of the goodwill that had been established was gone. Don't, Midoriya, my boy, U.S. That afternoon, after picking up Eri from Recovery Girls Clinic and checking in on his mentor, who was still in tears, Izuku proceeded to one of the study rooms for a student council meeting. Eri sat in her brother's lap by the Class 1A table and said glumly, Mr. All Might looked really sad. Izuku chuckled nervously, saying, well, he gave us interesting surprise. Although Iida and Yaoyorozu were still furious, they at least refrained from using foul language for the sake of their current companionship. The other 3 members of the student council also did so. Okay, I think we're all here, so why don't we begin? Said an orange-haired girl from Class 1B as the tables were filled. From the Class 1C table, a man with dark eyes and purple hair said, typical hero course. Who made you leader? Hey, what's your damage? You wanna take this outside, Einstein? A Class 1B guy with silver hair,
incredibly thick and prominent lashes, and sharp teeth leapt to his feet. The orange girl waved him down and said, Tetsu, please. Sorry about that. To answer your question, well, nobody. But if you're volunteering, then by all means. The girl sat down, her annoyance subdued gracefully. I'm Hitoshi Shinso. We're from Gen Ed, so we're really only here to see what the fuss is about. And now that I see you, I'm not impressed, said the purple man, shrugging and getting to his feet. Depending on how we do on Friday, the hero department will consider our transfer applications, Shinso said, glancing straight at Class 1A. So none of us are here to make friends or whatever. We're just here to see who we need to beat. He sat down, and the only sound to break the awkward silence was, you're gonna lose. Round 1. Calling it right now. A blonde child with pale blue eyes joked from the 1B table, HMPH. Guess you Class A kids really are as pretentious as you seem. Whatever. That'll just make dealing with you all the sweeter. Huh, who's this punk? Bakugo turned to Izuku and said, cover her ears tightly. When Izuku did as he asked, much to Eri's surprise, Bakugo let loose with his rage, saying, bitch, I'll fucking kill you, you Aryan fuck. You seriously wanna talk all this shit with your smug, sunburns easily looking ass? Come at me motherfucker. I'll fucking vaporize you. Bakugo, stop this at once. This is no way for our treasurer to act. Iida rushed into full Iida mode after pausing for a moment to allow the echo to subside. He bowed to the other tables and said, apologies. Please continue. The orange girl from earlier was able to close her mouth long enough to say, well. I'm, Itsuka Kendo, the class rep. This is Tetsu, our deputy rep. The lovely person to my left is Nito Monoma, our secretary, and the rest of the council fell silent in shock. Bakugo's loud laughter interrupted her. What was his name? Shish, hissed Yaoyorozu. Sorry, our treasurer. His name is Katsuki Bakugo. As the entrance exam tops Carrera, at least in terms of villain points, was recognized by a wide margin, whispers rang out. And this is Tenya Iida, our class representative. Our secretary is Ejiro Kirishima and our historian is Mina Ashido. My name's Momo Yaoyorozu and I'm co-deputy representatives with Izuku Midoriya. She said to the child in the greenette, oh, and this is Eri. You're Izuku Midoriya, top score on the entrance exam. Made Shinso's eyes narrow instantly. Izuku nodded despite shifting back in his chair in response to the unexpected attention. Oh, so you're the one who got injured at USJ. You don't look all that tough. You sure you belong here? Smirked Monoma, the blonde boy from 1B. The recipient was obviously out of context, but Eri would not look at Monoma, instead twitching her thumbs shyly, before a soft, shy voice said, Deku needs the strongest. You babysitting or something? Who let the annoying brat in? Monoma asked Eri with a sly smile. Bakugo snarled, oi, only I can call her a brat. Insult our Midoriya all you want, but nobody messes with Eri. Kirishima said defensively as she stood up. With a knuckle crack, Mina said, I'm going to love this more than I should. I normally wouldn't condone this, but you are out of line, good sir. Iida said, adjusting his glasses. He then rolled up his pants to show off his exhaust ports. Wait, let's keep calm, Kendo said, holding up her hands in a conciliatory manner. Yaoyorozu blushed at her incapacity to use the profanity, but she nodded and said, seriously, we shouldn't resort to violence, even if he is a punk, something. For the second time that day, Izuku was fortunately prepared to calm the crowd by saying, guys, it's fine. Eri, are you okay? I couldn't really hear him. His voice got all nasally, she said, nodding blankly. Oh, Kendo's hand covering his mouth prevented Monoma from erupting, but the Class 1A students sat back down, feeling a little ashamed of their performance. She giggled nervously, I'm really sorry about that. Why don't we continue? This was supposed to be about class intros for the sports festival, right? Izuku was unable to focus on the remaining introductions. Rather, he was preoccupied with thoughts of Shinso and Monoma. I have no idea why they act this way, but I most certainly don't want to lose to them. In any case, I'd like to win. In addition, he considered the two other significant individuals in his life while he gazed at the child in his lap. People are depending on me. Musudafu, Japan, had a sunny and bright Friday morning. The earth was being gently warmed by the May heat, and the air was positively alive. And all throughout that earth, The public was giddy with anticipation for the UA Sports Festival, which was coming up soon. Today is the day. It's finally here after all of my training. Izuku chewed his rice slowly, not feeling particularly hungry. Inko put a comforting hand on his shoulder and said, "Izuku, sweetie. You need your strength, you know. You've barely touched your food." He gave his mother a grateful smile and said, "Yeah, I know. I'm just thinking, is all." She smiled and said, "You know, it's okay to be nervous. I mean, it's the UA Sports Festival. You're amazing just for participating." Izuku chuckled, I know, but I'm not really nervous per se. I mean, it's kinda scary to be on stage in front of the whole world, but I've also been working for this for so long. It's weird, but it's like I'm somewhere between nervous and excited, you know what I mean. But I know you're gonna do your best. Now hurry up and finish so we can go. You too, young lady. Inko deadpanned, laughed shortly after, and said, "Nope." Eri obediently said, "Yes, ma'am." The other two family members cooed as she gobbled up her daily morning apple. I really ought to thank All Might once more for providing them with tickets. When Izuku eventually finished his breakfast and put on his gym uniform, he pondered. Naturally, the Midoriyas were inundated with a constant barrage of, "Hey, good luck," as the train station was crammed with passengers en route to the UA stadiums. "Do your best," and, "We're rooting for ya," were among the words of encouragement they gave Izuku after they saw his gym uniform. To the embarrassment of Midoriya, a few children gathered around him in the middle of the train to hear thrilling tales about UA and his quirk. Eri pouted a little at having Deku knees, attention diverted, but Inko was already on the verge of crying over the attention her son was getting. "Okay, we're supposed to head straight to our seats in the first-year stadium," the family said as they reached the UA gates, forcing them to part ways. Izuku gave a nod. "I think I need to go to the waiting area for students so that we can make our entrance." Cupping her son's cheek with a smile, Inko said, "Hey, try your hardest. We will be rooting for you." After a brief pause, Eri nodded and gave Izuku a leg hug before saying, "Good luck, Deku ni." With a confident smile, Izuku turned to face his family and said, "Thanks. I will see you later." Izuku headed for the student entrance as they left for the stadium entrance, but before he could get past it, a powerful hand cupped his shoulder and said, "Yo, young Midoriya." All am I. His mouth was clamped by another hand. "SSH, hissed All Might, I'm currently very thin." He cautiously observed the bustling crowd surrounding them as he withdrew his hand from Izuku's face. "I apologize. Why have you come here?" "I came to see how you were doing." All Might smiled, likely frightening some children with his skeletal face, and motioned for Izuku to follow him as he led him down the student path. "Thank you, I'm fine. Eri and my mother also thought the tickets were great. Once again, thank you." "It's nothing," he said with a laugh. Still, Recovery Girl persisted. She believed it would benefit young Eri. "Has she improved?" Izuku grinned and nodded, saying, "Yes, she is doing incredibly well. She is also becoming very close to my mother." "Hey, that's good to hear," All Might said, glancing directly at his proto-copyright ga copyright. "How are you doing, though?" "What?" Izuku was surprised. "You think you're prepared for the sports festival?" "Feeling anxious." "Thrilled. Over the past few weeks, we haven't had much time to catch up. Aside from the fact that you traumatized half the class 2 days ago," Izuku laughed sheepishly at the recollection, saying, "I'm feeling good, actually. I was given a time limit of roughly 10 minutes to use the Sharingan continuously." All Might grinned broadly and said, "Hey, that's fantastic news. That would likely assist with some of the initial activities. What about one for all, though? Have you raised your limit in any way?" "Yeah, I can manage about 5% now," Izuku said, nodding. "However, I actually came up with a few really awesome one for all activities. Look, I allowed it Toa. Hey, I think it would be better if you surprised me with this," All Might said, holding up a courteous hand. "Additionally, we've already arrived at your stop." As promised, the pair was in close proximity to the Class 1A waiting area. "Oh," Izuku sighed, looking down, "you know, I haven't forgotten what you requested that I do." "Good man," said All Might, putting a hand on Izuku's head and gently rustling his hair. "I'll be cheering you on." He took his hand off his hand and walked to the teacher's viewing box in the elevator. Izuku grinned, his cheeks flushed, and touched the spot where All Might had tousled his hair. "Deku." "Oh, Yaoyorozu and Kirishima waved to Uraraka from across the table as he called from one of the tables. Hey, Deku smiled back. Do you feel prepared? I thought I was, but man, do I feel nervous now. Uraraka laughed uneasily. Ribbit. Then, you're probably not prepared. Asui. Yaoyorozu reprimanded, be more thoughtful. You have a lot to say. Ribbit. They're both obviously nervous, but they're going to give it their all. Izuku laughed sheepishly at the two sad-looking women's comically dejected expressions. I have some really great friends, don't I? Midoriya. His thoughts were interrupted by a solemn, rather monotonous voice. He pivoted and said, Todoroki. What is going on? With unusual intensity, the taller boy gazed directly into Izuku's eyes and said, it's safe to say that I'm stronger than you. I mean, yeah, what could be wrong? All Might has his sights set on you, and I'm not sure why. Izuku's expression turned completely white. What? Does he have any knowledge of One for All? No, he only has a suspicion, but what? With a sigh, Todoroki said, I won't force you to respond. However, I will defeat you. Kaminari joked, man, you're really in it for Midoriya's blood. The entire class was now paying attention. In response, Todoroki said icily, I'm not here to pretend to make friends. Hey, Todoroki, that is inappropriate. There are two types of behavior, competition and outright hostility, Yaoyorozu stated sharply. After a moment of silence, the dual quirk user sighed and turned away. I should say something, I suppose. Everyone, we're going out first, said the class representative, who was always full of energy, as the door opened wide, unfortunately for the greenette. Come on, did I overlook something? Observing the tense atmosphere, he said. No. As he was leaving, Todoroki ran into him. Everyone ignored that and waited by the stadium entrance, lined up by class number. Yaoyorozu whispered behind Mineta, Midoriya. Are you alright? I'm not sure what's going on with Todoroki. Yeah, I'm fine, Izuku said, nodding with a faint smile. Though I suppose that will have to wait, I really wanted to speak with him. Let's begin the first year without further ado. The stadium's loudspeakers blared out Present Mike's voice. They're the ones to watch this year. Tougher than ever and just out of a villain attack, this hero course is awesome. Taking a collective breath, everyone moved into the sunlight and let themselves be carried away by the applause of the crowd. Wow, there are so many people, Uraraka exclaimed. With all of his previous confidence gone, Izuku squeaked. I don't like this. I wonder where Mom and Eri are. I could probably find them with the Sharingan, but there are so many people that I might burn it out. Wow, they're really getting us excited, Mina said. Recalling the catastrophe that was the student council meeting, Kirishima deadpanned, don't know how that's gonna sit with the other classes. In order to get all of the students to gather around the stage, where an intriguing figure was standing, Present Mike kept calling the other 7 classes. Please consider it for your first year reference, Midnight, the R-rated hero. The title heroine smirked and swung her whip with a deep hip swing, saying, Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A is here to represent the first-year students. Go, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu pushed him in the direction of the stage with a hiss. Buddha but, what? He approached the microphone with timidity after climbing the stairs. I guess it's 'cause Midoriya got first on the entrance exam, Kirishima said, scratching his head. One of the Gen Ed students glared and replied dryly, on the hero course exam. Nobody told me I had to speak. There's so many people. Izuku swallowed. Hello. He muttered into the microphone, inadvertently sending a static whine through the arena. From the announcer's box, Aizawa gripped his ears and said, you know, I don't think I told Midoriya that he was gonna give a speech. The eyes of Present Mike widened, really. The blonde went into hysterics as Aizawa nodded, saying, man, Shota. What a horrible person you are. Well, I have to make a good impression quickly, but this is terrible, people are already getting bored. What do I say? Looks like he wasn't much after all, said Shinso with a sly smile. Dude, isn't this Class A student the best? That must say a lot, doesn't it? Monoma laughed. Just say what you're thinking and get this over with. Say what you wanted to tell Shinso and Monoma, and Todoroki. Izuku took a deep breath, blushing from those remarks and other overheard whispers. I know I probably don't deserve to be up here. Everyone in the audience fell silent and leaned forward. I think the majority of people here are stronger than me. Only because I did well on the entrance exam am I even up here. Yaoyorozu tilted her head and said, he's really being critical of himself, isn't he? He must be playing humble, right? Iida said, placing a hand to his chin. However, everyone is attempting to give it their all and aiming for the top spot. I suppose what I'm trying to say is that I won't fall behind. I'm going to give it my all in an attempt to win. To fairly loud applause and one very loud sob, Izuku bowed and walked off the stage. He met Todoroki's eyes on the steps. I would say that he understood it because they just looked at each other for a moment before nodding and averting their eyes. Deku, that speech was fantastic. Uraraka gave a cheer. Izuku rubbed his head and flushed, saying, why you think so? I'm happy you enjoyed it. Yes, that was really inspiring. Does Iida still make an effort to sound like a typical teenager? Now that the student representative has positively aroused us all, let's dive straight into the first event, Midnight said, clearing her throat. She brandished her whip at a wall, which quickly fell apart to reveal a secret gate. The first event appeared as the screen behind her flashed yellow, the obstacle course. All of you will run 4 kilometers around the stadium perimeter, but be aware of the hazards and traps we have set for you. Go in position now. All of the students prepared to leave by standing just outside the course entrance. Remember, anything is possible as long as you stay on course. Start as soon as the green light appears. I'll finish this in one hit, Todoroki said, cracking his neck and extending his right arm, little waves of mist already forming. A flash of red light appeared. That bastard. He challenged the wrong person. Bakugo clenched his fist and snarled at the hybrid quirk user. The yellow light came on. Izuku stretched and inhaled deeply. All right, this is ideal for my training. I'll do it as soon as the light changes. With the sound of a horn, the light turned green. Everything went to shit in an instant. Oh, Izuku moaned as he struggled to concentrate in the stadium's narrow hallway, which is essentially a bottleneck due to the thronging crowd. However, the majority of the students were trapped when the ground abruptly turned to ice. Hey, what the devil? In a single motion, Todoroki freezes half of the students. Running past the students who were trapped, Todoroki said, so the hall's the first filter, too bad. Todoroki, you're too innocent. Yaoyorozu called as she made a pull to help her get out of range of his attack. As he thundered across the ice field, Bakugo roared, you think it'll be that easy, icy hot. Students emerged from the crowd one by one, each avoiding Todoroki's trap in their own peculiar ways. Ha, puns. Well, running at full speed, Todoroki said, that's more people than I thought. Todoroki. From above, Mineta exclaimed, you think you're so hot. Not at all. I genuinely make an effort to maintain my composure. Stop talking. Take this. Special move. Gra. Mineta was interrupted because a giant metal finger flicked her to oblivion. Robots. Todoroki said, skidding to a stop. There was a sizable army of the tiny robots and about 10 of the enormous zero-pointers. Are these the same robots from the entrance exam? Everyone immediately stopped and thought about how much shit they gave those who took the hero course's exam, and those who took the exam immediately stopped and thought about fleeing. Robo Inferno is the first difficulty. It was becoming increasingly obvious in the stands that the true threat was not enormous robots but rather the possibility of flooding caused by the green-haired mother's tight grip on her white-haired daughter while they watched the race on the big screen. How does that work, genetically? No, those are unbeatable, baby. Please just flee, presumably for her child, she wept. It's all right, Miss Inko. Eri appeased the mother by patting her knees, saying, Deku ni worked really hard for this. After wiping her face and inhaling deeply, she said, you're right, my love. I apologize for becoming so hysterical. The spectators perspired. Who is the grown-up? I suppose it doesn't even matter if you win this round as long as you get to the next one, but I guess it's time to see the fruits of your labors, young Midoriya. All Might grinned from the teacher's box that the Midoriyas were enjoying the festival, but his face hardened when he turned back to the screen. How is this even covered by UA? Yaoyorozu deadpanned while figuring out how to construct a mortar in his head. Izuku spread his feet apart and clenched his fists at his hips, saying, one for all. Phew. Izuku gulped. This is bad. I probably can't beat the zero-pointers without breaking my body. I'll just have to go around. I almost wish there was something better, Todoroki said, putting his hand on the ground and swatting up at an encroaching thwomp, since my old man's watching. A sudden, cold breeze interrupted his focus. Suddenly, a thick layer of ice covered many of the robots, including the zero-pointers, and he flew past the machines without even awe at the absurdity of his achievement. He just defeated them. Come on, a poor sod cried out. As he cleared the obstacle, Todoroki called, I wouldn't. I froze them while they were off balance, so they'd fall. Just as he did, a few of the zero-pointers fell, sprinkling the students with frost and dust. My goodness, he might have taken our lives. Hold on, there's a grave there. Look, not at all. Will anyone die? With a roar and the sound of metal breaking, someone stepped out from beneath one of the fallen bots and said, Really, Todoroki? Only I could have made it through that. With a roar and the sound of metal breaking, someone stepped out from beneath one of the fallen bots and said, Really, Class A? Only I could have made it through that. After exchanging glances, the silver-headed and red-headed man groaned and departed. Really, man? As it is, I already don't stand out. Are you serious? I didn't request to have Mecha Godzilla slam into my head? Man, laughed Kaminari, they're lucky that they can just break through the robots. Pikachu, stop talking. Bakugo roared as he shot himself over the zero-pointers, with Sero and Tokoyami trailing closely behind. Wow. The lead is overwhelming for Class A. What do you think, Eraserhead? Through the speakers, Aizawa's drab voice said, It's not because the other classes are bad or anything. It's because Class A has experienced a fire trial and has lost the ability to pause. As he leapt for a one-pointer, Izuku grinned at the sentiment. These guys are faster than the Sharingan can keep up with, but with 5%. Carolina smash. To find an opening, Izuku leapt forward and delivered a powerful cross-chop that crushed the swift machine. Just like that, a cannon-like sound echoed through the air, and Izuku turned to see a cannon. Yaoyorozu smirked and said, Easy. She turned and fired shot after shot, incapacitating a different zero-pointer each time. Her shirt is open. Izuku removed it despite his blush, but he stopped again when he saw that the head of one of the zero-pointers was drooping forward. Yaoyorozu. I'm working on it. As she struggled to raise the cannon, she called back. Izuku jumped without thinking and smiled, saying, Good thing I came prepared. It won't get there in time. A dazzling burst of light, the scent of ozone, the cry of a falcon, and then the head of the zero-pointer exploded, exposing a very contented Izuku and a hand that was slightly red and steaming. It's not too painful. And now's my chance. He directed the power he had previously stored in one spot around his body, causing his whole body to become outlined in red veins. After landing, he kicked up a tiny cloud of dust, which was abruptly pushed back with a mild shockwave. Izuku was literally glowing, with emerald light rimming his red eyes and green lightning crackling his skin. He grinned and said, One for all. Full cowl. Yes. Indeed. All Might jumped up and down in his seat and cheered. Ectoplasm and Cementos cleared their throats, and the flushed blonde sat back down, trying to gather himself. Ahem. Huh, smirked Yaoyorozu. I wanted to know when you would take those out. I just needed a moment to breathe, Izuku said with a smile. I'll see you at the end. He started running and savored the sensation of his newfound power. He was blocked by a two-pointer and a three-pointer. He tossed them aside without a second's hesitation and continued on, eventually reaching the second obstacle. Try the fall if you considered the last one was simple. The task, which involved tightropes connecting multiple rock pillars across an apparently infinite chasm, overwhelmed Izuku. Deku? Izuku turned to Tsuyu, Mina, and Uraraka and said, Oh hey, and you're all here. Midoriya, you're sparking, Asui said, pointing to him. Ribbit. He realized as he looked down, oh, it's just my new technique, and laughed. That's cool, isn't it? I managed to master my quirk without causing myself any harm. Whoa. You've turned into a glowstick. When Mina's finger caught a stray arc, she yelled and prodded Izuku. Around the halfway point, I can see Todoroki and Kachan. Sorry. He turned back to the chasm. How can we catch up to them? In response, Tsuyu said, It's just a tightrope. She leapt forward and started to drag herself across the rope like a frog. Heh. This is my opportunity. Look closely, all you support companies, said the three Class A students as they turned to face a pink-haired girl dressed in goggles, special boots, and various other equipment, particularly the large ones. She's probably enrolled in the support course. Hey, why do you get to have all those tools? Protested Mina. Not fair. The enigmatic girl gave a cheeky laugh. Hey. After pressing a button on her belt, she released what appeared to be a grappling hook from the device around her torso. For us support course students, We're allowed to use whatever gear we make ourselves to even the odds with you hero kids. This is our greatest opportunity to showcase ourselves in the support course." She laughed when the hook anchored itself to a pillar and dragged her hard toward it, and she turned on her boots, which used fans to propel her upwards, effectively launching her over most of the obstacle in a single shot. "Take a look at my babies. Talk about misplaced equality," Mina moaned. "It takes so much to keep full cal going that I can hardly process the information from the Sharingan." Izuku's sweat dropped. "Mina, I don't think that's ever been a thing." He jumped from rope to rope, depending on the tension to keep him from slipping. "I wish I could think of something else. Just maintain your 5% level. Don't go above 5%. Hold on Toa." Izuku's foot slipped off a rope. "Huh. No, 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 no." He began to topple over. "No, no, 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 damn it." Then he stopped. A gentle voice called from above, "Please be more careful in the future." Suddenly he became aware that he was being pulled up by green vines that were wrapped around his torso. He turned to his savior as soon as he was on level ground and said, "Thanks so much, it's you. I take it you're Shiozaki, the treasurer of Class B." With thorny vines pulling back to her head, she smiled and nodded, saying, "Nice to see you again, Midoriya, and you're welcome, but we really should keep going." Oh, right." He proceeded to cross the ropes, this time with greater caution, but he scolded himself, saying, "Damn it. I'm only in the running because of dumb luck. Now I need to win. Otherwise, how do I know I even deserve this?" Todoroki, who must have been a slow starter, was just finishing up his slide across the last rope in the front lines when he felt a wave of heat behind him. He instinctively ducked, avoiding Bakugo's blast. "Icy hot, damn it, you chose the wrong person to declare war on." Bakugo let out a roar and threw an explosion in the opposite direction, which pushed him forward and stopped the former leader's progress. The sight of Todoroki, son of the number 2 hero Endeavor, controlling a large portion of the race sent the crowd into a frenzy. "Dude, that child is more than just a strong quirk. Observe his perception and athleticism. He would compete with a professional." A certain hero smiled in the stands. Background, the fire in his beard almost dancing as he heard the acclaim, "That's the way." Bakugo from Class A takes the lead right away. Will he keep it, however? Endeavor, the same man, clenched his fist and said, "Shoto," with dangerously hardened eyes. Suddenly, they have reached the last obstacle, the Afghan carpet. "The mines aren't really harmful, but they don't tickle either," Aizawa concluded. "They're already halfway across. I wish I had a panel like in the entrance exam. It would have just blown me up for a boost." Izuku smiled at his joke but continued working. Izuku shook himself free of his nerves at the sight of so many mines and concentrated on his goal. "I still wouldn't be able to avoid the mines with the Sharingan alone, but with full cowl and all of that Ishido training." After combining his 2 quirks and training with the Pinkett, it was almost effortless to jump around the mines. "There is still time for me to catch up. I absolutely must catch on." Bakugo briefly halted his attack on Todoroki in order to examine the source of the sound, and the latter turned away as well, asking, "Deku?" His eyes hardened as he stared at the teenager covered in electricity. "Another power-up, goddammit. I will not lose to you. Both of you." With their attention on him, Izuku remembered what he felt against the Nomu. "I want them to stop. Stop, stop." Deactivating full cowl to focus, Izuku called, "Sharingan." Todoroki and Bakugo instantly seized up, albeit briefly, as his eye itched and he saw the red and black pattern reflected in his opponent's eyes. "Yes, it was successful. I apologize, but I can't disappoint anyone." As Izuku passed them, he suddenly felt his chest lighten. And the leader is Midoriya. Bakugo and Todori are so stunned that they are unable to move at all. What happened, Deku?" Bakugo began to move. "Never thinned. Was that his quirk?" Todoroki asked, jolting out of his reverie. They took off with less than good intentions after realizing they were falling behind. It was not nearly as effective against Nomu, damn it. Izuku reactivated full cowl just in time to see all 3 of them rush out of the minefield and head for the homestretch simultaneously. "Damn it, Deku." Bakugo tried to push back the greenette in the center, who was also occupied avoiding the hybrid quirk wielder's icy blows, by firing explosions at his side. Izuku, remembering his lessons against Ojiro, slapped Todoroki's chin up and instantly pushed his collarbone with both hands, using his right hand. Todoroki bumped into the wall and fell behind, momentarily stunned. "Wait, The three of them entered the tunnel back to the stadium. He then awaited Bakugo's next explosion, which he not only avoided but also managed to grab him by the wrist. With the help of his increased strength and momentum from running non-stop, Izuku leapt into the trapped Bakugo, knocking him down against the wall as the latter simply bounced back into the center of the path, just in time to leave the hall and return to the stadium. And Izuku Midoriya is the first one back. The crowd cheered and confetti fell on the gasping teenager, who was too preoccupied wiping tears from his eyes to notice Todoroki charging in, followed closely by Bakugo. I did it! I did it! He smiled at his beaming mentor as he glanced up at the teacher's box. Eri was actually grinning at him in her lap as he turned to see his mother screaming so loudly from the stands that she made a little geyser. Izuku laughed and waved to his family, saying, "Don't cry. Don't cry, screw it." As he watched the remaining students re-enter the stadium, he simply allowed the tears of triumph to fall. Bakugo rubbed his right arm, which had been grabbed, and turned to face the sobbing wimp. "That's twice now. That little. That won't happen again, ya hear me, Deku?" Todoroki rubbed his head. "I remember only red, but whatever he hit me with totally confused me." "That was fantastic, Deku." When she was done, Uraraka gasped, "You were jumping and all that. Are you certain that your outfit isn't a rabbit, man?" He blushed a little and laughed, "It wasn't much. Why is she always so close?" Iida pouted, saying, "It's unbelievable that I placed 6th in a race of all things. I'm so uncool for that." Uraraka gave him a pat on the back and said, "Well, it could be worse." She gestured to Yaoyorozu, who appeared strangely worn out for someone who had won Aizawa's fitness test. Then everything made sense again as she swiveled to the side. "Well, Mineta, do you need assistance getting off?" Izuku inquired hesitantly. "No, thank you, I have been off a lot of times." "Ha ha ha ha." In a state of absolute bliss, Mineta cackled. "Seriously, Midoriya, use that hand move and just blow him away," moaned Yaoyorozu. Confused, Izuku held up his hands and said, That might kill him, Yaoyorozu." "Yes, astonish me, ha 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 ha, maybe just a little bit." The second event started after Mineta was finally taken off of Yaoyorozu's shirt and a restraining order and therapy were promised. Cavalry combat. Teams of 2 to 4 people form into horse and rider formation and attempt to steal the headbands of their opponents, Midnight declared from the top of the stage. You were all given points based on your performance in the previous event, with last place starting with just 5 points. The points increased in increments of 5. With the point chart displayed on the screen behind her, a cunning smile took over her features. But first place is worth 10 million points. Suddenly, Izuku felt like he had 41 hungry eyes on him. "I've made a terrible mistake. This round is all about comebacks, it's anybody's game. Each team will receive a headband displaying that team's total point value," Midnight said, laughing at the terrified expression on the frontrunner's face. "To maintain your lead, it is your responsibility to obtain as many headbands as possible. You remain in the game even if you fall or lose your headband. The rider must be purposefully removed from another team in order to be disqualified." Bakugo cursed quietly, "Fucking pussies. However, you can do anything else with your quirks. To select teams, you have 15 minutes. Almost immediately, 3 things occurred. First, Todoroki selected 3 of his classmates right away and drew them aside. "The 3 of you make the perfect horse team. Together, we'd have the defense required to maintain our own points as well as a counter to Bakugo's explosions and Midoriya's reflexes." "I understand. So, as the rider, you would use your fire and ice to keep others away?" "No," Todoroki said, his eyes hardened. "I never use my left." He turned to face his beloved father, who was gleaming brightly like a haughty jerk in the stands. Second, Bakugo was inundated with potential teammates who wanted to use his quirk and point value to guarantee their spot in the following round. "Select me, Bakugo." Mina leapt. "You want my strength, don't you?" Sato gave a flex. "What about a little sparkle?" With his stomach still hurting from the race, Aoyama grunted weakly. "Who are you?" Kirishima gave the naive blonde a shoulder clap before the other 3 could yell at him, saying, "Yo, Bakugro, let's go." Bakugo scoffed as he turned to face him, saying, "PSH, strange hair. Your hair and mine aren't all that different. Kirishima, pick your battles. You want to be the rider, don't you? I'm the only one who could be the front runner and ruin your chances." With his curiosity waning, Bakugo was about to turn away when the redhead remarked, "You're after the 10 million, right?" The feisty teenager turned around and said, "You have my attention. It's pretty much a given with me." With a smile that was a dead giveaway of impending genocide, Bakugo said, "All right, Kirishima's front horse. Let's move on to the remaining extras." Izuku was left all alone at 3. No one wants to keep the points for the entire game. What a dumb 10 million. Points are meaningless to me, at least. I suppose I should get along with people. Hey, Ojiro. He approached the martial artist with a lack of confidence, but the artist scooted away. "Hi, Kirishima, Deku, fuck off. Dibs on weird hair is what I called." Izuku attempted, but was unsuccessful, to recruit Ishido or Sato, and Kirishima moaned, "You just said my name right though. Yaoyorozu, Iida, and Kaminari are everywhere. Perhaps they don't have a team. Hey everyone, would anyone like to join forces? Please, 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 say yes." Yes, Kaminari gave a thumbs up. Indeed. However, Todoroki had already inquired. With an apologetic smile, Kaminari clapped the broken Izuku's shoulder and said, "Sorry bro." With a smile, Yaoyorozu said, "Sorry, Midoriya." "Midoriya, you're a great hero and an amazing friend," Iida said, rubbing his head. He looked at Izuku with renewed determination, saying, "I've lost to you 3 times, but seeing you succeed has reminded me that I need to strive for the top as well." "Not anymore. There are others besides Todoroki who view you as a rival." Izuku was left speechless as they left. "I'm happy he views me as a competitor, but who is considering me a friend at this point?" "Deku." He turned to Uraraka, his neck groaning in fear. "Come together, Uraraka." Izuku let out a literal river of tears. "Are you certain? Everyone is attempting to attack me in my foolish arguments." "It's okay," she said with a smile. "Teaming up with friends is preferable, isn't that right?" "Oh no, it's approaching the heart clench. What, your face is just plain ugly." "I apologize," he said, wiping his eyes. "I'm just so happy." Unfortunately, it didn't last. "Come with me, person in first." Huh? Izuku asked, turning to face the speaker. "That girl from earlier is you. Within the support course. What makes her want to work with me?" "My name is Mei Hatsume," she laughed. "Everyone will be watching you if you're in first, even though I don't know you. That implies I'll be the center of attention if I'm with you. That implies that my adorable babies will have to be seen by all the major corporations." "Babies?" Izuku lost it at Hatsume's close proximity, and Uraraka asked. "But you can also use me." Hatsume reached into God knows where and took out a large collection of tools. "I guess she doesn't even notice me. By the way, zoom is my quirk. I can see for up to 5 kilometers with it." "Wow, your quirk is telescopic, but mine allows me to magnify things." "That's really awesome." They already have a friendship. A deep, dreary voice said, "Yo, pink girl." "Yes," Mei said, turning with her usual enigmatic smile. Her smile vanished in an instant. Shinso grinned and said, "Come along with me." Hatsume silently followed him to the spot where Ojiro and a Class B student were standing. "What the devil? Why did she just leave us like that?" Izuku exploded. Inwardly relieved to be free of Hatsume, Uraraka shrugged and said, "Who knows? Now, though, what ought we to do?" Izuku felt a tug at his shirt just in time. "Midoriya, would you like to sparkle? Aoyama, do you have to work together? We." The blonde's lack of options seemed to depress him. Although his quirk makes things more difficult, at least we are friends. Perhaps we can work that out. When Izuku noticed a lone individual loitering, he smiled and said, "Hey, team up with us. There is no more time. Get into formation and grab your headbands. 15 minutes on the clock. Between the 4 of us, we have 10,320 points. If we play this well and can defend the entire game, we win. Uraraka, make us float, right?" "Yes," she said, nodding from the right. "Aoyama, use your naval laser to protect our front." "Hello, Monsieur Tokoyami, you and Dark Shadow cover our blind spots." With a nod, the bird man and his dark avatar said, "Understood." "It's not ideal, but this is pretty damn good." Izuku tied the band around his forehead and said, "Then I'll guard the points and keep track of everyone else." Get started. Izuku was not a moron. He was aware that he was the target of everyone since he was the 10 million point bearer and the winner of the obstacle course. He was aware that he was Iida's target because he routinely performed in the top half of the class, regardless of how often this was the result of chance or luck. He was aware that he was Todoroki's target because he was All Might's somewhat secret pupil. He was aware that Bakugo had targeted him in some way because of his birth. However, did he not anticipate the swarm that was approaching him? The cry of 38 people, "Get the 10 million," swept over Team Midoriya as they anxiously watched every other team rush them from all sides. Fortunately, the number of attackers had little bearing on the plan. Tokoyami, let's go up. On it. Dark Shadow. Tokoyami summoned his sentient quirk, which, primarily because they were light, immediately propelled the whole team upward at high speed. As the group passed over the amazed first-year students, Izuku smiled and said, "Wow. Uraraka, you're the best for making us float." She said, It's nothing, ya know." As her perma blush deepened. "Man, no fair that they can fly. Jiro, get them," roared a topless Hagakure from the ground. The bob-cut rocker complied, her cheeks flushed in rage at her rider's attire. "It's not like you're hiding the headband or anything by being naked," she said, launching her jacks at the floating Team Midoriya. "Incoming," chirped Dark Shadow, and he sprang into motion, knocking the jacks back and continuing to circle the team that was descending slowly. Midoriya smiled. "We have a pretty good formation with Uraraka rendering everyone but herself weightless, Tokoyami and Dark Shadow supporting our rear and sides, and Aoyama providing us with frontal attack and defense." "Tisk, damn it," Jiro swore and pulled her jacks back. "Don't worry, we'll get them next time," Hagakure reassured. With apprehension in his heart, Sato hesitantly questioned, "Hagakure, where's the headband?" Twirling a headband around his finger, Monoma laughed from behind and said, "These Class A kids really need to get better at multitasking." Present Mike yelled, his fists trembling with excitement, and just 2 minutes from the start, the field is complete chaos. Team Midoriya landed with a gentle thud and hurried out of the tumultuous student crowd. "I'm hoping that everyone else will divert their attention for a short while longer. After that, we can." Something flew straight past Izuku's face, breaking his focus. What the he? With his arms encircling his back like a shield, Shoji was charging the team. Midoriya could just make out 2 figures from a narrow opening. Who? Is that permitted at all? The air was filled with the frightfully good-signing voice of UA's resident graphist, Midoriya. "I'm coming for you." A barrage of purple balls headed in the direction of Team Midoriya. Dark Shadow moved swiftly, slapping them away as quickly as he could, avoiding the adhesive effects by utilizing his non-corporeal form. But thanks to a well-timed Sharingan, a renownedly long tongue shot out, almost removing the headband from Midoriya's head. Izuku grabbed the tongue after ducking beneath it. "This is disgusting, I must say." He pulled on the tongue, causing Shoji to yell from behind his barricade, "No ku Midoriya, Ibi." "I apologize, Asui. I suppose she will have a slight lisp for some time. Even if you share the rider's weight, the carrying formation is hardly comfortable, especially on rough ground where weight distribution is crucial." Midoriya, who was sweating and wiping his hands on his pants, gave the order, "Aoyama, can you fire at the ground a bunch? If we make lots of potholes around us, it'll make it difficult for everyone to get close. At least it will buy us some time against everyone else, even though it's not much." Aoyama fired a series of brief bursts of his naval laser at the ground, with Uraraka helpfully pivoting for him as the center of mass of the group. The pseudo-Frenchman twinkled, I'll try not to outshine you 3. In a matter of seconds, the team was surrounded by a 30-foot radius of potholes and foot gaps in the ground. Tokoyami thought about it, I see the point of this strategy, but how effective would it be against someone with greater? Bakugo roared, Deku, as he smashed through the barrier and headed directly for Izuku's head. As Dark Shadow shot forth like a shield, just in time to stop one of Bakugo's explosions, albeit with a shriek, Tokoyami perspired and said, "Mobility." In a frustrated tone, Sero said, "Tisk, damn it, Bakugo. What did I say about blasting off like that?" While he pulled the ashy blonde back onto his, Mina's, and Kirishima's interlocked arms with his tape. "Man, at least give us a heads up when you pull that kinda stuff." Shrugged the redhead. "Man, that was too close." Midoriya sighed with relief. "This is the drawback of this tactic. We can keep everyone at bay and prevent them from ambushing us, but doing so requires us to remain in one place. Man, I wish there was more mobility for us." Uraraka, who was now muttering scripture in Sanskrit to ward off evil, nodded and said, Plus, I think that explosion scared Dark Shadow. She pushed her head in the direction of the cowering spirit. Tokoyami reminded us gravely, sorry, but Dark Shadow doesn't do well against bright lights, remember? That's why you asked us to keep away from Aoyama and his quirk as well. Izuku wiped a little perspiration from his forehead and reassured, I remember. Now that we have the field trap in place, it appears that the majority of the other groups are avoiding us. Now that we're nearly halfway through, we can succeed. Let's check the standings after 7 minutes. 1. Midoriya Team 10,320. 2. Monoma Team 1,355. The Tetsu Team 1,015. 4. The Todoroki Team. What? From where did Team Monoma originate? The Class B blonde boy swiftly grabbed his headband, and Bakugo balled his fists in anger. As he turned to face Team Midoriya, Monoma waved patronizingly at the stunned Team Bakugo, saying, really, Class A. It's almost too easy. I know I said we should keep a low profile, but... Saraba, create some platforms, will ya? Let's obtain the $10 million. Surprised, Ibara looked up, are you certain, Monoma? I mean, you suggested that Class B remain on the sidelines. I mean, why should Class A take all the attention when they're leaving themselves open like that? The blonde shrugged. Saraba used a few quick puffs of solid air to clear a path over the potholes, and Team Monoma rushed forward with little reason to argue. Bakugo, on the other hand, was furious. Fuck that. They took my headband first, and then they went after my kill. Let's kill them, Kirishima. On our left is Midoriya. In a panic, Tokoyami called. The greenette blanched at the sight of his newly crowned, least favorite blonde, and his entourage. Even with the Sharingan, I can't see what they're walking on, but the guy in front with the brown hair exhales at the ground just before they take a step. I'd assume that he has some sort of propulsion quirk, but given that their feet appear to land on something, I'd guess that it's the ability to create platforms out of thin air, which means that he can defend anywhere he can aim his breath, but it also means that his options are limited by how quickly he can exhale. Aoyama, fire straight ahead, said Midoriya after waiting for the front horse to release its breath. Owie. For a brief moment, it appeared as though Team Monoma would have to dodge the attack and lose their momentum when Aoyama swiftly launched a beam just as Saraba built another platform over the potholes. Regretfully, the naval laser dissipated after colliding with an object in midair. What? Izuku began to perspire. Aoyama's attack was precisely timed, and I even used the Sharingan for it. He couldn't have produced an air shield while concentrating on the ground. Saraba, yeah, Monoma cracked his neck and whistled, looks like Midoriya has some good timing. With a sigh of relief, the brunette said, good looking out, Monoma. What? Did Monoma do that? What is his peculiarity? Deku, did you see what he did? Uraraka inquired. It was kinda fuzzy, but I think I saw him, Izuku nodded. Fuckface, oi, Bakugo roared as his team jumped over the stage traps, Deku's mine. And that headband is so. As the other blonde came closer with an explosive ready, Monoma sighed and said, man, Class A's just so predictable. He deflected the blow at the last second and nearly instantly countered with an explosion. Oh, that's enjoyable, Bakugo, that's a nice quirk. Monoma grinned arrogantly and rubbed his hands. What, Bakugo, does he share your quirk? After that final assault, Mina yelled as her team withdrew. Uraraka tilted her head, how is that logical? That guy, the way he blocked Aoyama, how he countered Kachan. Izuku said, clenching his fists. Bakugo roared, bastard, and threw another explosion directly in front of them. However, it made a clear shattering sound when it struck something in the air this time. The solid air again. With an angry realization, Bakugo growled, he's a copycat. Tokoyami suggested, a quirk that lets you copy other quirks. Sounds problematic. Midoriya, I think we should retreat. He also looked at another team that appeared dangerously preoccupied with his own. Sounds good. Uraraka, can you keep up your quirk? Izuku said, nodding. Yes sir, she said with a smile. The team barely escaped their own trap, which was set up by Dark Shadow, before they encountered yet another adversary. Then let's get out of here. Going somewhere, Midoriya? Todoroki asked, his heterochromic eyes narrowing. As one of the Class B students threw a cement-like material at Kirishima's legs, trapping the entire team, Bakugo snarled. Monoma waved to the man with the sand castle for a head, oh hey, Bondo. How's it going? Monoma, With all those headbands, you'll move on for sure. Let some of us have a go. The blonde jerked a thumb in the direction of Team Bakugo and shrugged, saying, sure, why not? Though you're not gonna get anything from this one. I already cleaned them out. Okay. I melted through it. Mina said, rolling his leg in gratitude. Kirishima said, thanks, Mina. Bakugo, what's the move? Bakugo clenched his teeth. I ain't gonna lose to this jackass. I still gotta kill Deku and that half-and-half bastard. Raccoon eyes, lay down some slime in front of us, why don't ya? And weird face, use that tape to pull us towards those Class B bastards. My name's Mina Ashido. The Pinkett snarled as she began to spray some mild acid. And mine's Honta Sero, whatever. As he slid straight for Team Bakugo, Monoma said, oh, looks like the celebrity's coming for blood. Funny though, I thought after last year, you'd be sick of slime. Quote. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this. Bakugo sighed. Kirishima, head smash through whatever walls they put up. Got it. The redhead smiled toothily, hardening his upper body in anticipation of a collision. Bondo backed away from the murderous Team Bakugo and said nervously, I'm gonna leave this to you, Monoma. Man, I really didn't wanna put up with you for this long, but... Monoma sighed, launching a series of explosions at his opponents. I won't deny how much fun this is, he said. You call that an explosion? You're like the rest of your class, just a shittier version of the real thing. He exclaimed when Team Bakugo emerged victorious from the smoke. Kirishima blasted right through the 2 layers of solid air that Monoma and his classmate had formed as a defense. Tisk, Saraba, Monoma commanded. Tape face, on my mark. Bakugo commanded, swinging an explosive haymaker at Monoma. Whoops, sorry to waste your... Monoma defended against the attack by grazing Kirishima at the last second and hardening instantly. Bakugo roared, die, and lowered both hands over Monoma's head. Once more, however, the copycat grew tougher and used both arms to block the attack. Seriously, you just never. Bakugo commanded, now let's kill Deku. As his horses raced for the current winner and he untucked the headbands from Sero's tape. Saraba deadpanned, what? Monoma's mouth fell open. He had that one guy use his tape to remove the headbands from my neck while I was concentrating on Bakugo and my hands were up. After a long period of silence, Kuwaro said, fuck you, Monoma. That one. Monoma. Eri cocked her head as Team Bakugo's name appeared on the scoreboard in place of Team Monoma's. Oh, you met him already? Inko asked, turning to face her daughter. As she nodded, the younger girl said, MMHMM. He had a weird voice and I don't think he liked Deku ni very much. Oh, Inko said, startled, why not? Eri nodded, I don't know, but Baku ni called him, an Aryan, something. As some bystanders stared at her and her daughter, Inko went pale. Sweetie, let's not say that word in public, oh okay. She said. This is awful, now we're totally stuck. As Todoroki completed building a wall of ice, effectively enclosing the 2 teams in a small space near the field boundary, Izuku wiped the perspiration from his brow. Iida, get us in as fast as you can. Kaminari, keep Tokoyami at bay. Yaoyorozu, you distract Midoriya while I get the 10 million. Todoroki rubbed his right arm and exhaled mist. I doubt this will work the first time, but... The 3 horses obeyed without question, with Iida using his engines to provide some much-needed speed and Yaoyorozu and Kaminari using skates to minimize obstacles to the former's motion. Izuku ordered, Tisk, they're not waiting around. Aoyama. Art of seduction. Aoyama moaned as a strong beam sped through the air and struck Iida directly, causing the speedster to skid to a stop and sideways. Sorry, everyone. His naval laser's speed caught me off guard, Iida said, clenching his teeth. Todoroki squinted his eyes and said, it doesn't matter. Just keep trying, just as I had imagined. Without my ice, I can't defend against Aoyama, but that would hinder Iida. Maintaining the attack until he reaches his limit is the best course of action. There were no obvious weak spots on any of them, and Midoriya's Tomo were spinning like a power drill as he said, everyone, try to stay on Todoroki's left side. Furthermore, Kaminari would have plenty of time to zap us and take him out even if we were able to push over with Dark Shadow's assistance because the ice wall is so high. All we need to do is defend with our limited mobility. With a slight pant, Uraraka nodded, Gee got it, Deku. Seeing his teammates panting, Deku said, Uraraka, are you okay? With a forced smile, She said, doing great. Little-winded Saul. Untruthful. She is essentially in charge of keeping us all from floating away because she and Aoyama's belt are the only things holding us down. She would undoubtedly find this challenging. It must also be very difficult for her to maintain her quirk active all the time. Uraraka, if you need to turn your quirk off, go ahead. We only have 3 minutes left anyways. Sorry Deku, but you and Iida, everyone's giving it their all. Like you said, I'm not gonna fall behind. I'm gonna shoot for the win with everything I've got, she said, shaking her head and grinning resolutely. That sounded so much better coming from her, damn it. Gotcha. Izuku grinned back, then returned his focus to his opponents, whose attacks were repeatedly stopped by a weary Aoyama. Todoroki's gaze grew strained. I am keeping to my left of them. Midoriya is aware that I'm not using it, and I'm severely constrained because I can't shoot my ice straight without striking Iida in the face. As Iida regained his composure following yet another unsuccessful attack, Yaoyorozu said, Todoroki, you're trying to wear Aoyama down, yes. The dual quirk user arched an eyebrow, She picks it up quickly. How quickly can you trap them in ice? We need to do something quickly. We don't have time for attrition. Yaoyorozu held up an arm that was glowing. Doesn't matter. They're staying to my left side so I can't. Todoroki shook his head. I'm aware. Use this. From a distance, Izuku's eyes narrowed. Even though I can't hear them, I can still understand what they're saying. How? Just like how we trapped the other teams earlier. Channel your ice through the rod instead, she said, holding out the object she had made, a metal rod. The stoic teenager turned to his opponents and glared as he gripped the metal pole and almost grinned, saying, not bad at all. It's time to wrap this up, Midoriya. Let's go. Izuku's gaze expanded. The Sharingan I have lip-reading skills. And in order to keep from hitting Iida, they will use that stick. Aoyama, Tokoyami, I need you to destroy that rod in Todoroki's hand. They're gonna use it to trap us in ice. With a questioning gaze, Tokoyami asked Izuku, how do you know? The other two appeared unsure, but they complied with the request. Trust me, Dark Shadow was able to jump in and go for the rod because Aoyama's beam missed its target but disrupted Team Todoroki's rhythm. But Kaminari was still on Tokoyami duty, and he repelled the shadowy creature with a sparking hand. Damn it, Izuku cursed up. Right now, a large portion of the ground in front of them was instantly frozen by Todoroki's jamming of the rod into the ground, sparing Iida while still encasing Midoriya's left side in ice. There's nowhere they can go while he's stuck. Iida flexed his legs as hard as he could, realizing the opportunity before him, while Team Midoriya was shocked by their unexpected entrapment. Recipro burst. The engine's flames turned blue, and Team Todoroki shot past Midoriya's in a flash, giving Todoroki the opportunity to quickly grab the headband. As his heart raced with excitement, Present Mike exclaimed, and just like that, Team Todoroki takes first place. What a development. But that was on a different level than anything I've seen, Aizawa said, narrowing his eyes. It looked like Iida suddenly shifted to a higher gear at the last second to take advantage of Team Midoriya's momentary surprise. Is he capable of more than third gear? As All Might watched Team Midoriya drop to 6th place with 0 points, he tightened his hold on his chair. Midoriya, young. Eri shifted uneasily, her heart sinking at her adoptive brother's shocked expression on the stadium jumbotron, while Inko was reflooding the stands with her cries beneath the teacher's box. I didn't even anticipate that was. Izuku turned to Team Todoroki with a horrifying expression and trembled. The Sharingan has occasionally been unable to keep up with someone, but it seemed as though Iida didn't move at all. Iida, what was that at the end? Todoroki asked, letting out a breath he was unaware he was holding and slowly tying the 10 million around his neck while carefully rearranging all of his headbands and turning them around. Iida gasped, sorry for the surprise, but when I saw them trapped, I thought it best to take advantage of the situation. I used my special move to increase my speed to its limit. I'm just glad you were able to grab the headband in that split second. Todoroki glanced down at the faint redness of the metal and the smoking exhaust pipes of Iida. Your quirk, is it good to go? Unfortunately, I'll be down for a few minutes or so. It might go faster if you cool my engines down, though. Thank you. Less than a minute remains. There's no use in doing that. Now it might as well be defense. Anyway, it's just Midoriya. Izuku glanced at his ice-trapped arm before turning to face his weary crew. Aoyama is on the verge of passing out. Uraraka is going to vomit at any moment. Buddhism is causing Dark Shadow to cry. There are just 45 seconds remaining. This is it. His eyes stung with tears, which he tried to suppress while he hung his head. Uraraka yelled, "Come on, everyone. Let's get our points back." A whisper came from Izuku. Uraraka, I should remember that line. Oh I can't stop twinkling now, not after coming so far. Despite my preferences, it'd be a shame for us to give into darkness while we're so close. Izuku clenched his right fist and let out a deep breath. You guys, let's get our headband back. Izuku growled and grunted as he jerked his left arm, concentrating one for all into it. All Todoroki could do was watch as the ice appeared to glow like an emerald before breaking completely, leaving behind only powdery snow and a smoking arm that looked a little raw. How did he do that, Midoriya? Yaoyorozu and Kaminari, keep them back however you can. Izuku smashed his fists together and triggered full cowl, saying, everyone, let's go. Instead, with their eyes practically burning with resolve, Team Midoriya ran full speed toward the disabled Team Todoroki, or stars, if you're Yuga Aoyama. Instinctively, Todoroki leaned back and hovered his hand over his headbands defensively, seeing how determined those guys are, even though they have no chance of winning. Yaoyorozu said, I'll take out their footing and throw them off. Uraraka and Aoyama are exhausted, so it shouldn't be too hard. Kaminari, keep Tokoyami away. He had another staff ready and kept it ready. With his eyes twitching from overusing quirk, Kaminari rubbed the snot from his nose and said, yay. Izuku's eyes weren't spinning aimlessly, though. They will remove the horses. I'll just eliminate them from the equation, then. The Sharingan can tell which headband belongs to which even if Todoroki were to shuffle them. Let go of me. Izuku leapt off the horse's arms like a springboard and headed straight for Todoroki when they instantly let go of him. I'm not even concerned about falling because I'm still under Uraraka's quirk. Did he have to jump at full strength? Hissed Tokoyami. Now Mon arms hurt with Mon's stomach, moaned Aoyama. Uraraka yelled, go Deku, and guided the remaining group to a secure location away from the other team. The greenette shot straight at Todoroki, and his eyes grew wide. Not at all, Yaoyorozu. On it, she made a big paddle out of her arm, but Dark Shadow's claws knocked it away. Izuku sped past Todoroki's left side and put his hand around each of the three headbands around his neck, saying, I told you Todoroki. I'm gonna reach for the top spot with everything I've got. But in that moment, the dual quirk user's left arm and shoulder were engulfed in flames. Surprised, Izuku let go of all three and slammed into the ice wall Todoroki had created earlier, yelling. Izuku yelled, no, as Iida fled as quickly as he could without his quirk. Numb even to the words of Yaoyorozu and Iida, or to Kaminari's, hey, as he held up the 10 million points he retrieved, Todoroki could only gaze in disbelief at the flames on his body. My left side, my promise. He put out the fire and gave Midoriya a poisoned look. Midoriya. Let's go again, but peacefully, said Dark Shadow as he hauled the floating Izuku off the wall and carried him to Team Todoroki at full speed. Yeah, we won't stop until it's over. Izuku nodded, recalling the resolute expressions of his own team. His eyes ached. Whoa, do I have a time limit? It doesn't matter. I must persevere. Deku, half and half. Bakugo roared forward, his hands outstretched menacingly as the ice wall exploded. Izuku roared, Todoroki, as the full cowl's lightning crackled through his body. Time. With the exception of Bakugo's rather loud thud, the stadium fell silent. Then, and that's the end of the cavalry battle. Let's announce the results, was shouted. As Dark Shadow lowered Izuku to the ground, he felt numb. I didn't succeed. In the end, I received 0 points. In first place, Team Todoroki. Todoroki, apparently unhappy with the outcome, sighed and took off his headbands. First of all, does that really mean anything anymore? Had I not used my left, Midoriya would have prevailed. Then in second, we have Team Shinso. As his teammates scratched their heads over what had happened over the past 15 minutes or so, the purple-haired Class C student grinned ominously. Despite Kendo's best efforts, Team Tetsu was too preoccupied with wallowing in grief. Hey, come on, guys. Chin up. As this karmic retribution for taking the short boy's points, Shiozaki moaned, remembering how she had deftly removed Minetta's headband with a vine. In third place, Team Bakugo. I don't know if Mr. Indisputable first place is necessarily happy about that, Kirishima said with a laugh. Bakugo roared, Damn it, as he smashed the earth into dust. Then in fourth, Team Midoriya, with 0 points, which is also the score of all the remaining teams. We have a problem. Alright, I'm calling lunch while midnight and I try to fix this mess. Izuku wanted to cry, but his teammates gave him a back pat. His eyes were watering as he looked at them and said, "Why you guys? I'm really sorry, I thought I could grab them, but I messed up." Dark Shadow would have been able to seize at least one of the headbands if Todoroki hadn't erupted at the last minute, but Tokoyami sighed, "I won't lie, I'm disappointed in the result, but we gave it our all." Uraraka exclaimed, "Yeah, we gave it our all and that's what matters." Despite her frustration, her fists were slightly shaking. Her heart sank with every step they took as they left the field. "Uraraka, would you like to eat together?" Iida gave her a wave. "Also, well done on an exciting match." Uraraka shouted, quickly waving her hands at her friend. "Oh, thanks. You too. But man, I can't believe you could go that fast, Iida. I don't know what happened, you were so quick." "Well, I was saving it to use against Midoriya or Todoroki, so I figured the time was then," Iida said, adjusting his glasses. "Perhaps you'll see it again in the next round." Speaking of Midoriya, where'd Deku go? In a nearby corridor designated staff only, Todoroki was positioned across from Izuku. With trepidation, the greenette said, "So, you wanted to talk. We're gonna miss. You overwhelmed me today, lunch." After examining and clenching his left hand, Todoroki said, "So much so, that I broke my promise." His strength would essentially double if he used his left side. If he had, I most certainly wouldn't have had a chance in the previous round. Why doesn't he, then? When you sailed past me and grabbed those points, I felt that same pressure I did when I saw you at USJ. And the only other time I've felt anything like that was around All Might. Oh no, he is aware. Midoriya, I don't know why you're keeping this a secret, but, Todoroki said, squinting his eyes at Izuku. God forbid, you're All Mights, it's coming. Love child, right, it'd explain why your quirks are the same. Save for the weird eyes. And no, of course he's not my dad. Any brief joy at the thought was swiftly replaced by fear. You think that I'm All Might's illegitimate son? You sure? Then why is he so interested in you? Todoroki asked, turning his head and raising an eyebrow. It's just cause we have similar quirks. Like Asui said on the bus a while ago. I mean, I know this is probably what I'd say if I actually was his illegitimate child, but really I'm not, and it's just because Honda both have a strength quirks and oh my god, this isn't convincing at all. Whatever. Todoroki shook his head incredulously, but he changed the topic, presumably to keep Midoriya from fainting, saying, "You know, Endeavor's my dad." That last statement had a certain bite to it. Izuku, who was already aware of this, nodded. The number 2 hero. Since you're connected to the number 1 hero, that's all the more incentive to demolish you. As Endeavor descended the stairs, he sneezed. He felt his blood boil for a reason other than his flames as he rubbed his nose and thought back to the festival's final 2 events. Shoto, you've been doing this stunt for too long. He inhaled deeply. Relax, Enji. There is no point in getting fired up now. Yo, Endeavor, all I get in this world is suffering. Standing atop the stairs the number 1 hero had just descended, the number 2 hero turned to face him and said, "All Might, HMPH, how symbolic. It's been a long time. How about we get some tea and catch up? You could join us all in the teacher's box. How's that sound?" As he turned back to the rest of the stairs, Endeavor snorted, seriously. As if I'd take time from my life to spend it with you and those washed-up cosplayers. He heard a whooshing sound and saw a big man in a blue suit. Now why so serious? You know who said that quote, right? PSH. No reason to be so cold. I detest this man in every way. I actually wanted to talk about young Todoroki. He was quite impressive for only using his right side. He's clearly well trained. Endeavor's eyes narrowed suspiciously, but he said nothing. I actually wanted some tips on how to best train the next generation, and since you've clearly done such a good job with your son, save it. I'm not here to help you. I'm just here to watch him surpass you. All Might remained silent, but the obvious animosity on Endeavor's face caused a drop of perspiration to fall down his neck. Sure, he's being a brat right now, but he'll come around. And then he'll become the next number 1 hero. That's why he was born, after all. The phrase, DD demolish, made Izuku go pale. Todoroki kept on going, My dad's a bastard in every sense of the word. Once he realized he couldn't beat the symbol of peace, he decided he'd just have to make a hero that could. Quote. Why are you telling me this? He looked down and sighed, his face tensing as if the words themselves hurt. You know what a quirk marriage is? He asked. Izuku nodded reluctantly, remembering the phrase from history class, why yeah. My father found the perfect quirk to match his and started a family with that woman, my mother. My siblings and I are all the result of my dad trying to get that perfect balance between their quirks, just so we could fulfill his ambitions. I hate being a tool for him. After tensing his fists, Todoroki paused to collect himself before saying. You know, I can't remember a time when my mom wasn't crying. Izuku took a sharp breath. After a while, I don't think she could distinguish between my left side and my dad. I guess it makes sense why she'd throw boiling water onto my face. Holy sh**t. So that's why I can't use my left side, his quirk. I have to reach the top using just my right side. Then, I'll have denied him everything. With a sigh, Todoroki said, sorry for dumping that on you. Just know that I'm not gonna make the same mistake again. I'll beat you with just my right side. Izuku was quiet for a while. Quote. I've been helped my entire life. With a curious expression, Todoroki turned around and asked, huh? Izuku was staring him in the face. I mean, I've only gotten here because I had help. And my motivation isn't much compared to yours, but if I don't win, I'm just wasting the efforts of everyone who's ever believed in me. So I can't lose. That's how I'll repay them. Bakugo's eyes widened at the revelation he had just overheard from a nearby hall. Todoroki turned around and nodded, though his eyes appeared to narrow. The first years gathered by the stage for an announcement by midnight following a delectable lunch provided by Lunch Rush, who was somehow a real pro-hero, and a brief moment of hilarity involving the costumes of Class A's females, provided by Mineta and Kaminari. I hope that everyone enjoyed their break, and we're about to get to the recreational activities, but let's talk about the final round before anything else. Midnight played with her flail. Izuku swallowed. The top 16 competitors nearly always compete against one another in round 3. However, given that only 12 individuals genuinely received a score, the top 3 teams, Team Todoroki, Team Shinso, and Team Bakugo, the 12 of you are automatically in the next round. We'll hold the preliminary tournament to decide the next 4 now, said Midnight, brandishing her whip with a sensual hip swing. When the final part of the announcement was processed, the audience suddenly stopped cheering and exclaimed, what? There was a flicker of hope in Midoriya's heart. What was it she said? Midnight smiled and licked her lips sensually. I know this is different from our normal rules, but since all the other teams had 0 points, we're going to let the 2 teams that were last to lose their points fight it out to claim a spot in the finals. The 4 winners from those teams will move on to the 3rd round. Quote. What? Cried Team Tetsu and Team Midoriya. The screen shifted to display timestamps next to each team with 0 points in descending order as Midnight cracked her whip once more. 4. Izuku Team. 050. 5. Tetsu Team. -103. 6. Monoma Team. 106. While normally we wouldn't want to reward failure, we admittedly ran into a logistical error with only 12 finalists. Since these 2 teams lost their points in relatively similar time spans, we'll let them prove how deserving they are to be up here. But then why not just elevate the team to last lose their points instead? Tokoyami asked, holding up his hand. Tetsu roared, only restrained by Itsuka's ironically ironclad grip. Oi! Shut it, you bastard! Logistics aside, this is a school that brings out the best heroes possible. To that end, those of you who haven't quite lived up to our expectations just need to work that much harder to show that you're worthy to stand on this stage. Midnight grinned sadistically, and the students felt the air grow colder. Anyway, we'll get started right away and then give you all another break. The R-rated hero said, nodding as if she hadn't just gone full dominatrix on the first years. Wait. Everyone looked to Ojiro, who had caused the disturbance, and said, I'd like to drop out. Quote. What? Ojiro, what are you doing? You put in a lot of effort for this. Izuku objected, recalling their rigorous training. The cavalry battle, I don't remember it at all. It was his quirk, I'd bet, the martial artist said, glaring down. He must be referring to Shinso. Actually, he had no trouble persuading Hatsume to join his team. I know how important the sports festival is and how dumb I must look to give up a chance like this, but everyone's here because of their strength. So for me to stand on the same stage without even knowing how I got here, that just seems insulting. What are you talking about? If anything, this is your chance to show them what you can really do. Toru said, frantically waving her pom-poms. Mina replied, and by your logic, then I don't even deserve to be here. Ojiro covered his face and shook his head, saying, it's not just that. I have to consider my honor. The girls appeared to accept his choice, but they fell silent. Also, why do you look like cheerleaders? I think I'll withdraw, too. I don't remember anything either. And wouldn't someone who advanced without their own skill be against the rules anyways? Shota, a member of Shinso's team, interrupted. Jesus, these guys are really freaking manly. Kirishima said, breaking down in tears. The pro hero looked at the two withdrawals without showing any emotion, then snapped her whip, saying, how, Nave. I'm incredibly turned on. Bakugo's mouth fell open. The fuck did she just say? Midnight raised her chin. So in that case, we'll have a member from each team replace Shota and Ojiro in the main tournament. So we only need 3 matches to decide the next round. Actually send 2 members from Team Midoriya. All of my team will fight, Tetsu interrupted. Hey, what are you doing? Kendo said, grabbing his collar. Face palming, Awase said, the fuck is your problem? We technically rank lower than them. I don't want any pretense either. Class 1B will prove we belong based on our skills, not some technicality. Midnight gasped, holy crap, I'm so ready to go. I'll allow it. Team Midoriya, choose 2 members to send forward. To Izuku's dismay, Uraraka was at his side in an instant. Deku, you should advance. Uraraka said. Indeed, it was your opening that allowed us to move on, Tokoyami said as well. While nobody sparkles more than I, Monsieur Midoriya was quite luminescent. You guys, Izuku nodded. I appreciate it, but no. Uraraka and Aoyama, you two had to use your quirks to the point of exhaustion. And Kaminari nearly wiped out Dark Shadow. I didn't do anything until the end. 2 of you should go. Dark Shadow and I didn't strain ourselves too much during the cavalry battle. You two move on. Midoriya and I will see you in the Tokoyami side after the other 3 fell silent. Aoyama declared, Uraraka and Tokoyami will move forward. Wagging her whip, Midnight exclaimed, got it. To the astonished Team Midoriya. Sputtered, Aoyama, why? Tokoyami said. I couldn't allow you to shine brighter than I, the blonde said with a wink. Then it's decided. The 3 matchups will, Midnight called, cracking her whip. Wait, the audience practically yelled, come on. As they wanted the boredom to stop. Monoma didn't say anything. Why not give us a shot too? My team was only a few seconds shy of Team Tetsu, and if we send 2 members of our own, then you'll have a proper preliminary tournament bracket of 4x4. What? No, that makes no sense at all. It'll be fine with just 3 match, exclaimed the R-rated heroine. My team consists of only handsome young men with very loose-fitting clothing. Approved. Midnight sighed, her ears bursting with steam. From the announcer's booth, Aizawa whispered, Midnight, I can't back that up. This is already contrived enough. Just do the. His microphone went out. The present mic cleared his throat. Ahem. Sorry about that, folks. Aizawa's mic had some static on it, so I'm taking over for the management. I agree with Midnight completely. Saraba rubbed his head sheepishly and said, well, I suppose then Monoma and I will proceed, mainly because the others are still angry with him. Midnight cracked a grin. Then it's decided. Please turn your attention to the board for the preliminary matchups. After a brief flash, the screen displayed a single-tier bracket with all 8 competitors. 1. The battle between Itsuka Kendo and Tetsu. 2. Kosei Saburaba vs. Yosetsu Awase. 3. Fumikage Tokoyami vs. Yuga Aoyama. 4. Ibara Shiozaki vs. Izuku Midoriya. Smintos made a small battlefield, and Izuku and many of his classmates sat in the grass. The ones I saw on television were much larger and prettier than this one, I swear. His hands were still raw and slightly bloodied from his special move against the 0-pointer and then against Todoroki's ice trap, and he winced as he placed them on the coarse grass. Yaoyorozu held out a little stack of bandages and antiseptic and said, here. The thought of, what? You made this for me, stirred Izuku's heart. I actually brought them with me. I figured something like this would happen. so I thought it best to be prepared, she said, laughing and shaking her head. As he graciously extended his hands for bandaging, Midoriya deadpanned, I don't know if I should be touched or insulted. Midoriya, are you alright? I didn't even notice your injuries. Iida said, glancing over. Oh, damn. Kirishima also popped over, saying, at least it's not as bad as your hand after USJ. That was gross. The recollection made Izuku shudder. Yay, let's try not to do that again. With a bright smile on his animated face, Present Mike roared into the microphone, without further ado, let's get into the first match of the preliminary tournament. With a name as redundant as his role in the plot, it's Tetsu from 1B. Redundant, said the silvery student, who had a tick mark on his forehead as he entered the stage. She's smart, beautiful, powerful, and woefully underdeveloped relative to her potential. Itsuka Kendo also from 1B. Underdeveloped, Kendo moaned as she made her way to the spot opposite her opponent and classmate. Well, the rules are simple. Win by knocking your opponent off the battlefield, rendering them immobile, or forcing them to concede. Of course, you can't kill them, but a little, bruising. Midnight clears her throat from her podium by the small stage and licks her lips before saying, never hurt anyone. A collective groan went up from the audience. That's literally all a bruise does. And since this is just the preliminary tournament, we're also enforcing a time limit. After 5 minutes, we'll stop the battle and decide a winner ourselves. We need to keep things moving, after all. After letting out a breath, Kendo assumed a martial artist stance, keeping her arms close to her torso with her palms open and her feet wide apart. The metallic sheen gleamed in the summer sun as Tetsu merely cracked his knuckles and then his neck before proactively hardening his skin. Izuku got his notepad and pencil ready. She is a martial artist, just like Ojiro, huh? Even though I already used the Sharingan excessively today and have my own match shortly after this, perhaps I should follow some of her movements. And with that, begin, said Midnight, raising her whip and bringing it down with a crack. Sorry, Kendo, but I can't stop here. Tetsu rushed forward at once, raising a steeled fist and bringing it down with enough force to powder concrete. The female, however, deftly avoided the attack and struck Tetsu's exposed chest with a brief palm strike. However, at the last moment, her hand grew until it was bigger than either fighter. Only by digging his steel fingers into the cement ground was Tetsu able to avoid a ring out after the blow sent him flying back. Come here, Kendo said with a sly smile as her hand returned to its normal size. Izuku's eyes widened as he frantically, wow, her quirk is so cool. I wonder if she can enlarge her entire body or just her hands. And can she vary the size or is it like Mount Lady's quirk? Could she potentially increase her maximum size through training? Does enlargement actually increase her strength, or does it just increase the surface area through which a force is applied? And wouldn't a fist that size generate a lot of drag in the... Uraraka asked anxiously, perspiration streaming down her face, Deku. As he became aware that many of the first-year players were looking at him with a mixture of confusion and fear, Izuku blushed, oh. Looking over his shoulder, Yaoyorozu asked, what's in the notebook? Izuku rubbed his head sheepishly and said, it's just some notes on different quirks I see. Kinda lame, I know. As she turned the pages, Yaoyorozu thought, oh wow, these are really detailed. And the drawings are pretty good, too. As all of Class 1A in this. Why didn't I notice how she handled that? Most everyone. I don't think I have anything on Koda. And my info on Todoroki's pretty limited, too. Thinking back to Todoroki's declaration of war earlier that day, Kirishima laughed nervously and said, well, I'm not sure if that's going to change. You really got all the little details right. Nice shading work, he said, glancing at the notebook where Yaoyorozu's page was now open. Mina came over and said, are they really that big? Go you, Yaoyorozu, as her eyes widened and her cheeks turned purple. With an angry flush, Yaoyorozu reflexively closed the notebook and returned it to Midoriya, saying, just promise me that you'll never show that to Mineta. I mean, I won't but, I don't know if that'll stop him. They returned to the fight after a loud clanging noise. Kendo yelled, HYA, as she used her enlarged fist to knock Tetsu into the air. Yes, I do have bruises on my knuckles. With a dull thud, the metal man hit the ground, shattering the cement as it hit it. He stood up slowly, shaking his head to get rid of the lightheadedness, and said, damn, Kendo. For a girl, you're really freaking manly.
Dude, that's totally something I'd say. That's completely unmanly, Kirishima moaned from the side. Sorry Tetsu, but I think I need to finish up. Time's short, remember, Kendo said with an exasperated smile. I was thinking the same thing. The steel user smiled as he abruptly launched himself at full speed in the direction of his opponent. With the intention of slapping her friend out of the ring, Kendo proactively enlarged her hand and said, "Come on." That's too easy. His metallic arms, however, were smashed together and ground against one another. Screech. The terrible screech that Tetsu made everyone in the arena, including Kendo, stop listening. As I had intended, Tetsu grinned and struck Kendo's head with a strong right cross, crumpling the woman in a single blow. Midnight swung her flail down toward Kendo's unconscious body and exclaimed, "Ah, that sound." Kendo is immobile. Mike, the presenter, exclaimed, and the first person to move on to the main tournament is Tetsu. To the cheers of the audience and the triumphant champion. Yes, Tetsu roared triumphantly and wiped tears from his face alternately. According to Kirishima, damn. That was pretty manly. Yaoyorozu whispered to herself, you need some new adjectives. Now for the second match. Once again, it's a Class B battle. First up is, how did he get 10th place on the entrance exam? AKA Yosetsu Awase. Said present Mike after the UA robots pulled Kendo away on a stretcher and Tetsu followed in alarm. The man with the headband glared at the commentator's box as he entered the stage and said, "Fuck off." Quote. Lovely. Then it's the bug-eyed boy wonder, Kosei T. Sabaraba. As he took his place, Sabaraba moaned, "Is that necessary?" "Begin," said Midnight, swinging her flail. Taking a deep breath, Sabaraba released the greatest wall of solid air he could muster, effectively dividing the field in two. "I will simply bide my time until the end of time. They'll have to award me the victory because I trapped Awase." Awase pinched his nose bridge and deadpanned, "You fucking serious?" "Whatever." The taller boy approached the wall with a casual gait and slammed his hand against it. The skin of his palm seemed to be fused to the surface of the air, and then there was a faint glow. Izuku scribbled in his notebook so quickly that the pages began to smoke, and his eyes widened from his skull. "Whoa. That's so cool." Then Awase leapt into the air. He drew his welded arm closer to his body as he touched down. Together with his fall's momentum, Awase produced enough force to break the nearly invisible wall-like glass by drawing its upper half past its elastic limit. Sabaraba stepped back and took a deep breath in preparation before saying, "Tisk." With his knuckles cracked, Awase ran forward, reaching for his classmate's torso with his fingers. Unfortunately for him, Sabaraba quickly created a small wall that was ideally positioned for Awase to painfully slam into. The latter grabbed his bleeding nose and took a step back, scowling, "Sanuvabich. He resembles a more subdued Kachan." Izuku watched with a puzzled grin. Sabaraba wasted no time in jumping onto a solid air platform, followed by another, until he was well above Awase. Then he settled down and unwinded. "At least Monoma and I can agree on the statement, 'Sorry Awase, but I'm fine waiting it out.'" Awase simply gave a headshake. With a startling leap, he was able to touch the underside of Sabaraba's perch. Before his opponent could flee, Awase immediately welded his right fingertips, pulled himself up despite the excruciating pain in his fingers, and wrapped his left hand around his opponent's pant leg. Then he let go of his right hand, anchoring himself in the air with the brunette standing. Awase's eyes were filled with laughter, and Sabaraba's were filled with panic. Awase pulled his enemy off the platform with a powerful yank and a leg swing. Sabaraba fell at an angle and landed painfully on his back on the grassy field, while Awase deactivated his weld and landed in a squat. "Sabaraba is out of bounds," declared Midnight. "And just like that, we have our second winner, Yosetsu Awase," exclaimed present Mike. "What's the point of being here if you're not even gonna fucking try?" The dark-haired boy asked, nodding before turning to face his stunned classmate. Sabaraba looked down in disappointment without replying. "You know, Awase's quirk seems kinda weird, but he's really good with it," Mina said. Kirishima scratched his head at the rather lopsided match and joked, "That or the other guy was just a complete pushover." "Can we have the third match's participants join us?" First up is the guy who probably couldn't actually point out France on a map. It's Yuga Aoyama. With an unabashedly sleek hairstyle, the blonde boy strode onto the stage and said, "Monsieur Mike forgot to mention how dazzling I am."
Through the speakers came Aizawa's monotone droll reply, he definitely didn't. Next is the guy who actually looks like he'd invade France, Nito Monoma. Bakugo's raucous laughter overpowered everything Monoma said as he took the stage. After the two exchanged glares, Monoma grinned arrogantly and strode to the center of the battlefield. Isn't it customary to shake hands with your opponents before a fight? He asked, extending his hand in a friendly gesture. After giving the other blonde a suspicious look, Aoyama threw everything aside to return the gesture, saying, "What manners? A shame I need to best you." Monoma simply grinned, but there was a hint of malice that came through. "The fruit basket is a fucking idiot," Bakugo said with a disgusted expression. Izuku went a little pale. "We can't say that phrase anymore, I believe." "Begin." "Art of seduction," Aoyama exclaimed, pulling his hands over his head and thrusting his stomach out. A powerful blue beam shot out from the crystal on his belt, directly aiming for Monoma's chest. Monoma sidestepped the laser with unexpected speed and grace, then mimicked Aoyama's pose perfectly by placing his hands over his head and saying, "It's all over." He then thrust his stomach forward. One after the other, two things occurred. First, everyone saw that the naval laser was much less effective without the sparkle belt, at least judging from the cloud-like, shimmering blue emission that gently drifted out of Monoma's stomach rather than the earlier concentrated beam. As he attempted to fire again, this time with a powerful flex of his abs, Monoma thought, "What the hell? Maybe I need to push it." Second, Monoma became aware of the negative effects of using naval laser for more than a second, particularly after lunch. Oh no. Monoma's face flushed and he gripped his stomach. Aoyama's eyes sparkled as he gave a knowing smirk. Izuku realized something. No way. Then the odor appeared. Still clutching his stomach, Monoma squeaked, "I'd like to drop out." With a fierce nod and a tight nose pinch, Midnight said, "That's probably for the best." Present Mike muttered, his face shocked. "Aoyama wins. God fucking damn it, that was awesome. I fucking love that French fuck," exclaimed a certain ashy blonde, but there were no applause for the win. "Kachan, you're taking a bit too much pleasure in this." Izuku started to perspire before he realized. Now for the final match of the preliminary tournament. Based on past performance, analysts had him as the predicted winner of the tournament until they saw Todoroki, its Class A's Izuku Midoriya. Izuku got up from the grass and walked onto the stage, gulping. In an attempt to hide his nervousness, he turned to his applauding friends and grinned. He then turned to face his mother and Eri, who were seated in the stands, and smiled once more, eliciting a tear geyser and a proud cry in return. Particularly after that last one, next is the stone-cold assassin from Class B, Ibara Shiozaki. Now let's have a super awesome battle. Despite the applause from her entire class and many other first-year classes, the other greenette turned to the announcer's box and said, "Excuse me, but what do you mean by assassin?" Present Mike waited for an answer. Sorry. I have come here for victory, not to take my opponent's life. And I entered this school only to further myself and become a greater hero, not to cause harm." Shiozaki closed her eyes and spread her arms like a biblical figure. She was surrounded by golden light from the sun. This girl is considered an angel even by God. Midoriya broke out in a sweat. Present Mike swore, rubbing his cheek in shame. I said I was sorry. He said. Pissed. Midoriya. Kaminari. Izuku asked, turning to face the stadium's side and raising an eyebrow. "Dude, she's like, super cute. Put in a good word for me," he said with his signature arrogant, dumb smile, even though the sparkling blonde's cheeks were flushed. I'm about to fight her." Kaminari whimpered. "Dude, come on. All seriously, you won." He scratched his head and said, I'll try, but I don't know when I'll have the chance to." With a quick thumbs up, Kaminari said, "Thanks bro. You're the best wingman I got." The electricity user was interrupted by a sudden jack to the eye. As she pulled the unconscious teenager off the stage, Jiro joked, "Yeesh. Sorry about that, Midoriya. Can't let him out of your sight, you know." Izuku turned back to his opponent, sweat dropped, and saw that she was already grinning softly at him. Hi," Izuku said, "she's adorable. Her eyes resemble Aries in size." "It's good to see you again, Midoriya. I trust you are doing well," Shiozaki said with a slight bow. Oh, yeah, I'm great. Thanks again for earlier, by the way. No way I'd have gotten first if you hadn't saved me." As another jack entered another eye, Kaminari yelled, "Oh come on. You already know her. Dick move, Midori ya. More." Midnight cracked a grin. "Oh, it looks like you two are friends. Good. I love it when things get personal. This woman has problems." Everyone swallowed. "Today is your first real test, young Midoriya. However, I must say that I'm quite eager to watch how you perform. Oh, just look at those thorns. What if that girl has poison ivy?" Inko said, trying not to cry in the stands below before the game even began. With her adoptive mother leaning against her, Eri said, "Deku ni's gonna win, though, right?" Inko glanced at the young girl and said, before grinning with assurance and saying, "Of course. Izuku's a fighter." With a smile of her own, the young girl returned her attention to the battlefield. But what if he gets sporotrichosis? Start. The whip snapped, letting the two contestants get started. Izuku let out a deep breath and exclaimed, "Sharingan." His quirk began to ring, and he assumed the defensive position that Ojiro had taught him. Those vines on her head are controlled by her quirk, as far as I can tell. She has long-range attacks because she can make them grow as well. Additionally, they appear to be covered in thorns, so I should probably refrain from touching them at all. Shiozaki clasped her fingers together and clapped her hands. The vines on her head instantly grew longer and crawled at a considerable pace in Izuku's direction. Not that important, though. One for all. Full cowl. Green lightning crackled across Izuku, and his whole body glowed. With his eyes fixed on his prickly enemy, he ran away from the vines. With his fist drawn back, Izuku charged Shiozaki, only to be struck by a sharp pain in his leg. One of the vines he had previously avoided abruptly veered off course and encircled his ankle. Oh no! Izuku lost his breath as the vine pulled him to his feet and violently whipped him to the ground. He rubbed his shoulder and scowled at the prickly vine on his foot, saying, "OWW." Then it began to spread, first encircling his leg and then, most likely, his whole body. Izuku yelled, "Crap," as he began to claw at the plant wildly. "Hold on, just cut off the origin." Izuku ignored the sharp pain of tightly gripping thorns and swiftly located the spot where the vine first wrapped around his leg, using full cowl's enhanced strength to snap it. With a sigh of relief, he got back up, but a sudden, sharp pain in his leg caused him to collapse once more. Do the vines continue to grow? Shiozaki had a small but assured smile on her face despite having her hands clasped together and her eyes closed. You mean she can remotely control her vines? Izuku tore at the plants over his legs with new vigor, hissing as the skin was torn apart by the unexpectedly sharp barbs. A second vine then violently pulled Izuku to the ground after he felt a bleeding pain in his shoulder. Oh no, I will not be attending the festival if she wraps me up completely. Hurry up, consider. Sweat was streaming down All Might's brow as he gnawed at his fingernails like a chainsaw. Nor was the commentary helpful. Wow, Midori is completely overwhelmed by Shiozaki's quirk. Does he even stand a chance? Midoriya has a bad habit of getting caught up in the moment. And even when he can execute a plan, it'll probably end with him getting injured. Aizawa shrugged, and his tone was almost audible. All Might nervously rubbed his hands together, demonstrating such faith. The stadium turned to the mummified erasure hero and said, but, in particular, the other pro heroes who had never heard their colleagues say that, he's not a complete idiot. Is that all? Almost everyone in the stadium gasped in response to the clumsy praise. With the exception of Present Mike, who put his microphone away to cry as he gazed at his longtime friend. Wow, that was really touching. Aizawa merely shook his head and moaned, I'm surrounded by idiots. He glanced down at the teacher's box and met All Might's eyes, who averted his anxious gaze while whistling, which Aizawa couldn't hear. Yes, that essentially proves it. Izuku was too tense and preoccupied to pay attention to the audience or the commentary. Something must be missing from my life. Since she moves the vines without moving, I am unable to predict where she will move them, and the Sharingan is powerless to assist. I wait. Izuku smiled broadly despite being mostly covered in thorns. Using his thumb to pull his left pinky back, he charged it with one for all until the digit glowed with green lightning and red veins. Simply aim, then, Delaware smash. Izuku used a flick of his pinky to break the bandage around his finger and send a strong stream of air straight at his opponent. As soon as Izuku started talking, Shiozaki's eyes widened and she automatically positioned a wall of vines in front of her. She was sadly knocked onto her back, though not very far, by the air bullet that penetrated the shield. However, She had a very content brunette staring at her when she got to her feet. As he pointed to the vines that had previously ensnared him but were now well out of bounds, he said, "Sorry, but I don't think you can use those anymore." Her control completely collapses when she becomes distracted or moves. I suppose I should just be glad the Delaware smash took her down, even though I wish it had done more.
That was very impressive, Midoriya. But it looks like it came at a cost. Shiozaki pointed to his red, swollen finger after brushing herself off and grinning confidently. He assumed a defensive stance and cupped his hand protectively. Even with the Sharingan, I can't follow her vines once they're out of my line of sight. I must either destroy them or keep them in front of me. Her hair grew longer as she cupped her hands once more, but this time it buried itself in the ground instead of gliding over it.
She is making an effort to conceal the vines from me. With the Sharingan, however, those vines are technically alive. Izuku noticed a number of snake-like objects rapidly scuttling through the concrete as he looked at the ground. "Miami Smash," he said with a sly smile as he raised his arms just as the vines were below him.
Izuku struck the ground with a dual hammer fist, bringing his forearms down so hard that the ground cracked. When the path of her vines was severed, Shiozaki hissed and separated them. "It's this." Izuku rushed towards Shiozaki. After an attack, she always takes a moment to gather herself. I must therefore strike at this moment. Shiozaki was initially stunned, but she soon regained her senses and turned around, clapping her hands again. All around her, a wall of vines a meter thick grew, the thorns pointing ominously outward. Midoriya has a good deal of endurance, as one might expect. I must therefore do as much harm as I can, wherever I can. And it won't be as easy as punching straight through something this thick and all-encompassing. Izuku smiled as he eyed the slightly overkill shield. Now is the ideal moment to demonstrate my training to all might. With his left hand gripping his right wrist, he knelt down after skidding to a stop. His Sharingan began to spin so quickly that it nearly hurt. Since I can only use this for a single instant, I must use the Sharingan to confirm that she is inside her shield, forecast her location while she is still inside it, and determine the best place to attack a dead center. He inhaled deeply and concentrated one for all on the outside of his right hand. As the bandage Yaoyorozu had previously wrapped crumbled, his hand began to glow with green lightning that arced across the ground, creating tiny soot spots. A certain pro-hero felt compelled to salute the stars and stripes after hearing what sounded like multiple eagles crying as they dive-bombed. He could hear some of his friends whispering and the crowd began to murmur to themselves, but he couldn't afford to lose focus. "Breathe, just like I did with Yaoyorozu." Then it was prepared. Izuku drew his arm back, concentrating full cowl in his legs, and the cement cracked under his crackling hand. And he flew, looking more like a lightning bolt than a person. "Take this. Chidori." Izuku pushed the brambles with his right hand, causing them to crumple before he could attack. A cloud of smoke and dust rose as Shiozaki's shield blew apart with a crack like thunder. Bakugo hissed, his eyes wide at the last blow. "What the fuck?" Iida and Uraraka nodded in agreement, their jaws dropping to the ground. The destructive power of that last attack appeared to surprise even Todoroki. Kirishima nodded resolutely. "I don't know what that was, but it was manly as hell. I actually helped him with this one." Yaoyorozu proudly declared. It was the other move Midoriya prepared for the sports festival. Mina questioned, "Really? So how does he do it?" He never told you, did he?" Present Mike said, the dust clouds finally clearing, and it looks like. "Whoa," to break up the conversation. "Shiozaki is unconscious," Midnight said, slapping her whip down on Shiozaki's prone body outside the ring. "Midoriya wins," she said, lifting her whip at Midoriya, who was holding his raw hand gingerly but proudly, judging by the enormous smile on his face. Present Mike yelled, "Look at that! Midoriya just laid down some cage-free, grade A, non-GMO, organic, gluten-free ass kicking," and the audience cheered and applauded. "Mike, there are kids watching. I know what I said. Anyways, with that, we have all the people moving on to the next round, so let's bring out the Jumbotron and see what the bracket's gonna be." As the robots lifted Shiozaki onto a stretcher and transported her to the pop-up clinic, the large screen came to life. Before they began to move around, the names of the 16 participants were displayed on the screen. Meanwhile, Izuku left the stage and went to his companions. "Deku, that was awesome." Uraraka gave him a high five, which made him uncomfortable. "Like a man, ignore the fact that your hand is skinless." "Dude, nice work. You had us worried for a second," he said,
snapping out of his reverie with a slap on the back. Speaking of maleness. Thanks, Kirishima. As Yaoyorozu put it, seriously, Midoriya, that was impressive. Your Chidori looked even stronger than before. I don't believe it's feasible. Well, I couldn't have gotten it down if you hadn't made all those skeets for me to practice against. Izuku glanced at Bakugo, who simply grunted and turned away, and then at Todoroki, who gave him an awkwardly intense look in return. It's done. Here are the match UPS for the third and final round of the first-year stage of the sports festival. Was a welcome reprieve from the situation. Block A. Denki Kaminari vs. Izuku Midoriya. Honta Sero vs. Yosetsu Awase. Tetsu vs. Katsuki Bakugo. Ajiro Kirishima vs. Ochako Uraraka. Block B. Mei Hatsume vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. Tokoyami Fumikage vs. Shinso Hitoshi. Todoroki Shoto vs. Ashido Mina. Yuga Aoyama vs. Tenya Iida. Izuku gulped as he glanced at the bracket. I live in Kachan's block. I might have to go through him if I want to advance to the finals. Todoroki is located in the opposite block. He has a strong chance of winning his division. But he looked closely at the faces and determined expressions of his friends. It may not be that simple. Mua. Recovery Girl's lips pulled away from Izuku's hands, which were glowing a gentle shade of green. To be honest, I'm not sure what you think progress is, but blowing the skin off both of your hands and breaking a finger in a couple of hours is not what I had in mind. As she put fresh bandages on both hands, Izuku laughed sheepishly and a little uneasy. Sorry. I suppose that's to be expected given your mentor, but try to be careful, she said with a sigh and a shake of her head. For today, at the very least. Recall that my quirk depletes my stamina. With a solemn nod, he reclined in bed. She's right, I should probably try to relax as much as possible because the more injuries I sustain, the more I'll need to heal and the more my stamina will run out. The clinic's door flew open, and the burly Midoriya matriarch withdrew, followed closely by an equally alarmed Eri. With a sheepish laugh at Recovery Girl's irritated expression during the outburst, Izuku grinned at his family and said, Hi Mom. Are you hurt? She asked, hurrying to his bedside. Do you feel pain? Are you in need of some juice? Oh, I'm all right. Really, merely taking a short nap. How are you? Don't change the subject, young man, she said, waving his question away. I believe I advised you to exercise greater caution. To be honest, you inherit your father's recklessness more than anything else. Mom, Izuku whined, only to turn his attention once he noticed a small pair of hands tightly gripping the edge of his bed. Laughing at the sight of Eri trying to climb onto it with him, he pulled her up and sat her in his lap. How are you doing? Enjoying yourself? He made her laugh by bopping her nose. Yes, everything is boom and whoosh. She enthusiastically waved her hands around. Izuku gave an enthusiastic nod, saying, You're right. The zoom and the bam, too. Yes, Eri trembled with delight. Is this even still human language? Inko and Recovery Girl both started to perspire. Sorry, but I'm afraid I need you two to leave, the doctor said, clearing her throat. She glared at the male brunette, who gave her a yelp. Given that some people decided a ring out wasn't a good enough way to win, I still have other patients. Of course, Miss Recovery Girl, Inko said, bowing and nodding. I apologize for the interruption. Izuku, good luck with the rest. We'll be observing. Goodbye, Deku ni, Eri said, putting her arms around her savior. After that, she leapt from the bed, grabbed her mother's hand, and walked out of the room. With a smile, Izuku returned to his position. They seem nice. Shiozaki lay down and grinned at him as he leapt to his feet and turned to face the other side of the clinic. Oh no, Izuku waved clumsily, not knowing how to approach the person he had just blown up. Hi. How are you feeling? She asked with a giggle. Well, I'm doing fine. How are you? I'll be alright, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that I've improved. You made a really good move at the end of our battle. Yeah, sorry about that, he said, scratching his head. It didn't really blow up like that, which was not what I expected. It's okay, Shiozaki said with a kind smile. After all, we were rivals. Do whatever it takes to win, don't you? Alright. After an awkward moment of falling back onto his bed, Izuku said, Hey, why did you save me earlier? On the obstacle course. Well, I guess it's because it seemed like the right thing to do, Shiozaki said, raising an eyebrow before raising his head thoughtfully. And at the time, we weren't rivals. At least not directly. He relaxed and nodded. You seem unsatisfied. Izuku snorted and said, I apologize, but I feel like I keep getting by on everyone else's luck or my own on the entrance exam, at USJ, and now here. You know, I just question whether I truly deserve to be up here. Midoriya, I don't know why you would think that, but if you're so concerned with proving yourself, you just proved your abilities in our last match, Shiozaki said quietly, expressing surprise. Being able to collaborate with others, including advancing yourself with their assistance, is a necessary component of being a hero. More than scolding oneself, it's something to celebrate. It was Izuku's turn to look up thoughtfully now. I'm getting farther, with the help of others. He grinned a little and said, thanks, Shiozaki. You deliver some excellent motivational speeches. You really picked a good one, Toshinori, said Recovery Girl, grinning. At least he's getting along with others. Midoriya, shouldn't you be considering your next match? Oh, you're correct. With a characteristic muttering storm, he quickly took out his notebook and turned to Kaminari's entry. Thinking is a silent activity. Right on. The first match will start in 15 minutes. Can we get the first round of participants down to the waiting rooms? Well, I'm off. Wish me luck, everyone. Kaminari said, clenching his knuckles as he rose from the Class A section of the stadium seats. Good luck, Kaminari. Iida smiled politely and bowed. Yaoyorozu encouraged, do your best. With grace. Kirishima gave a thumbs up and smiled, saying, you got this, bro. With his cheeks flushed from the compliment, the electric user grinned and said, aw thanks, you guys. He turned the corner and walked away with a distinct bounce in his step. So who wants to put up some cash? Jiro muttered after waiting until his footsteps stopped. Jiro, betting on our peers is unbecoming of a UA student. Iida exclaimed, leaping to his feet and slamming an offended hand over his equally offended heart. Lighten up, Road Runner. We need something to entertain the rest of us that aren't in the tournament. Still, Jiro, it seems a little rude to bet on our friends like this. Yaoyorozu concluded. In response, Tokoyami said, I'll wager 2,000 yen on Midoriya. Tokoyami, Iida exclaimed as the bird man gave Jiro multiple bills. I'm in need of funds. He simply shrugged. Buster Sword replica, you will be mine. To be honest, we shouldn't support materialism at the expense of our friends, Shoji said, shaking his head. With a smile, Iida gave his friend a clap on his enormous shoulders and said, yes. Thank you, Shoji. Which is why I'll be donating all my winnings to charity. 1,000 yen on Midoriya. Jiro cackled as Iida frantically waved his arms, asking, how could you? Shut the hell up, snarled Bakugo, who hurled a ball of bills directly at Kyoka, striking her in the head. She rubbed her head and glared at the blonde, saying, ow. What the hell, man? 10,000 on Pichu. With wide eyes, Mina exclaimed, wow, even Bakugo's getting in on it. With a whisper as soft as she could manage, Uraraka gave the small musician a single bill and said, for Deku. However, it wasn't quite quiet enough. ET2, Uraraka. Jiro was howling loudly now, and Iida was furious, waving his arms more quickly than his brother could likely do. My entire life savings on Kaminari. Mineta exclaimed as she leapt to her feet holding a sizable bundle of bills. Really, Ribbit? Asui tilted her head, I thought you and Midoriya were friends. No way, he's close to all the girls and not once did he be my wingman. He needs to die, Mineta said, shaking his head so violently that some of his balls fell off. If only you had this kind of passion during gym class. Ribbit. They're both pretty manly, but I'm gonna go with Kaminari. He and I sit together, Kirishima said, reaching into his pockets as Jiro counted out his unexpectedly high bid and Mineta pouted. Kirishima then gave Jiro a 5,000 yen note. With a smile, Aoyama gave Jiro 4 1,000 yen notes and said, I'll put 2,000 on the both of them, we. So why even place a wager? Sweat dropped by the majority of the class. As she finished the pile, Jiro cried out, damn, maybe I should just sneak off with all this. The whole class turned to the wall to the left of their section and almost jumped when they saw Kendo from Class B grinning at them. Whoa, are you guys betting? Iida became excited. Finally, someone responsible. My fellow class representative, surely you can see the moral depravity. Iida gasped and Jiro roared with laughter as Kendo held out her wager, saying, I'll throw 3,000 on Midoriya. Wow, so much for being the better class, right? Right. Ga. Monoma exclaimed as she emerged over the barrier, her smile maniacal. Oh, is Class A gambling? That's against the rules, right? Kendo gave the blonde a firm neck chop before she passed out, saying, I'm sorry about him. He's a bit insecure after his fight. 5,000 on the blonde. Monoma moaned as she weakly presented Kendo with a few bills. Anyone else? Any last takers? Jiro called after completing her total marking. With a sigh, Yaoyorozu handed over more money than the author could have imagined, saying, I'll put my pocket money down. Jiro snapped, this is your pocket money, as his eyes widened in amazement at the unfathomable wealth on exhibit. Yes, I'll wager on Midoriya winning but hurting himself in the process, the taller girl said, blushing but nodding. Ah, come on, protested Mina, you can't put a condition down. Jiro shrugged and said, well, I never said anyone couldn't. I'll allow it. Then let us change our bets. Sorry, no can do. Kirishima sighed, but Midoriya getting injured is like saying Bakugo commit a war crime. The hell does that mean, you unicorn fuck? Yaoyorozu turned to her friend inquisitively and asked, Jiro, are you going to bet on anyone? After shaking her head at the vulgarity of her classmates' antics, she smirked mischievously and said, oh, I did. Trust me, I did. Izuku stretched and leaned back, extending his arms far above his head. All right, I am capable of doing this. I am capable of doing this. Kaminari is the only one. I've already sparred with him. I received my notes. I'm prepared. Aoyama. Yo, young Midoriya, eek. Izuku rolled into a ball on the hall floor, startled that his inner monologue had been abruptly cut off. With a perspiration, All Might said, you know, I really thought we were making progress on the whole jumpy thing. See, 'cause you surprised me. The older man said, dismissively, semantics. Anyways, how are you feeling? While waving his hand. Izuku sighed, same as earlier. I mean, I did everything I could to prepare so. All Might proudly clenched a fist and said, well, you're doing fine from where I'm standing. And that thing you did with One for All. I could barely believe my eyes. Wait, full cowl or the Chidori? His pupil laughed in embarrassment as the symbol of peace exclaimed, both. Really, I could hardly believe my eyes when I saw you running down the obstacle course or when you defeated young Shiozaki. Hey, thanks, I just hope they come in handy against everyone else in the tournament. There are a lot of people I don't have a good strategy against. The mighty replied, well, we'll just deal with that when it comes. And besides, you have bigger fish to fry right now. Young Kaminari's waiting, and after all the work he put into practical training, I dare say he'd be quite the challenge. As he left the hall and entered the field, Izuku waved, all right. See you after the match. But he stopped dead in his tracks and exclaimed, H holy. She it, hissed All Might. The enormous, tiered, and, most importantly, spotless stage with the UA logo displayed on either side had taken the place of the comparatively small and dull concrete field from the preliminary tournament. Standing across from Midnight, Smintos gazed proudly at his creation. He firmly declared, I dare say this is the best one yet. Even the third-year stage wasn't this good. The stadium reverberated with the sound of present mics. All right. Let's get into the first matchup of the third round of the UA Sports Festival first-year stage. Starting on my left, the most shocking thing about this guy is the fact that he made it this far, Class A's Denki Kaminari. The blonde rushed onto the stage, waving enthusiastically to the applauding audience and blowing kisses. He even gave a few women in the audience a wink and a, call me, gesture, which elicited courteous, if not awkward, laughter. Izuku started to perspire. That's a bit much, even though I understand he enjoys looking cool. Then on my right, the only thing more broken than his quirk is his body, Class A's Izuku Midoriya. The greenette waved and grinned at his friends and family as he entered the stage with composure. Uraraka, who had just made it to the stage floor, exclaimed, do your best, Deku. As Yaoyorozu cheered, both of you, fight well. Unfortunately, Iida's quick arm movements drowned out his plea, don't fight. They're all betting on you. Don't condone their behavior. Man, everyone's really pumped, huh? Laughed Kaminari. Yeah, it's the first match after all. Expectations are bound to be high. Gazing at his friend directly down the battlefield, Kaminari smiled and said, then let's give them a good show, right? Ready when you are, Midoriya. Yeah, let's do this. Izuku smiled back and stretched one final time. Oh, these youths are getting me all hot and bothered. Start. Midnight squealed as she observed their interaction from her stand and grabbed her assets in a provocative manner. Kaminari objected, saying, how are we supposed to start after that? Sharingan. Izuku squatted, putting both hands on the ground and assuming a runner's stance. Full cowl, he exclaimed, as green lightning streaked across his body, turning his skin and eyes green and his irises taking on the recognizable red glow of his quirk. People might think I have another quirk if I didn't have the Sharingan active, even though I'd prefer not to use it. However, I don't have to worry about overusing Kaminari because his regular attacks and wind-ups aren't so quick that I truly need to rely on it. In any case, Full Cowl's improved reflexes ought to be sufficient. Let's go. Izuku cocked his arm back and leapt forward quickly. Then, poised to strike his opponent's temple with a forceful blow, he planted his feet directly in front of his wide-eyed opponent. As stated by Ojiro, firmly grounded feet and a powerful hip rotation on the first two knuckles. Detroit Smash. Izuku almost struck Kaminari with his fist, but a blinding flash of light caused every bone in his body to tremble. He was then flung back a few meters. With yellow electricity arcing across his body at a breakneck pace, Kaminari clenched his fist and said, "Tisk. Come on, bro, give me some credit. I got the idea after your fight with my future wife. I call it Cloak of Lightning. Cool, right?" Izuku shook his head, clearly shaken by the shock, and moaned. There's something lovely about the fact that he essentially copied Full Cowl, which I essentially copied from him. Whistling, Kirishima said, "Man, Kaminari looks confident as hell. I give it like 2 minutes before he short-circuits himself." Jiro laughed. Bakugo muttered, "Doubt the fight will last that long. Hey, give Deku more credit than that." Uraraka turned to face him, offended, but she hesitated when she felt a hand on her shoulder. In a serious tone, Yaoyorozu said, "He's actually not wrong." "Oh, this is getting good now," Mina squealed. While his reasoning might be skewed to say the least, Bakugo might be correct. The woman with raven hair clarified, Kaminari's new move renders physical attacks useless, or at the very least, dangerous to perform. With a grimace, Tokoyami said, "And Midoriya's a close-range fighter, through and through." "Well, not entirely." The tallest girl smiled slightly and said, "Midoriya has one ranged attack." Uraraka struck her palm with a fist like a gavel, saying, "Ooh. His Delaware Smash thing, right? That's the one." Scratching his chin, Iida said, "But that move also damages Midoriya." "I'm pretty sure Yaoyorozu just wants him to use it so she can win the bet," the Birdman said with a sly smile. What?" she asked, turning to face Tokoyami with a panicked and angry look on her face. "Oh, of course I don't want that. I'm just listing Midoriya's options, yeah," she said, nodding to no one. "You are a poor, horrible liar." Yaoyorozu, innocently, supported her classmates as the other students perspired. With his thumb drawing the digit back in preparation, Izuku slowly pointed his index finger at Kaminari. "My only option is to use a wind blast to force him out of the ring if I am unable to touch him." The green and red veins ran across his finger as he charged one for all. Kaminari began to perspire at his opponent's posture and resolute look. "This is my opportunity. Burning. ... The intense glow faded as Izuku let out a sigh and relaxed his hands. "I can't continue to injure myself in order to prevail in battles. If every time I encounter a roadblock, I continue to default to 100%, what good is having Full Cowl? To win, I have to use what my body can sustain. Let's consider this. Full Cowl will not work. Chidori hurts me and could kill Kaminari. To be honest, I don't need it to counter Kaminari, Sharingan. I don't have anything that would give me a clear advantage. How am I going to defeat him without going awry? The inability to strike him is more annoying than the fucking Nomu, Then Izuku's mind ignited, and he smiled broadly. Of course, why hadn't I considered giving that a try? Hey, Kaminari. The blonde stiffened and met Izuku's gaze, but he still grinned amiably and asked, "What's up?" "He hasn't moved much since I knocked him back. This is something I truly have under control." Izuku simply opened his eyes as wide as he could and smiled. "I want you to deactivate your Cloak of Lightning. Disable it. Switch it off. Switch it off." When Kaminari saw the familiar ring of Izuku's quirk, her eyes suddenly became red, and two tomo circled the pupil. Indeed, you got it. Similarly to Nomu, with the reflected Sharingan disappearing from his irises, Kaminari tilted his head in bewilderment and asked, "Huh? Why would I do that? How bad did that zing get you, bro?" What? It worked, right? Izuku exclaimed, his mouth dropping. Kaminari smiled and threw his hands down, sending a wave of electricity into the ground. Man, I really did fry your brain, didn't I? Let me jumpstart it then. Indiscriminate shock, he said. Along its destructive path, the cement was cracked as the yellow lightning passed through it. Shit, Izuku jumped in an attempt to evade the attack, but it was too late. His still grounded feet were struck by lightning, which traveled through the greenet at the speed of, well, lightning. With a moan, he fell back, smoke rising from the spot on his leg where the bolt had hit him. Well, that didn't work out as planned. Though I suppose that makes sense given his ego. I didn't expect him to get all cocky and launch an attack like that. With his eye twitching a little, Kaminari stammered, "JG's, Midoriya. I feel kinda bad now." Izuku stood back up, groaning as his joints creaked painfully, and then he had an almost euphoric joy from another thought. Nomu was essentially a shell. It showed very little intelligence. Therefore, this is the ideal matchup to win. Complete confidence filled Izuku for the first time in a long time, if at all. "I'm still standing, aren't I?" he asked Kaminari with an equally assured smile. Looks like I knocked a few screws loose, Midoriya." The blonde simply shook his head as the cloak of lightning crackled menacingly around him. Izuku abruptly ran to the side and swiped down at his opponent, asking, "But how well can it defend against this?" From the outstretched limb came a slight shockwave that slapped Kaminari's head back. The cloak of lightning disappeared in that moment. With his tomo spinning so quickly that he could almost feel them burning, Izuku exclaimed, "Here I go." As his quirk went into overdrive to get his timing just right. "Missouri smash," he said, leaping forward from his place on Kaminari's side and delivering a forceful chop to the back of his head. Kaminari's eyes popped out of his skull in agony, and he gasped. He instinctively unleashed a fierce blast of lightning from all sides, hitting Midoriya this time in the chest before he collapsed to his knees to recuperate. Midoriya, that was uncool. Ooh no. Kaminari shook his head to get his thoughts straight, but his opponent was delighted by his clumsy attempt at speech. Izuku grinned and stood back up, massaging his sore chest. "This is my opportunity." As before, Izuku fixed his eyes on his opponents until his Sharingan was filled with a familiar warmth that was now mirrored in Kaminari's eyes. "Turn off your cloak of lightning." The electricity pulsing through Kaminari's body stopped when he nodded. Izuku gave a mental cheer. Indeed, it was successful. He is unable to withstand the Sharingan when his brain short-circuits. Wow, Kaminari turned off his quirk. Wonder what that's about. Any commentary, Eraser. He has no self-control with his electricity. He's an idiot. As their teacher said harshly, Kirishima laughed and said, "Man, Aizawa-sensei really doesn't hold back." Bakugo grumbled, "It's Pichu's fault. Dumbass had a good move, but he got cocky. Keep that shit in check." Jiro deadpanned, "Like you're one to talk. I'll fucking kill you. Really? Why do I not use my quirk? Hurry up. He's on his way. Why am I unable to use it? Why won't my body listen to me, damn it? Here, I don't want to lose. Not in this manner. It's really uncool. Cool guys are meant to clean up after everyone else, right? Everything should be simple, right? This is quite challenging. Am I boring? Maybe I'm not cool. I am humorous, am I not? But no one actually laughs with me. But I'm strong. But without Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, I was powerless at USJ. I must be intelligent. I won't even attempt to defend it. I mean, I really am awful, am I not? I might as well let Midoriya win. There he is. Directly before me. I'll be unconscious in 2 seconds. What would he do? Izuku prepared to slam his knuckles into his opponent's temples by cocking his fist back. I triumph. Then, for the millionth time, Midoriya was flung back when there was another burst of light. Kaminari's eyes gradually returned to their natural color as he moaned and violently shook his head. Slowly, he grinned and said, Man, that was Westway Road. Did he escape the Sharingan? I'm almost out of juice. I'm a goo out with a bong." The blonde exhaled deeply, his hair standing up like another certain golden-haired anime character as electricity crackled across his fingertips. Izuku let out a long breath and braced himself. I win if I can just stay away from this. However, you will lose and disappoint everyone if you are struck again. ... Izuku's inner monologue, thank you for the vote of confidence. Izuku's other inner monologue, thank you. A mental breakdown is not necessary at this time. Taki this. Kaminari thundered so loudly that the air itself vibrated, his eyes glazed over as he unleashed a dazzling amount of electricity into the battlefield. Izuku had to instinctively turn away from the lightning because it was so blinding. Whoa, Chidori, was the first thing that sprang to mind as Izuku panicked. A sound akin to a raptor's cry pierced Kaminari's attack, causing its thunderous roar to abruptly fade. A brilliant flash appeared, and then vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Izuku's hand was smoking as he panted heavily. He slowly turned his head left and gazed at a dark patch of soot on the floor. Did I just? Midoriya deflected a bolt of lightning. Holy foo. The children, Mike. After giving the black mark a blank stare, Kaminari turned to face his opponent and gave him a way. Thumbs up. Then he fell back, never to be seen again. Kaminari is unconscious. Midnight yelled from the podium, cracking her whip. The winner of the first matchup is Izuku Midoriya, exclaimed the present Mike with delight. Class A's joyousness was distinctly divided. Bakugo roared and slammed his head against the concrete walls, saying, damn it damn it damn it. Uraraka exclaimed, yes, as she looked forward to getting all of her winnings, her eyes welling with tears. Jiro simply grinned as she took out the bundle of cash and then put it in her pocket again. It would have been an understatement to claim that the expressions of everyone else were invaluable. Uraraka begged, but, Jiro. Izuku won. Tokoyami and Shoji gazed at him with twitching eyes. Presenting himself, Yaoyorozu said, technically, I was the most correct given my prediction. The punk girl's eyes glowed mischievously as she asked, were you? While holding up a piece of paper for her class to read. Jamming Wei will lose his shit first, but Midoriya will win and inflict pain on himself in the process. Jamming Wei, L lose his shit. With a smile, Jiro returned the paper to her pocket and said, what can I say? I'm just craftier than everyone else. Uraraka screamed, let's kill her, and eagerly clawed at Jiro, only restrained by a terrified Iida. No, Uraraka dono, you mate. As he and his student walked out of the infirmary, All Might remarked dryly, well that was interesting. After being repeatedly beaten by Recovery Girl, Izuku rubbed his head and said, it's not like I could help it. Kaminari shoots lightning from his fingertips. It's only natural that I'd get some burns. Hey, well, Recovery Girl's always frustrated with the sports festival, so don't take it personally. Although I am a little curious why you kept getting shocked if you could have just deflected the lightning in the first place. Izuku waved his hands defensively and said, hey, wait. I didn't know I could do that. Instead. Really, that would have been one of the first things I tried. Izuku looked down and sighed, but. Sorry. All Might exclaimed, you're so fun to tease, young Midoriya. And started laughing uncontrollably. Midoriya pouted back, well that was just uncalled for. The skinny man pointed to the stairwell in the Class 1A section and said, sorry. Hey, anyways, you should get back to your friends in the class booth. Young Sero's match is about to begin and I'm sure you're curious about who your next opponent will be. Right, see you, all. SSH. All Might yelled, gesturing to those in their immediate vicinity. Before he could possibly reveal his mentor's secret for the 12th time, Izuku sprinted down the stairs and exclaimed, alright. Mina told the greenette, yo, Midori's back, as he made his way to the front row. After turning to face their friend, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Iida pointed to a vacant seat between them and Jiro. Congrats, Deku. Well done, Midoriya. Midoriya, the others placed wagers on your match. I found it incredibly disrespectful, but I was unfortunately alone in my. Izuku sat down and Kirishima gave him a pat on the back, saying, hey, good stuff out there, bro. Jiro fanned herself with an incredibly large stack of yen and snickered, really good stuff. Thanks, you guys. So, is the match about to start? I guess that answers that. Awase stood serenely across from a similarly composed Sero on the reconstructed battlefield below. While the latter stretched his body out, the former was curiously kicking off his shoes. Before quickly launching a line of tape, Sero cracked his knuckles and said, "You know, I really don't care if I win. But I don't want to lose either." The white tape, obviously influenced by Aizawa, wound itself around Awase's torso. Sero then began spinning and pulling his tape back towards him, but he was stopped by the unexpected resistance and fell. Sero pulled at the tape and said, "What the hell? Why isn't it moving?" But Awase was hardly moving. Awase's slight forward lean was the only sign that the Class A student was pulling at all, but it seemed as though he was supported by his feet. Awase used his quirk to instantly fuse his soles to the concrete. Looks like Sero's strategy fell flatter than his nose. "Mike, I'm pretty sure that's mildly racist. The operative word there is, mildly, my dear, innocent eraserhead." After cutting his tape and sighing, Sero grinned and said, "Well, at least you can't move now. Doesn't that mean I win?" Before sprinting ahead, Awase's feet glowed and he exclaimed, "I can still move my legs, dipshit." With another grunt, Sero hurled a stream of tape, this time targeting his opponent's legs. Awase, however, swiftly sidestepped the assault and stomped the tape down, using his toes to fuse it to the cement. Then he used his shoulder to beat Sero to the ground and his bare hands to press the latter's arm to the floor. "Whoa, that's weird," said Sero, his eyes wide. In a grotesque way, the skin of his forearms seemed to blend in perfectly with the cement. Awase pressed Sero's pants against the floor and fused them as well, saying, "Next time, wrap up the hands properly." He then fused Sero's other arm to his shirt with his foot, trapping the tape user in the process. "You're not even trying to resist." He laughed. "Well, like I said, I don't really wanna win either." "He's actually immobile, right?" Awase asked, turning to face Midnight, after simply shaking his head. "Oh, sweet bondage, I can't wait until you're 18, was the R-rated heroine's lip-licking statement. With a reflexive step back, Awase said, "Stay the fuck away from me, lady." She squealed as she shivered, "Oh, berate me more. Midnight, can you stop getting aroused by children?" On international television. Before snapping her whip, the heroine cleared her throat and said, "I promise nothing." Sero is unable to move. Awase is the winner. Honestly, after the first match, this feels somewhat anticlimactic. But the next match is sure to be varied and exciting. As he watched the umpteenth minute of Bakugo and Tetsu's match, Mike moaned, "I might have spoke too soon. It's literally a fight between an unstoppable force and an immovable object. How is it so ungodly boring?" said Aizawa, shaking his head in disappointment. "Ha ha ha, this is incredible," Bakugo exclaimed with delight as he bombarded the metal man with explosion after explosion. "Finally, a man that can stand up to me. I'm calling it now. You're my rival." Tetsu appeared equally delighted. He was blasted back by another explosion, but he dismissed it and charged once more. A long time had passed since this cycle began. A very long time. Seriously, I should be down there fighting Bakugo. I'm his real rival. Kirishima smashed his head against the wall in the class stands. Mina sighed, "I don't know, Kiri. It'd probably be just as boring if you were fighting Bakugo." "How could you say that? I'm way more interesting than Tetsu 4 over there. We're not even comparable," he said, turning to his childhood friend while crying. Tetsu roared from the battlefield below, "Oh god. This is so manly." As Kirishima sobbed in a corner, he choked. "I hate this stupid festival. Hey, lighten up, horn buddy. You get to fight Uraraka and that's def gonna be interesting. Hey, speaking of Uraraka, where is she? Ow ow ow." Izuku tapped Uraraka's back quickly while she twisted his arm and pinned him to the waiting room floor. Iida perspired at his friend's swollen eyes and said, "Uraraka, I think that means he gives up." Uraraka eased her hold and lifted her opponent off the ground, saying, "Hey, sorry about that, Deku. I just wanted to make sure my moves were sharp before the match." "Man, I can't believe Ojiro even knew anything that brutal," Izuku moaned, massaging his shoulders. "But it's really amazing that you got it down so perfectly, Uraraka." "It's nothing," she said, blushing at the compliment. "Well, it's not nothing, Uraraka. High-level martial arts like that normally takes years of training. You seem to have a serious talent for it though," Iida assuredly said. "Geez, y'all gonna make me embarrassed." She laughed sheepishly. "I just saw how hard everyone was training and thought I should work hard too, ya know." She reminisced about the times she had witnessed the Greenette working out at school, sparring with classmates, and discussing ways to improve himself with almost everyone. Is it really possible for me to match his level of dedication? There's only one way to truly know, I suppose. The three of them kept talking until Bakugo finally knocked out Tetsu, at which point Present Mike called Uraraka out. Good luck, we're rooting for you, do your best, Uraraka. Before leaving the concrete hallway and heading into the sunny field, she gave her friends a wave. She let out a long breath and entered the battlefield across from Kirishima. She was acutely aware of Present Mike's remarks, which were probably demeaning, but she suppressed them because she was too nervous. She ran forward as soon as the word, "Start," was called, her heart thumping so loudly that she could hear it in her ears. The city of Hosu. I've got to pick up the pace, man. I will be absent from Tenya's upcoming match. I'm wondering how he's doing because I already had to skip my morning jog. I can't worry about that right now, Focus on the numerous reports from the past hour. To the admiration of those below, the turbo hero, Ingenium leapt up and over buildings in his gleaming armor on a sunny city day. However, Tensai Iida was on patrol for a disturbingly somber reason, despite the city's cheerful atmosphere. More than a dozen heroes have died. More than 20 were disabled. And he's undoubtedly in Hosu somewhere. The only query is, where? With the engines in his arms driving him at breakneck speed, Ingenium landed on an empty street and took off, saying, Squad A, go north. Squad B, check the west side. Then he felt a chill run down his spine and saw a flash of movement on the side. I've found him, Ingenium said, skidding to a stop, scaling a building, and then tumbling into an alley while turning on his intercom. A figure crouched in the dark across the dim alley, his eyes gleaming wickedly as the only indication of life. His hands were as red as the blood on them. It's the hero killer. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Present Mike flinched as Kirishima swung a vicious blow at Uraraka, avoiding the smaller student's block entirely. Uraraka staggered back, landed on her butt, and then rolled back onto her knees as she regained her balance and massaged her probably bruised jaw. Dude, she definitely has an iron chin. Kirishima pounded his fists together and charged his stunned opponent, exclaiming, so manly. I'm so pumped up. To avoid the redhead's downward punch, the brunette rolled at the last second and shook her head clearly. After that, she leapt behind him, put her arms around his stomach, and executed a suplex, slamming his head into the cement. Whoa, good move, Uraraka. Kirishima, unfortunately for her, was more than capable of dismissing that. He effortlessly used his hardened hands to pry her arms from his torso and jabbed his elbows into her sides, causing a sharp gasp and the thud of her falling below him. But Kirishima became acutely aware that he was unable to feel anything. He appeared to be floating in midair, as though the weight of his body had abruptly disappeared. Oh. Uraraka squirmed out from beneath her floating foe and spat out some blood from the final blow to her ribs. Still, she flashed a proud smile. Kirishima is undoubtedly a close-range combatant. I just needed to use my quirk while he was down and execute one of the grapple techniques Ojiro taught me. He is essentially just a floating rock in the absence of gravity. Kirishima hissed, kicking his body farther into the air as he attempted to grab hold of the ground and pull himself down. And Kirishima's completely degravitized. Look at him flailing around. Eraser, you seeing this? It's hilarious. Mike, who let you become a teacher? University of Phoenix. Online degrees are the future, yeah. Kirishima, you can't maneuver around like that, can you? Uraraka said, pressing her fingertips together as she wiped the last of the blood from her mouth. He responded with a grunt, his face as red as his hair, and he tried desperately to move forward, but to no avail. Can't give up. Not manly. Oh, it's not up to you. Kirishima's unable to move, Midnight said with a sadistic giggle. Uraraka wins. With that, we have all of the A block match UPS decided for the next round. Before switching to the tournament bracket and graying out all of the Block A losers while drawing lines between the upcoming matches, the Jumbotron displayed a picture of Uraraka's student profile. Block A. In contrast to Yosetsu Awase, Izuku Midoriya. Ochako Uraraka vs. Katsuki Bakugo. With that, we'll start with Block B. Could we have the next set of contestants get to the arena? Release. Uraraka said, pressing her fingertips together. A faint pink glow appeared, and the redhead that had been floating abruptly dropped to the ground. Kirishima rubbed his face and moaned, OWW. Uraraka hurried to her friend and knelt down, saying, I should have warned you. My bad. I didn't even notice you used your quirk during the grapple. Nice work, he said, shrugging it off with a toothy smile. It's alright. I probably deserve it after getting beaten like that. Thanks, but are you sure you're okay? I know how badly you wanted to fight Bakugo. Nah, it's fine. Sure, I'm a little disappointed, but this just shows me I have a long way to go before I can stand up against Bakugo and the others. I'm getting pumped just thinking about all the training I'm gonna do, he said, waving away her comment. He grinned and pounded his hardened fists together. The two relished their moment until an R-rated hero squealed, "Ooh. I just love your enthusiasm. It's making me sue-wee," and shattered it completely. "And, it's time to get out of here. See you back upstairs, Uraraka." They both came out of their tunnels. Uraraka coughed and instantly hissed at the rib pain as she passed the waiting area, carefully holding her sides. "You should see recovery girl. That elbow jab looked painful." Uraraka turned startled and looked directly into Yaoyorozu's eyes. After that final shock, she sighed and said, "Geez, ya scared me. Sorry to startle you. Congratulations, by the way. That strategy was really smart," said Yaoyorozu, who got up and giggled. The brunette thought glumly, "Hey, it was nothing. Just something I came up with on the fly. Not sure how much good it's gonna do against Bakugo though. Don't worry about it, I'm sure you'll do amazing. In addition, I'm sure Midoriya would be happy to lend you his notes if you wanted an outside perspective," the deputy representative said, giving the shorter girl a pat on the back. "I know," said Uraraka, shaking her head, "but I think I need to do this on my own." But what's wrong with accepting a little help from a friend? Even as heroes, we can collaborate with one another. Besides, classmates should help each other, shouldn't they? Uraraka sighed. "I know, but, it's like after USJ, I just have this emptiness, you know. Like I saw how helpful everyone was. Iida, you, Todoroki, Deku. I need to figure out if I can stand with them instead of relying on them, if that makes sense." "Yes, that makes perfect sense. I'll be sure to live up to your example, Uraraka," Yaoyorozu said with a gentle smile as her onyx eyes widened. Hatsume exclaimed, "There's nothing left to show," as she left the ring. Hatsume is out of the ring. Yaoyorozu moves on to the second round, said Midnight, cracking his whip. With a sigh of exhaustion, Yaoyorozu fell to her knees. "My vow to Uraraka was a failure." Hatsume kept Yaoyorozu at bay for the duration of their match with a series of auto turrets and sticky bombs while she pitched to the Hero Support Company representatives in the audience for 10 minutes. The pink-haired female simply ducked away with her support gear and positioned another set of obstacles each time Yaoyorozu used an EMP device or grenade behind her shield to destroy the turrets. To be honest, it was pretty amazing how annoying one person could be. Let's try to forget that and get some action from the next competitors. Straight out of Edgar Allan Poe's Wet Dreams, it's Class A's Fumikage Tokoyami. Hazashi, what the fuck? I'm an English teacher, Eraserhead. Poetry jokes are my forte. That wasn't the problem and I think you know that. With his cheeks flushed from his introduction, Tokoyami moaned and pressed his hand to his forehead, saying, "It's bad enough I'm in the sunlight, but now Mike Sensei is making derogatory comments at me. There's no revelry to be had here." Next up is the guy who looks like how Edgar Allan Poe feels. Hitoshi Shinso from Class Not A. "Mike, you're offensive on so many levels, I think we might actually be arrested." "Let them come." With a cocky grin that was slightly tinged with malice, Shinso put his hands in his pockets and cracked his neck before saying, "Before we start, I think I should apologize." Recalling Ojiro's warning during the break, Fumikage lifted an eyebrow and opened his beak to speak, but clamped a hand over it. "Don't talk to him. I have to keep my cool and say nothing. Fortunately, the sun is shining so brightly that I don't have to worry about arousing dark shadow. Yeah, I feel just awful about that monkey dropping out. He was your classmate, right?" the purple-haired teen said, his eyes widening slightly at the lack of response but continuing with his signature smirk. The insult to his friend caused Tokoyami's eyes to narrow, but he remained composed and said nothing when Present Mike declared the match had begun. "So the monkey told you the secret to my quirk, did he? Or did you figure it out yourself? That's impressive anyway. I thought birds had really small brains, but you must have a good-sized pea on your shoulders," the general studies student said, his eye twitching in frustration. Tokoyami's fists clenched in rage. "Simply keep quiet. Kill him, Dark Shadow." Silently calling forth his shadowy comrade, he led the apparition to Shinso, whose self-assured face was betrayed by his reflexive retreat. I'm not much for hurting small animals, but I'll make an exception for a freak like you. In theory, if I don't talk to him, I'm not answering him. Dark Shadow, make it hurt. You got it, boss, said the sentient quirk, doubling his speed as he charged Shinso. With a gulp, Shinso reviewed his options. Let's see. Classmate insulted, check. Insulted Hima, check. He was called a freak, check. Oh no, Hitoshi, think, what could make him lose it? Something must be there. What else is he fond of, please? Hold on a minute. The taller boy grinned again and said, black is an ugly color. With assurance. Shit, now you listen to. Damn it, I specifically told him not to let him get in his head, said Ojiro, gripping his head in exasperation. Uraraka simply gave a sheepish laugh and said, to think that'd be his breaking point. Jiro gave Sero a quick elbow for saying, in any case, it's still less embarrassing than Yaomomo's battle. Pointing to the gloomy heiress, she said, apologize. I'm sorry. Izuku, meanwhile, was scrawling as if it were his first time. Tokoyami's weaknesses, updated, likes black too much. Feeling the familiar tug of a successful mind control attempt, Shinso smiled. Dark Shadow stopped moving forward instantly, and his owner tensed up, his eyes glazed. Looks like Tokoyami's completely zoned out. What happened? Shinso's quirk is literally on the roll call sheet in front of you. At least try to be a good announcer. Hey, you try transitioning from a podcast to hosting the most popular event in the Eastern Hemisphere live on the air. After feeling a little anxious, Shinso ordered, now be a good birdie and fly out of the ring. Tokoyami turned around and headed for the edge in a hurry. But he wasn't going anywhere. He was being held firmly in position by Fumi. Why are you so quiet? You've got to be kidding me. Shinso exclaimed, his eyes, like those of almost everyone else, bulging out of his skull. Fumi, are you dead? Said Dark Shadow, cocking his head toward his master. The teenager with purple hair grimaced. Is the shadow genuinely conscious of itself? Well, how can I make him speak? Yo, Smokey. Fumi. Hey, chicken. Fumi. 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 Shinso started to perspire. I'm getting no attention, and I've had enough of insults. Dark Shadow went up to his partner and began jabbing him in the face, saying, Fumi. 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 Fumakage. Fumakage. Tokoyami. Lord of Darkness. Shadow King. He who shall not be named unless he so chooses to be named, because identity is a thing and it's beautiful. I'm running out of nicknames for you. Despite his avatar once again limiting his movement, Tokoyami made another attempt to leave the ring without receiving a response. Why are you trying to walk out of the ring? Did that guy hurt your feelings or something? Is it his quirk? If I beat him, will you talk to me again? Fumi. Worth a shot. With wide eyes, Shinso exclaimed, wait, wah oof. Shinso was headbutted out of the ring and onto his back by Dark Shadow, who suddenly charged forward. Present Mike scratched his cheek, not sure how to take in the last few minutes. I suppose Dark Shadow, and by proxy, Tokoyami, wins the match. On the ground, Shinso clenched his teeth and fingers into the turf. You hero course jerks, think you're so much better than us just because you were born with quirks suited for this type of work. You don't know what it's like to be judged as something you're not, just because your quirk makes people uncomfortable. To be told you're suited for something you have no interest in becoming. I don't know if you noticed, but Fumi's head has a bird-like shape. Mister, I don't know your name, Dark Shadow mockingly called. Shinso said, neutral. I noticed. Oh cool. Anyways, he got made fun of a lot for that. And because of me, he doesn't have any privacy or anything like that. And he can't let it get too dark, otherwise I take over his body, become an unstoppable force of destruction and violence. Wait, what? I'm just trying to say that every quirk comes with its own challenges. Wait, what do you turn into when it gets dark? But Fumakage never let it keep him down because he wants to be a hero, regardless of what other people say or the trouble I give him. So you should be like Fumi. Since the English teacher for the hero course isn't the worst person to turn to, I'm taking life advice from a floating shadow monster. Thanks, Toko. Dark Shadow. Or, both. Wah. What happened? Tokoyami asked, blinking as he felt his bearings return. Dark Shadow exclaimed, Fumi. You're not dead anymore. Instead. You know we're linked, right? If I die,
You die. SS scary, exclaimed Dark Shadow, retreating into the warmth of his partner's stomach. With a moan, Tokoyami said, "You're such a coward when it's bright outside, but good work." After finishing his entry for Tokoyami, Izuku wiped his brow and grinned, saying, "Phew. Finally finished adding those last few notes." Kirishima exclaimed, "F phew. I think Deku's got his own definitions for certain words," Uraraka muttered. While reading the recently finished Hero Analysis for the Future, number 13 feet, Kaminari whistled, "Ya think. Like, where do you even keep these notebooks?" The question that had been on everyone's mind ever since they met Midoriya was finally asked as half the class leaned in. Oh, well, I actually, and why's this one so burnt? Damn it, Kaminari, screamed Class 1A. Izuku scratched his head and said, "Oh, well, Kachan sorta, blew it up." Bakugo yelled, "I did not." From the front seat. "Sounds like something you do," Jiro shrugged. Shoji said, "Yeah, it's completely in character for you. Even Todoroki would agree, and he doesn't talk to anyone." Asui continued, "And speaking of, let's give it up for the fan favorite. Unlike his dad, he's actually number one at something. It's Class A's top husbando, Shoto Todoroki." "Eat a dick, Mike," yelled Endeavor from the bleachers. "How about yours? Oh wait, did All Might take that from you, too? I'll kill you. Oh I wish you W." The microphone abruptly stopped working. Only the participant on stage's faintest laugh could break the stunned silence that enveloped the audience. Ahem. The abrupt silence was broken by Aizawa clearing his throat. "I apologize, but I've been informed that Present Mike has been fired from his position as announcer. Therefore, UA's principal is here to take his place." "What am I? Am I a mouse, dog, a bear? But my true identity is—" "Yes, very funny, Principal Nezu," Eraserhead interrupted, "but let's just get back to the fight at hand." "But what am I? I have severe dysphoria. Todoroki's fighting Mina Ashido. Start." Aizawa called the next contestant in a delightfully uninteresting monotone. "Man, I almost miss Present Mike Sensei." "What about you, Todo?" the Pinkett said with a sheepish laugh. When Todoroki tapped the ground with his right foot, a large but swift stream of ice was released, quickly encircling Mina's stunned body. "Sorry about this. CCC cold," she uttered rapidly. With a shudder, Midnight turned to face the stranded Ashido and said, "See, can you move?" Let me think. You know you can't." Todoroki simply shook his head. "Just finish this up, Ashido." "But do I know? You're not giving me much credit, Todo," she said with a cheeky smile. "Todo." Mina's feet and arms started to sizzle with ice. She broke out of her prison after a few seconds and started to run in the direction of her opponent. Todoroki's brows went up a little, but he simply threw another wave of ice at her, this time a little bigger. Ashido, however, easily evaded this assault and retaliated with a spray of her own acid. Todoroki hissed and ducked under the veil as a drop of acid dissolved the fabric of his clothing. "She understood me." Todoroki's instinct caused him to wave his right hand in an arc, forming a massive pillar of ice that struck the unwary Ashido and sent her flying out of bounds. Eraserhead grunted and said, Todoroki wins." Eraserhead, that's not very good commentary. Try to say actual words instead of grunts. Nezu responded with politeness. "I'm not good at this stuff." "Sorry. You certainly don't sound sorry." "No matter. My teaching philosophies tell me that the best and most educational commentary is practically identical to the constructive criticism a teacher would offer a student." "Well, I think they are fairly similar in terms of their strengths and weaknesses. They both have significant personality flaws that hinder them, and they are both very good at their own quirks. Among first years, Ashido's physicality and acidity are unrivaled in speed and skill. However, she lacks application creativity, and her easygoing demeanor seldom motivates her to devise a sensible plan. Then Todoroki's quirk is one of the stronger ones I've seen. Plus, his own physical abilities are probably the strongest among the boys in his class. But he's so used to dominating his foes that if he ever fought someone who could match his power or avoid it entirely, he'd probably lose focus for a second. See, that wasn't so bad, was it? Nezu's upbeat tone provided a much-needed break from Aizawa's heartbreaking melancholy. Quote. "No, I'm really proud of you, Shota. You get an A. Quote. "I'm not a student. Haha, good one."
The quarterfinals were declared following yet another brief bout in which Iida gave Aoyama the mother of all kicks to the face in the first 3 seconds. Block A. In contrast to Yosetsu Awase, Izuku Midoriya. Ochako Uraraka vs. Katsuki Bakugo. Block B. Fumikage Tokoyami vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. Todoroki Shoto vs. Iida Tenya. Aizawa made an intriguing sound by coughing into the microphone before announcing the first match. Midoriya and Awase, get onto the stage. As he entered the stage across from Awase, Izuku took a deep breath. He can fuse anything he touches thanks to his quirk. Similar to Kachan, he is extremely wound up despite his confidence. He briefly laughed when he considered the upcoming round and the possible swearing off between Bakugo and Awase, but then he slapped his cheeks and shook his head. No, I will fight in the upcoming round. I've already triumphed twice. What's another? Start, said Aizawa. With his hands raised and his knuckles cracked, Awase said, ready when you are, Midoriya. See cool. With a nod, Izuku rushed one for all over his body. Complete cowl, Sharingan, as well. Izuku started examining Yosetsu's form right away. His hands are open, most likely to allow him to fuse anything at any time. Although his footwork is erratic, it is geared toward rapid motion. He's aiming for a fast escape, most likely with a counter that will restrict my movement, because he knows that the moves he used against Sero and Saraba won't work against a close-range fighter like me. I'll just strike him before he can respond, then. In a stream of emerald lightning, Izuku rushed forward. Just as Awase was within range, he cocked his fist back and threw it at him. Awase's head snapped back from the blow with a satisfying smack. Izuku noticed a slight movement, though, and responded too late. Oh no. Awase's fingertips touched the former's shirt and fused instantly, dragging the greenette along as the latter fell, causing Izuku to hiss. But I've got you now. Awase moaned, then smiled as he took a fistful of Midoriya's shirt and fused the rest of his hand to it. OWW. Jesus, that freaking hurt. Awase was still too stunned to stand up on his own, so Midoriya struggled to get up and grabbed the hand holding his gym shirt. At the molecular level, it is truly fused. I'm not able to do it. As his hand glowed and abruptly withdrew from Izuku's shirt, Awase smiled and scurried away to recover from the previous blow. Gotcha. Izuku impulsively went for a punch, but suddenly felt a strange sensation in his hand. As if it had suddenly doubled in weight and was fastened to both his torso and the other arm. Oh no. Izuku almost puked when he looked down at the hideous body horror that was his hands. The fingers formed an even more horrifying worm ball as they overlapped and twisted around one another. His own fingertips were now stuck to his shirt at the same time, essentially trapping his arms. I took hold of his hand, and he fused my fingers together, then fused them to my shirt, all the while unfusing himself. In a flash. He has great technique and speed, so it's no wonder he's so confident. With a loud rip and surprisingly much effort, Izuku pulled up and tore the piece of fabric that was fused to his skin from his shirt, causing a large tear down the middle. Midnight yelled, yes, this is what I've been waiting for. Shirtless teen boys are literally my top searched. The dominatrixes. Impassioned words were drowned out by Aizawa, who said, and, that's where I censor you. After glancing at his opponent's bare chest, Awase whistled, respect. Izuku blushed and rushed forward, saying, thanks. The Sharingan should remain on his hands and other exposed parts, all right. Keep those away, and I'll be all right. As in his torso, where I ought Toa. In order to reveal his own torso, Awase unzipped and took off his shirt. Yes, roared Midnight. Awase instantly rolled into the attack, combining the fabric finger mash with his pectoral, then grabbed Midoriya's elbows and drew him in. Izuku's outstretched hands made contact with his chest. Never again. Izuku let out a groan as he was pulled down for the second time, but this time Awase turned at the last second, landing on top of Midoriya and pinning him down. If you don't believe that Midnight was breathing heavily by this point, I'm at a loss for words. Awase immediately fused Izuku's arms after pressing them to the ground, trapping his opponent once more. Izuku strained in vain to raise his arms off the floor. Oh no. The fight is totally different if he just touches me. How am I going to escape this? Damn it, think. He went over his options as his eyes started to sting, possibly from dust, tears of frustration, or something else. He can't move, right? Asked Awase as he got up and brushed himself off. Izuku said Midnight, licking her lips at the pinned boy before slamming her flail. The angle is really awkward, but Izuku flipped up and stood up, screaming, "No. I can still fight." He stomped the cement until it cracked, 5% running through his legs, and then he lifted up as hard as he could. Gah! He felt his back straighten as his arm, which was holding a sizable piece of cement, came free and the ground beneath his feet cracked. This is heavy, Jesus. Holy shit, dude, what the actual fuck? That's freaking crazy, Awase exclaimed, her eyes bulging. What a waste of being cool. Despite the ridiculous weight on his arms, Izuku braced himself and managed his breathing. Let's do something different. He raised his hands and abruptly drew them down. This threw him forward in a flip with the cement block's added weight. Take this, Manchester Smash. Izuku crumpled his opponent by bringing his leg down in an axe kick over Awase's head. He was relieved to see that Awase was unconscious as he flipped back up and got ready to attack once more. Over the cheers of the crowd, Midnight declared, Izuku Midoriya as the winner. She then licked her lips savagely and said, "But I'm the real winner today." She glanced down at her phone, where she captured the exact moment Awase pinned Midoriya down. "Oh, I'm gonna have some fun when this is done." The only thing left to do was inject the unconscious Awase with a quirk disruptor to reverse the fusing on Izuku's hands after the drones had brought some assistance to Recovery Girl's office. Exasperated by the frequent visits, the Recovery Girl reprimanded, "You're lucky I brought some along, otherwise you'd be in here until the poor boy woke up." In shame, Izuku rubbed his head and said, "All right, sorry ma'am." She took a seat and said, "It's not really your fault I suppose, but these disruptors are expensive. Only way I could make them was through Shota's quirk factor, and now that he's injured, it'll be a while before I can get any more." Ahem. The loudspeakers erupted into life. "Speak of the devil, Uraraka and Bakugo, walk onto the stage. Start whenever you feel like it." "Gah, I forgot her fights next. I'm gonna go watch." "Thank you, again," Izuku said, her eyes widening. Once he was gone, Recovery Girl smiled slightly but waved him away. This time, he didn't hurt himself. He's learning, I hope. From the field came a loud explosion. However, the chances of surviving the next round are, to put it mildly, slim. As the smoke from his initial explosion cleared, Bakugo held his breath. Uraraka had sprinted straight toward him, but a brief explosion had stopped him. All he could do now was wait for the first hint of life. There, Bakugo slammed it down after focusing on a flash of blue in front of him. It was just the UA gym jacket. What the hell, that implies. Emerging from behind Bakugo, Uraraka held out her arms, her quirk's fingertips outstretched. He was duped. Sadly for her, the irascible teenager was also the faster of the two, and he threw a flowing explosion that sent her reeling back, exhausted and in pain. "Hurry up." Thus, Clo. Too slow. He rushed forward to deliver another powerful blast, knocking Uraraka back several meters before he could even think. She coughed and rolled painfully along the ground, but she got to her feet as quickly as he did, her steely eyes glistening with grit. She was acutely aware of some noise coming from the loudspeakers in the crowd. She couldn't be certain, but it sounded like Aizawa-sensei was shouting and there was booing. Her own heartbeat, Deku's battle cry, and the ring from the explosion were the only sounds she could be certain of. "I'm the Deku that never gives up," she roared and charged forward, only to be struck in the face again. She caught the boy off guard as she ran through the smoke, gritting her teeth and growling through the searing pain. He sent her flying again after her fingers barely touched his body. Coughing, she said, "I'm not done yet." Again. Uraraka charged Bakugo repeatedly. He countered repeatedly. But he made little movement. "I'm lucky. Thanks, Bakugo." "Huh, what are you on about, round face?" the blonde asked, raising a brow. Pressing her fingers together, she hardened her expression and said, "You'll see soon enough." All of the rocks and debris that Uraraka gathered while Bakugo was tearing through her shot down like hundreds of tiny meteorites from above Bakugo. "What the actual fuck?" Bakugo exclaimed after he saw it. "How many fucking rocks did she touch? I knew she must have had some kind of plan because she spends too much time with Deku to not have one." Ignoring the agony roiling through her body, Uraraka pushed forward. "If he gets hit or not, I'll use my quirk to distract him and catch him." Then, however, Bakugo raised his arm and unleashed the biggest blast he had ever fired, even larger than the one he had used against the Nomu. He used his gauntlet for that. The audience members clutched their ears in agony as the shockwave sent Dust and Uraraka flying around the stage. Uraraka was unable to distinguish between the agony in her chest caused by the blast wave and the heartbreaking knowledge that her trump card had completely and spectacularly failed. Even though that was the best I could do, it wasn't sufficient. She stood back up for another attempt after shaking her head to avoid her doubts and the ringing sound. Not important. Now I can't give up. Not with me so near. For Deku, Mom, Dad, and all of you. I must win this. The smiling Bakugo said, "All right. Let's get serious, Uraraka," to his charging opponent. Her knees then gave way. With his blood-slick blade, the hero killer grinned menacingly from the alleyway in Hosu City. His self-righteous vengeance had ruthlessly culled another false idol that lay on the ground beneath his spiked boots. More blood spattered Ingenium's cracked, crimson-slick armor as he sputtered. The last of his consciousness fought to keep his hold on reality, but the constant Pina would not let him breathe. To still be awake after all that. You have the stamina of a hero, I'll give you that. Too bad it's wasted on the rest of you. Stain grinned as he dragged his serrated sword along the ground, the metal scraping sonorously against the concrete. As Ingenium struggled to stand up, his body ached from the intense torture that was the hero killer's wrath. Why are you doing this? He asked. I detest this society that bastardizes its own ideals. Sells the title of hero to the first bastard with a flashy costume and strong quirk and then condemns those who do the right thing because it's the right thing simply because it takes away from the false savior's profit margins. Being a hero used to mean something, now there's only one real hero. Let me guess, it's you. You're the savior. Ingenium needed to stall for time badly, but he was barely getting enough oxygen to live, much less speak. By now, someone at his agency would have been notified by the sensors in his suit. Someone was aware of his location and the seriousness of the situation. To a roar of pain, Stain chuckled and plunged his sword into the armored hero's shoulder, saying, I'm no hero. I'm the necessary evil that'll purge society of fakes like you. Then, once my mission is complete, I'll allow myself to die. When Tensai heard a siren in the distance, she smiled and said, sorry, but your mission's ending, early. As the sirens drew nearer, Stain tilted his head and then his eyes widened in recognition. After that, a smile appeared on his face and he said, I say I have a few seconds before I need to leave. When his eyes met Ingenium's, the latter experienced genuine, unreserved, life-threatening fear. That's plenty of time. Sweating profusely from the long run from the Class A stands, Izuku exploded into her waiting room and exclaimed, Uraraka. Laughing sheepishly, she said, Man, I guess I lost, huh? Huh. The casual greeting made him perspire. Are you okay? She grinned and turned away. I mean, it sucks to lose, but you're always going forward. Seems kinda stupid if I don't move on from this as well, ya know. Izuku gave a nod. He didn't want to pry, but it was obvious that she wasn't okay. The two sat in silence for a while, letting the sounds of the battle outside prevent things from getting too awkward. Using the microphone, Aizawa called, Tokoyami wins. Next group, please. However, it happened very quickly. Wow, Yaoyorozu lost. Izuku whistled. Man, I know how much she wanted to leave a good impression. I hope it was a good fight. Recalling the two's earlier that day pledge to one another, Uraraka nodded. The sound of her phone ringing prevented her from having a breakdown as tears pricked her eyes. What? Dad's missed calls. Izuku smiled reassuringly and left the room, saying, Here, I'll let you take that. I'll try to wish Iida luck before his match. She took a deep breath and glanced at her phone before responding, Hello. Ochako. A deep, rich voice asked. A comforting one of a kind. Hey Dad. Sorry I didn't answer earlier. It's nothing. Your mom and I saw your fights on TV. You were incredible out there. She briefly felt elated after hearing the words, but it soon faded. But it only matters if you win. And I got totally destroyed. Hey, come on now. There's always next year. And I dare a pro hero to tell me to my face that my baby girl wasn't the bravest person out on the field today. But the scouts are looking for top contenders. I mean, what's the rush? Well, I have to, for you and for Mom. Ochako, you know you don't have to go crazy over us, right? Heck, you probably worry more about us than we do for you. Mr. Uraraka said softly and gently after a long period of silence. After all, your mom and I know you're going to be an incredible hero, he said with a sheepish chuckle. Izuku could hear the sound of choking sobs behind him, but he was already down the hall. She is obviously depressed. She's justified in doing so. The best thing I can do at the moment is concentrate on the upcoming match, even though I want to repay her for all of her assistance. He braced himself and proceeded to Iida's waiting area, which was deserted. I guess he's already gone. Oh, Midoriya. With a comforting smile, Izuku turned to face the voice and said, "Oh, Yaoyorozu. Sorry about the match. Are you okay?" Nodding and grinning a little, she said, "I'm fine. Just a little shell-shocked." But there was something in her expression. There was something unusually muted about her feelings. And that meant something to the heiress. "You sure? You don't appear well." She looked away but nodded once more. "Truth be told, I'm a little famished. Care to join me?" she said, forcing a sheepish smile. He gave a nod. "Yeah, that sounds good. Don't wanna go into the next fight hungry." "Right, you're fighting Bakugo. How are you feeling?" Izuku exhaled. "Nervous, I guess. I haven't thought too much about it, truth be told. But honestly, I'm ready. More than any other fight, this is the one I know I can win. Everything I've done, all that training after the battle trial in USJ, in a way, has been so that I could catch up to Kachan and beat him, for real this time. I'm really glad. He could stand to go down a peg or two, truth be told. And besides, I think Todoroki or Iida would both rather fight you than him," said Yaoyorozu with a sincere smile this time. After Izuku laughed, the loudspeakers proclaimed, "Todoroki wins. Midoriya and Bakugo to the stage." Yaoyorozu remarked, "Already, must have been a short match." "Oh, I see. I hope all is well with Iida. Man, you know how awful it is when your friends lose." Izuku waved goodbye, saying, "Well, I guess that means it's my turn to go out there." She smiled and waved him away, saying, "Good luck. I'm rooting for you," before it immediately fell, without his knowledge. Izuku saw another familiar face as he made his way to the stadium entrance, his heart pounding wildly, and exclaimed, "Oh, Iida." "Hello, Midoriya. I suppose your match is about to begin," said the tall teenager with a smile. Izuku gave a nod. "Yeah, but sorry about your fight. I know how badly you wanted to win." Iida let it go. "Of course winning would have been nice, but I'm honestly just content to have done right by my brother. I did my best and that's all I could have honestly hoped for." Izuku smiled. "Right, I feel the same," he said to his friend. "Whoa, this is a very mature move on his part." Then Iida began to shake wildly. "Gah, what's wrong?" Izuku began to lose his cool. "He's having a mental breakdown, for crying out loud." Simply pulling out his phone, Iida said, "I'm receiving a call." What sort of response was that? And why is everyone currently receiving calls? Iida waved his friend away as he went down the hallway, saying, "It's my mother. Sorry, I need to take this. And you need to go. Best of luck, Midoriya." Izuku waved goodbye and took another deep breath before turning back and leaving the hallway, once again making his way to the grassy path that led to the battlefield. He gulped in anticipation as he ascended the stairs, or anxiety. Probably both. Bakugo had also just entered the stage across the battlefield. Time seemed to stop when they locked eyes. This was not a street fight, a training exercise, or an argument by the gate. This fight was real and proper. Not between former adversaries or friends. This was a fated conflict between rivals, to paraphrase Uraraka. Izuku took a last deep breath and moved forward.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.